everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novel Wonderland. Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina Chapter 1-33 Synopsis. Dying and being reincarnated into the body of young Amamiya Rin in Japan felt like the perfect start to a new life. When the 4 beautiful girls who put me in a coma visited my hospital room to apologize, I even thought I had stumbled into the beginning of a rom-com. I couldn't have been more wrong. This reality follows the twisted worldview of Japanese horror. The patient in the bed next to me just gave birth to Tomi. My grand reincarnation power is actually the plot of the long dream, a curse that forces me to live through eons of brutal stress every time I fall asleep. In 3 months, tops, I will be reduced to ashes. To make matters worse, when I refused to give a little discount on the 30 million yen accident settlement, the fake politeness of my debtors vanished. They stopped blinking, smiled in macabre synchronization, and revealed needle-filled tentacles lurking in their throats. Outside, a biological apocalypse is about to erupt, fish with legs are lurking about, hanging balloons are watching us, and Hellstar Remina is staring down at us, salivating. Compared to the approaching extinction-level disasters, entities like Kayako, Mimiko, and Sadako are nothing but small fry. Bedridden in a hospital while demanding debt from abominations disguised as girls, how do I beat this game without a cheat? Simple. A dream world 1,000 or 10,000 times longer than an ordinary person's is still a kind of cheat. Is the flesh weak and ascension mechanical? Or is it mind over matter on the path to transcendental sainthood? Kids make choices, adults take it all. A physical body at its peak, perfect martial arts, and the ultimate light amidst the darkness. Starting by usurping the power of the group, I will link the brains of these freaks to create the Tomi network. I, Amamiya Rin, will grow stronger through infinite nightmares. And, in the end, I will bring down planet Remina with a single punch. _______. P. Walnut-chan, Reborn. Books 34 chapters memo 46,889 word stopwatch ~188 minute read. Chapter 1, Reborn. 1,332 words. Director Walnut's note, this author uses parentheses for thoughts. It might feel a bit strange at first, but you'll get used to it after a few chapters. What's going on? My head hurts so much. Waves of dull pain tore through the chaos clouding his consciousness. Ethan struggled to open his eyes, and what presented itself before him was a familiar ceiling. A hospital ward? What the hell is this place? Didn't I die? Ethan looked around blankly, surveying his surroundings. It was a spacious hospital ward with white walls on all 4 sides. An ECG monitor beside the bed emitted a rhythmic ticking sound, and a hanging fur bottle was delivering medication into his vein. A nurse holding a clipboard was looking at him in disbelief. You're awake? Mr. Amamiya. The nurse walked quickly to his side, her voice full of concern and shock. How are you feeling? Is there any specific discomfort? You've been in a coma for nearly half a month. Is this Japanese? Ethan's pupils dilated slightly. Although he could distinguish between Japanese and Chinese, that was the extent of it. Yet, he could actually understand what the nurse was saying. Wait! Did I transmigrate? This situation, it seemed only transmigration could explain it. But what about memories? The memories of this body? Ethan attempted to recall, but the memories belonging to this body were like shattered glass, scattered everywhere and difficult to piece together. Only a few blurry fragments remained, blinding headlights, the sound of a violent collision, and endless darkness. And a name, Amamiya Rin. Is this his name in this life? The surname has changed, but the given name remains the same. Amamiya Cohen, this is wonderful. You've really woken up. At that moment, the ward door was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged male doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in. The name tag on the chest of his white coat read, Kuroda Kenichiro. He walked quickly to the bedside, his gaze burning as he stared at Amamiya Rin. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if suppressing turbulent emotions. A miracle? No, it's not a miracle. My treatment plan succeeded. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Dr. Kuroda muttered to himself, emotionally agitated. He pushed up his glasses, calming down slightly before asking Amamiya Rin eagerly, I am your attending physician, Kuroda. Amamiya-kun, how do you feel right now? Do you have a severe headache, nausea, or dizziness? Amamiya Rin moved his lips slightly, his voice extremely hoarse. Head hurts, like it's going to split. Body very heavy, can't move. This is a normal phenomenon. You've been in a coma for too long, your bodily functions need time to recover. Dr. Kuroda nodded and took out a small penlight to check his pupillary light reflex. Cognitive functions don't appear to be severely impaired. Do you remember what happened? Or your own name? Name? Amamiya Rin? As for the rest, I can't remember anything clearly. I might have amnesia. Amamiya Rin hesitated for a moment, intending to use the amnesia trope to gloss over the situation. After all, he didn't possess the complete memories of this body. Amnesia? It's not amnesia. It should just be a sequela. You slept for so long that you forgot what happened before falling into a vegetative state. You'll slowly remember over time. A strange glint flashed through Dr. Kuroda's eyes as he spoke with absolute certainty. Are you that certain? Although he felt the doctor was overly confident, Amamiya Rin didn't make a fuss about it. Instead, he asked about the reason for his presence here. Dr. Kuroda replied, "This is Morita Hospital. You were sent here due to a traffic accident. 2 cars collided at an intersection and involved you. The 2 car owners suffered only minor injuries, but you were the most unfortunate one. You were knocked into a vegetative state." No. Amamiya Rin slowly shook his head. I think I am very lucky. He remembered that in his previous life, he had died in a hospital bed from a terminal illness. For someone who had truly died once to obtain a second life, and a younger one at that, how could this not be considered lucky? Indeed. From a medical perspective, the probability of a vegetative patient waking up is very low. The fact that you woke up is a stroke of luck in itself. Dr. Kuroda smiled upon hearing this, speaking reassuringly. It's good that you can think this way. Maintain an optimistic mindset. The most important thing for you now is rest and recovery. Don't worry too much about other things. The party responsible for the accident has already paid all medical expenses incurred so far. Subsequently, Dr. Kuroda gave a few more instructions on precautions before arranging for a nurse to bring a wheelchair. They helped Amamiya Rin onto it and took him out for further examinations. Passing through the corridor, a sudden rush of footsteps and the rapid rolling of wheels came from behind. Make way! Emergency patient! Hurry! Several doctors and nurses, looking grim, rushed forward pushing an emergency gurney like the wind. Amamiya Rin's nurse hurriedly pulled his wheelchair closer to the wall to clear a path. In the moment they brushed past, Amamiya Rin caught a glimpse of the person on the gurney. It was a young girl who looked quite young, with short hair. Her face was as pale as paper, her forehead covered in fine, cold sweat, and her brows were tightly knit in pain. The most striking feature was her abdomen. The belly beneath the hospital gown was bulging high, the curve extremely unnatural, resembling a woman 10 months pregnant. Yet, contrasted with her frail and thin frame, it appeared exceptionally grotesque. With just a fleeting glance, the gurney was pushed far away, rushing toward the emergency operating room at the end of the corridor. That was... Amamiya Rin asked instinctively. The nurse pushing him sighed, her tone carrying a hint of sympathy. That is Miss Mitsu Yukiko. Her ward is right opposite yours. She's a very pitiful child. She has been suffering from a severe illness and just underwent a kidney transplant a while ago. Unexpectedly, such severe post-operative complications have appeared now. Sigh. Kidney transplant? Complications? Would that cause the abdomen to swell so violently? A sense of indescribable wrongness brushed through Amamiya Rin's heart, but he couldn't delve deeper. He was just a patient, after all. His examination room was not far ahead. At the end of the corridor, the operating room doors slammed shut with a bang, and the red operation in progress light overhead turned on, separating the inside and outside into 2 different worlds. His examinations began. CT, MRI, various neural response tests. The lengthy process left Amamiya Rin even more exhausted. About an hour later, most of the examination items were completed, and the nurse pushed Amamiya Rin back to the ward. However, as they passed through the corridor, Amamiya Rin sensed something was wrong. The hospital corridor, originally orderly, was now permeated with an indescribable commotion and panic. Nurses gathered in groups of 2 or 3, whispering urgently, their faces written with lingering fear. Occasionally, a doctor would walk past quickly, their expression unusually grave, carrying a hint of unconcealed panic. Just now, regarding Mitsu-san's surgery. Is it true? Inside her belly, there was actually... Sure. Don't talk about it, it's too terrifying. How could such a thing happen? I heard the thing they took out was still talking. Truly evil. Intermittent words drifted into his ears. Combined with the scene he had witnessed earlier, Amamiya Rin couldn't help but form a blood-curdling association. _______. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 2, Real Dreamscape. 1,339 words. Nurse, what happened? Amamiya Rin couldn't help but ask the nurse who had been waiting outside the door just moments ago. Probably just a minor accident during the surgery? Please don't worry about it. Your body is fine, you just need 1 to 2 weeks of rehabilitation training before you can be discharged. The nurse's expression was peculiar, wearing a smile that looked rather forced. Amamiya Rin nodded, signaling his understanding. After all, she worked here, she couldn't exactly gossip about the hospital's scandals to a patient. Although he was somewhat curious, Amamiya Rin tactfully did not pursue the matter further. By the time he returned to the ward, it was already past 10 p.m. The city outside the window was shrouded in a dim night curtain, with a bright moon hanging high in the firmament. Amamiya Rin, meanwhile, was moving his limb joints with the nurse's assistance. Every joint needed flexion and extension exercises, rotation movements, as well as straight leg raises and bridging exercises to alleviate muscle stiffness. Amamiya Rin's timing for transmigration was quite ingenious. One must understand that after a healthy adult becomes bedridden, muscle strength diminishes at a rate of 1% to 2% per day. However, the first 2 weeks involve reversible loss. The muscle fibers haven't undergone serious atrophy and are merely in a state of temporary functional inhibition. Once it exceeds 2 weeks, muscles enter a critical period of disuse atrophy. The number of fibers decreases, tendons adhere, and the recovery cycle extends geometrically. Amamiya Rin had woken up on the 13th day of this body being in a vegetative state. He would only need a week of rehabilitation training to move independently. After completing the day's rehabilitation training, Amamiya Rin drank a bowl of vegetable puree with the nurse's help. It didn't taste good, but he could only consume this kind of semi-liquid food for now. After the meal, the nurse helped Amamiya Rin lie down and left the ward. Lying on the hospital bed, a sense of exhaustion immediately pressed down on him like a mountain. However, Amamiya Rin's mind was somewhat hyperactive due to the visceral reality of his rebirth. Transmigration, severe injury, awakening, everything felt like a bizarre and grotesque dream. Yet, the weakness of his body reminded him with undeniable realism that this was no dream. Still, this is great. An excited smile appeared on Amamiya Rin's face. A new life, a young body, to him, this was simply a gift from the heavens. Since that was the case, he would absolutely not let down this precious gift. He would live an even more splendid life, live better, and make up for the regrets of his past life. Amamiya Rin immersed himself in the joy of his new lease on life. Although his body was in pain and weak, his heart was filled with immense happiness. This mental excitement temporarily overpowered his physical fatigue, but it didn't last too long. A body just waking from severe injury was ultimately too weak. After the intense emotional fluctuations, a deep weariness gradually welled up. Amamiya Rin's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, his vision began to blur, and the rhythmic ticking of the monitor seemed to drift further and further away. Almost the instant he fell asleep, Amamiya Rin's consciousness suddenly snapped awake. 1 second ago, he was still feeling the joy of rebirth. The next second, what appeared before his eyes was a familiar desk. A glaring desk lamp illuminated a mountain of reference books and test papers, and the air was thick with the smell of coffee from staying up late. Is this his study room from his past life during exam prep? What's going on? Wasn't I in the hospital? Amamiya Rin was bewildered and suspicious. He tried to stand up, only to find that his body was completely out of his control. His right hand was calculating complex formulas in a workbook, while his left hand flipped through a thick dictionary beside it. His brain was filled with a familiar anxiety, bringing Amamiya Rin a nausea that made him want to vomit. An exhaustion that penetrated deep into his marrow swallowed his body and mind. He remembered this day clearly. This very moment. That was the most torturous time of his life. To get into a good university, he stayed up late studying until the early morning every day. The pressure and anxiety nearly crushed his body and soul. He had struggled hard to survive that period, and in the years that followed, he had nightmares more than 10 times about returning to that exam prep period. A dream. Am I having a nightmare again? Amamiya Rin realized what was happening and breathed a sigh of relief. When a person realizes they are dreaming, they should wake up. However, after a long time passed, Amamiya Rin still hadn't broken free from this nightmare. Unable to wake up, unable to control his body, Amamiya Rin's consciousness was like a spectator imprisoned in a marionette, forced to endlessly repeat that most stressful time. Time lost its normal flow in this dream world. Every tick of the second hand was separated by a long stretch of time, and that anxiety was stretched out infinitely. 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 2 weeks. After an unknown amount of time, a vague call penetrated the layers of the nightmare. Miya-san? Amamiya-san. Amamiya Rin snapped his eyes open. He subconsciously sat up straight, his hand searching for the workbook and ballpoint pen. However, intense fatigue caused his heavy body to collapse back down the second he sat up. Reflected in his eyes were a pristine white ceiling and the nurse's concerned face. Where are my notes? The college entrance exam is coming up, I haven't finished organizing my notes yet. Amamiya Rin had no spare energy to think about why he was in a hospital. He struggled, wanting to get up. For him, the most important thing right now was reviewing his coursework. What are you saying, Amamiya-san? The nurse paused for a moment upon hearing this, then revealed an understanding smile. Amamiya-san, you aren't in school anymore. This is Morita Hospital. You've just recovered and woken up. Did you dream about your old exam preparations? Those kinds of high-pressure dreams are indeed very common. Morita Hospital. Amamiya Rin froze. He looked around at the environment in confusion, and the past from 30 days ago gradually surfaced from the depths of his brain. Right, that's right. I am Amamiya Rin. I was in a car accident and just woke up. So, that was a dream just now? A dream that lasted a whole month. A strong sense of dislocation and unreality struck him, making Amamiya Rin dizzy. He had clearly only slept for a single nap, yet it felt as if a long month had passed. The exhaustion from a month of high-intensity studying remained in his brain with incomparable realism. But why do I remember it so clearly? It wasn't that Amamiya Rin hadn't dreamed before, but this was the first time he'd had such a lucid dream. Not only did he realize in the dream that he was dreaming, but after waking up, he could actually remember clearly what had happened in the dream. Normally, memories of a dream would become blurry after waking up. But now, he still clearly remembered every minute he had spent in the dream. The high school senior year knowledge points he had thrown to the back of his mind years ago were now firmly engraved in his brain after a month of review. What the hell? Could it be, is this my golden finger? _____. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut Chan on P. Chapter 3, The Beautiful Driver's Plea. 1,378 words. Seriously, though, the user experience of this golden finger is just too trash, isn't it? Amamiya Rin stared at the ceiling, roasting the situation frantically in his heart. Other people who transmigrate get simple and crude systems to add points, or they have a grandfather figure to guide them. But me? I get a complimentary high-intensity immersive exam prep nightmare experience ticket? And it's the deluxe 1-month package? Can I return this, dear customer service? Although the knowledge points reviewed in the dream were indeed incredibly clear, the anxiety and exhaustion from a month of sleepless studying were terrifyingly real. It nearly made him think he was going to die from overwork all over again. It must be understood that in the dream world, he hadn't rested from start to finish. He hadn't even relaxed for a moment. It looked like he had only reviewed for 30 days, but if one counted the necessary rest time he skipped, it was equivalent to more than 100 days. The nurse helped Amamiya Rin adjust his pillow. After recording his vitals, she spoke instructively, Mr. Amamiya, please rest well and try not to let your imagination run wild. If you feel any discomfort, please press the call bell immediately. I will go prepare breakfast for you now. Okay, thank you. Amamiya Rin nodded. In the doctor's duty room, the nurse knocked and entered, handing the logbook to Dr. Kuroda. How is the situation with Amamiya-kun in room 504? Dr. Kuroda Kenichiro took the logbook, asking casually. His vital signs are basically stable. Muscle strength and neural reflexes are still in the recovery period, which is better than expected. It's just... The nurse paused, recalling Amamiya Rin's earlier state, and added, he seems to be troubled by a nightmare. He appeared unusually exhausted after waking up, claiming he had a very long dream. The fingers Dr. Kuroda used to flip through the medical records paused almost imperceptibly. A very long nightmare. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone sounding as steady as usual. Did he say how long he dreamed for? He didn't specify that, but he just looked like his mental energy was heavily drained. The nurse recalled. Understood. It's not uncommon for abnormal sleep experiences to occur after brain damage. Continue observing him. Dr. Kuroda recorded a few notes on the chart with a calm expression and said faintly, focus on his mental state and sleep patterns. If there are any abnormalities, especially regarding descriptions of the dream's length, report to me immediately. Understood, Dr. Kuroda. Although the nurse felt it was a bit strange for the doctor to focus so heavily on a not uncommon abnormal sleep experience, she didn't think much of it. She agreed and exited the duty room. After the door closed, Dr. Kuroda slowly leaned back against his chair and sighed helplessly. Don't blame me, Mr. Amamiya. This is a necessary price for your awakening. On the other side, Amamiya Rin received visitors once again. Just as Amamiya Rin was waiting for the nurse to deliver breakfast, the door to the ward was gently knocked. Come in. Amamiya Rin responded. The door opened, and a head poked in. It was the face of a young woman with sharp short hair and a pretty appearance, though her brows carried a clear look of apology. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Amamiya Rin. May I ask who you are? Looking at that face, Amamiya Rin asked in confusion. In his memories, this person didn't seem to exist. I am Hashimoto Ayaka. The woman walked into the ward. Simultaneously, 3 other women filed in behind her. So many people, and they are all beauties. Amamiya Rin's gaze swept over the 4 people entering the ward. I am Mikami Yui. Following on Hashimoto Ayaka's right was a beauty with golden curly hair. I am Hateno Yua. On the left was a long-haired beauty who also had air bangs, but with slightly longer ends, giving her a gentler appearance. I am Momanaji Kana. The last one was a beauty with shoulder-length hair and well-defined features that looked quite cute. The 4 stood together. Although their appearances were different, they were all quite outstanding. There was an inexplicable, strange sense of synchronization about them, as if their movements held a unified rhythm. We are the drivers of the other vehicle from the traffic accident. Because of our negligence, we caused you such serious injuries. Sumi Mason. Led by Hashimoto Ayaka, the 4 of them bowed 90 degrees toward Amamiya Rin in unison. The movement was so neat it startled him. So they are the party responsible for the accident. But what do they mean by we are the drivers? A car only has one driver, right? Did the 4 of them fight over the steering wheel to cause the crash? Amamiya Rin wanted to retort, but he was made somewhat uncomfortable by this overly solemn apology. I see. Please, stand up first. The 4 straightened up, and Hashimoto Ayaka's face revealed a socially practiced apologetic smile. Mr. Amamiya, we came this time primarily to formally apologize to you. Seeing that you have awakened is truly wonderful, it lessens the guilt in our hearts somewhat. Amen. Amamiya Rin nodded, his attitude neither cold nor hot. The doctor said I was in a coma for nearly a month. The injuries were severe. After all, the other party was the main culprit who caused this body's serious injuries. Although he had obtained a new life through this misfortune, he still had to maintain the appropriate stance. Mikami Yui immediately said, yes, we are very aware. Therefore, the other purpose of our visit is to discuss the issue of compensation with you. As soon as her voice fell, Momanaji Kana next to her added, we know this is very rude to bring up right after you've woken up. Hateno Yua took over the conversation, however, some legal documents and insurance procedures need to be processed as soon as possible. We hope for your understanding. The 4 of them spoke one after another, their voices connecting almost seamlessly. It gave Amamiya Rin a sense of dissonance. However, he didn't care about such small matters right now. Compared to the group's tacit understanding, he cared more about the compensation money. Regarding compensation, shouldn't it be fine to just handle it according to legal regulations and insurance clauses? Amamiya Rin answered cautiously. He had experienced the grind of society in his past life and knew not to let his guard down easily at times like this. Hashimoto Ayaka said sincerely, regarding the emotional distress damages, the amount the law might recognize is 30 million yen. For us, that is truly a bit difficult to bear. If possible, we hope you can exercise discretion and reduce the compensation amount somewhat. 30 million yen. Amamiya Rin quickly converted the figure in his mind. That was indeed not a small sum. However, with 4 people sharing the burden of 30 million yen, it wasn't necessarily unaffordable, was it? I calculated it. The compensation you each need to pay averages out to less than 7.5 million. I don't feel this is an extremely exaggerated figure. Amamiya Rin frowned, stating his position. He wasn't hard-hearted, but he definitely wasn't a pushover either. This money was crucial for his future new life, he would not relent easily. The atmosphere in the ward became somewhat stifling for a moment. Hashimoto Ayaka clasped her hands tightly and bowed 90 degrees again. Mr. Amamiya, we know this request is very brazen, but we truly lack the power to pay the sum of 30 million. Please help us. No matter what other conditions you propose, as long as we can do it, we are willing to do our best to compensate you. Please? The other 3 also bent their waists in unison, issuing a plea to Amamiya Rin. ______. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White Heather checkmark get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White Heather checkmark enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 4, Theory Group. 1,272 words. No. Do you really think bowing and apologizing solves everything? Besides, what condition shows more sincerity than money? Amamiya Rin was speechless. He sighed and rubbed his slightly stinging temples. Thinking for a moment, Amamiya Rin spoke slowly. Miss Hashimoto, and everyone else, I understand your difficulties. You must be able to see the damage and aftermath this accident has caused me. I don't think 30 million yen for emotional distress is excessive. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 4 pretty faces before him, trying to catch a glimpse of emotion, but found nothing. Considering I've already woken up, and the hope for recovery is high. 25 million yen. That is my bottom line. This amount should greatly relieve your pressure while being enough to guarantee my future recovery and life. Amamiya Rin decided to take a step back. He needed money to guarantee his livelihood, but he didn't want to make the relationship too rigid. After all, driving things to an absolute dead end is never beneficial. However, this number did not satisfy Hashimoto Ayaka and the other 3. Hashimoto Ayaka looked troubled as she spoke. 25 million? Thank you very much for your concession. However, that number is still, for us, very difficult. We need some time to raise it. Indeed. For people, 1 sentence each, maintaining the exact same posture. Still no good. Amamiya Rin frowned slightly. Is their financial situation really that desperate? It doesn't make sense. But having spoken the words, he didn't want to change them again. 25 million, this was already his bottom line. Sorry, Miss Hashimoto, that is the lowest amount I can accept. Although Amamiya Rin's tone was peaceful, it carried an unquestionable firmness. I also need this money to handle my future life and potential follow-up treatments. I hope you can understand. The air in the hospital ward stagnated for a moment. Hashimoto Ayaka and the others straightened their bodies. The apology and pleading expressions on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a kind of near-indifferent calmness. The expressions of the other 3 changed in synchronization. Their eyes, the curvature of their mouths, and even the minute twitching of their facial muscles presented a weird sense of unity, as if 4 faces were being controlled by a single will. Mr. Amamiya. Hashimoto Ayaka leaned her body forward slightly, and the other 3 almost simultaneously assumed the same forward-leaning posture. The pale light overhead stretched and twisted their shadows. For strips of shadow overlapped and merged on the hospital bed, transforming into a patch of unsettling darkness that completely shrouded Amamiya Rin's face. Their breathing rhythm seemed completely synchronized as well. The inhaled and exhaled breath seemed to converge into an invisible current, bringing with it an uncomfortable sense of oppression. A cold chill shot up Amamiya Rin's spine, and his pupils involuntarily constricted. Hashimoto Ayaka spoke first, her tone becoming hard, we hope you can reconsider the compensation amount. This would be beneficial for both of us. Mikami Yui spoke gently, you have just awakened. Future recovery will still require a lot of money and time, won't it? If you agree to lower the amount now, we can immediately pay a portion in cash to give you some financial leeway. Hateno Yua reminded him, getting entangled in legal procedures is also a huge drain for a patient like you. We don't want to see you obtain a judgment, only to fall into a predicament due to a long enforcement period. After all, the road to recovery is always full of uncertainty. If, during the enforcement period, some regrettable accidental relapses were to occur, that is also a common situation in medicine. Quiet recuperation with reduced external stimulation is the best choice for you. Momanaji Kana's gaze swept over the monitor and bottle by the bedside, finally fixing on Amamiya Rin's pale face. Her pointed words revealed a scent of threat. So, regarding the compensation amount, we believe a more reasonable number is more favorable for the physical and mental health of both parties. What do you think? The four of them had formed a semi-encirclement imperceptibly. Although there was no physical contact, that highly synchronized gaze and the gradually hardening tone brought an inexplicable sense of oppression. I say, are you guys actually threatening me? Amamiya Rin was laughed into anger by these four women. So it's true what they say? The Japanese really only care about superficial etiquette? When Hasumi Mason and bowing don't work, you just start threatening. Using honorifics while threatening people, who the hell are you putting on an act for? Amamiya Rin pulled a smile that wasn't a smile, politely delivering his greeting. Threat? No, just a well-intentioned reminder. The corners of Hashimoto Ayaka's mouth curved up slightly, forming a cold smile. Almost the instant her voice fell, the lights in the hospital ward seemed to flicker slightly. In the blink of an eye, Amamiya Rin suddenly saw the four pairs of eyes staring at him change. The whites of their eyes were spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, the pitch-black pupils seeming to shrink, until the entire eye socket turned into a lifeless, pure white. Four pairs of pure white eyes, indifferently focused on him. Cold, hollow, inhuman. An extreme terror, like a basin of ice water poured over his head, made Amamiya Rin's scalp tingle numbness. All the blood in his body seemed to congeal. His breathing stopped abruptly, his heart pounded wildly in his chest, and he couldn't even move his fingertips. That inhuman gaze lasted only for a fleeting instant. The next moment, the four women's eyes returned to normal, as if everything just now was merely an illusion caused by the lighting. Hashimoto Ayaka raised her hand and gently tucked her short hair behind her ear, her movements natural. Was that really an illusion? A strong sense of unease rose in Amamiya Rin's heart. We hope to resolve this matter peacefully, Mr. Amamiya. Hashimoto Ayaka's voice sounded again. Please seriously consider our proposal one more time. 10 million yen in compensation. This is good for everyone. 10 million? Are you trying to pay off a damn beggar? Rising anger instantly suppressed that brief unease. Amamiya Rin almost squeezed this sentence out through clenched teeth, his face, pale from weakness, flushing with a trace of crimson due to rage. You don't agree? What a pity. It seems words are unable to make you understand our feelings. Hashimoto Ayaka narrowed her eyes slightly. The faces of the other three underwent the same change, and a weird expression surfaced simultaneously on four pretty cheeks. The four of them opened their mouths at the same time. In that instant, Amamiya Rin's breathing stagnated abruptly. Behind those four pairs of cherry-colored lips, deep within the scarlet throats, something seemed to be wriggling. That was absolutely not a human tongue or tonsils, but an existence like tiny tentacles twisting inside the mouths of the four women, and one could faintly see a needlepoint sharp cold glint. What is that thing? Intense nausea and fear slammed into Amamiya Rin's heart. He wanted to resist, but he had no strength. His exhausted body was powerless to move, and he could only watch helplessly as that horrifying thing gradually extended out toward him. _____. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White Heather checkmark read 40 chapters ahead on all series. White Heather checkmark get exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our targets. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters, all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 5, Instant Death from the Start. 1,412 words. Just at this critical moment. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang out, and immediately the ward door was pushed open. Mr. Amamiya, your break. The nurse, carrying a breakfast tray, stopped halfway through her sentence, paused by the heavy atmosphere in the ward and the 4 uninvited guests. Hashimoto Ayaka and the other 3 quickly stood up, closing their mouths and returning to a normal standing posture. But the residual tension in the air and Amamiya Rin's face, pale as paper, made the nurse feel a hint of wrongness. Do you have guests?" the nurse asked hesitantly. Hashimoto Ayaka turned around, a social smile already hung back on her face. "Yes, we are the drivers from the accident. We are discussing compensation matters with Mr. Amamiya." Her tone was natural and fluid, as if nothing had happened just now. The other 3 also turned sideways in sync, revealing almost identical smiles to the nurse, their movements coordinated to a hair-raising degree. Amamiya Rin gasped for air, cold sweat soaking the back of his patient gown. He stared dead at the 4 people, his heart still drumming madly. Just now, what on earth was that? Although the nurse felt the atmosphere was strange, she didn't discover any specific abnormalities, so she said, "It's best if visiting hours don't affect the patient's rest. Mr. Amamiya just woke up and needs quiet recuperation." "Yes, we are leaving right now." Hashimoto Ayaka nodded readily, then turned her head to look at Amamiya Rin, saying with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, "Mr. Amamiya, we hope you will seriously consider our words again. We will come to see you another day." Having said that, the 4 filed out of the room door, not forgetting to nod politely when brushing past the nurse. The door closed gently. The nurse placed the breakfast on the bedside cabinet, watched the 4 women leave, then turned back, looking at Amamiya Rin with concern. "Mr. Amamiya, are you all right? Your complexion looks very bad." Amamiya Rin opened his mouth, wanting to speak of the terrifying scene just now, but swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. "If I say it, will anyone believe it? Things like tentacles inside a human mouth." He ultimately just shook his head. "No, it's nothing, just a bit tired." Although the nurse still had doubts, seeing he didn't wish to say more, she couldn't well ask further. After helping feed Amamiya Rin breakfast, she packed up and left. The hospital ward was left with only Amamiya Rin again. Lying his exhausted body on the hospital bed, Amamiya Rin couldn't help but think of those 4 women just now. Yokai? Or do they have superpowers? Amamiya Rin's expression was grave. He might have seen wrong, but there was definitely a problem with those 4 women, and there was a problem with this world too. And he could be certain those 4 women would definitely come knocking again. At that time, it wouldn't be as light as today. What to do? Compromise? Just 10 million in compensation, treat it as money to buy my life. Amamiya Rin gritted his teeth, wanting to compromise, yet feeling unwilling. Moreover, those 4 women had already exposed themselves in front of him. Now it wasn't a question of whether he was willing to compromise, but whether they were willing to let the matter rest. Being silenced. This was the worst possibility. Amamiya Rin was never willing to pin his hopes on the benevolence of others, he had to consider this worst-case possibility. But what can I do if I don't compromise? He was currently a patient who couldn't even get off the bed properly, while the opposition was for adult women suspected of having special powers. Going head-to-head was absolutely a dead end. Golden finger, what use is my golden finger exactly? That long and clear nightmare surfaced in Amamiya Rin's mind again. A month of exam prep experience, the knowledge points were remembered clearly, but could this stuff be used to fight? Could it be next time they come, he performs solving calculus for them on the spot? He'd probably be beaten to death right there. No, calm down. Amamiya Rin forced himself to take deep breaths, letting his brain think normally. Don't scare yourself. Being scared away by a nurse proves the 4 of them lack the power to insta-kill me, and their abilities don't possess overly strong concealment. I am a reincarnator with a golden finger after all, there's no reason to be stumped by such mini-bosses. As long as a nurse is present every time they visit, I don't need to worry about being attacked. During this week where I can't move, if I can hone a killing move in the dream world, the success rate of a counterkill by catching them off guard definitely won't be 0. Even stealing some hospital drugs, utilizing high school knowledge points to manufacture lethal weapons, I wouldn't be without the power to resist. Anxiety gnawed at Amamiya Rin's heart like snake fangs. The intense sense of crisis forced him not to be as lax as yesterday. Rehab training, I must increase the intensity. During the day's rehabilitation training, Amamiya Rin was even more diligent than the day before. Mr. Amamiya, please don't be so anxious. Recovery needs to proceed step by step. Looking at Amamiya Rin, who was sweating profusely and gritting his teeth to persist, the nurse advised with some worry. It doesn't matter. I want to get better sooner. Amamiya Rin answered panting, trying hard to lift his leg higher. When the training ended, Amamiya Rin was tired to the point of near collapse, and physical exhaustion could also make it easier for Amamiya Rin to fall asleep. Night fell again. The lights in the hospital corridor became dim, and human voices gradually became scarce. Lying alone on the hospital bed, the day's fatigue swallowed his limbs. Gradually, Amamiya Rin's consciousness blurred again, sinking into the chaotic dreamscape. For a moment, only Amamiya Rin's even but slightly exhausted breathing remained in the ward. Moonlight cast a bright band of light on the floor through the gap in the curtains. In the dead of night, the hospital ward's door was silently pushed open. For slender figures glided into the room like ghosts, their movements coordinated without a single superfluous sound. The moonlight shone on their faces, reflecting countenances sufficient to make Amamiya Rin's scalp tingle, because those four were precisely Hashimoto Ayaka, Mikami Yui, Hateno Yua, and Momanaji Kana. Amamiya Rin could never have imagined that Hashimoto Ayaka and the others' retaliation would come so quickly. This was simply not giving him time to develop. Making enemies during the day, wiping out the enemy that same day. Decisive in killing to this degree, if the old ancestors in cultivation worlds were this decisive, not a single protagonist would have the chance to rise. The four women had no expression on their faces, their eyes indifferent. They approached the hospital bed step by step, standing separately on both sides of the head of the bed. Stingy man. If you were a bit more generous, we wouldn't have needed to do this. The four women lowered their heads, eyes pale white, looking at the sleeping Amamiya Rin with an indifferent and disgusted gaze. Their cherry lips opened slightly. The next moment, dozens of tentacles as thin as for tubes slid silently out of their mouths. Those tentacles glistened with wet watery light, the needlepoint cold glint flickering at the ends. They twisted slowly like living things, weaving together into a bundle, connecting the four into a weird whole. The shape of the tentacles was originally a common image in hospitals, but drilling out of human mouths in such a way that violated common sense appeared exceptionally horrifying. They vibrated slightly in the air as if possessing autonomous consciousness. Subsequently, these tentacles surged toward Amamiya Rin's mouth in unison, drilling into the interior of Amamiya Rin's oral cavity. The needle points accurately pierced into his tongue, upper palate, tongue root, and other parts. ________. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark read up to 40 chapters in advance, all stories. White heavy checkmark access exclusive posts and updates first. Let's achieve our community goals. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals plus 1 extra chapter for everybody. Rocket 140 members equals plus 5 additional chapters on all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 6, The Holy Kala Connects Us. 1,224 words. However, the moment the four women's mouthparts connected with Amamiya Rin, their whole bodies trembled. Their pupils instantly dilated and lost focus, and expressions of shock and pain emerged on their faces. The next moment, the large patch of tentacles drooped limply, and the light in the four women's eyes completely extinguished. Like puppets with their strings cut, they collapsed stiffly onto Amamiya Rin's bed. Amamiya Rin knew nothing of what was happening inside the hospital ward. Almost the instant he fell asleep, his consciousness abruptly woke up. However, the scenery presented before his eyes was not the study room from last night, but a dark forest emitting a rotting stench. What's going on? The dream changed. Amamiya Rin looked dumbfounded. He wanted to speak, but what came out was a sharp and unpleasant screech, "Gao!" He struggled to glance downward, rough green skin covered in bumps coated his short arms, and his fingernails were sharp and filthy. I turned into a goblin. Amamiya Rin was even more confused. In his past life, although he mocked himself as a goblin, that definitely didn't mean he actually wanted to turn into this kind of ugly, weak monster that served as experience points in countless fantasy works. This dream is a bit ridiculous. What can I learn by becoming a goblin? Looking around, there were over 20 similarly short and ugly green-skinned creatures. They held rough wooden clubs or rusty short knives, emitting meaningless, gargle sounds. Their eyes were turbid, filled with primitive greed and stupidity. Amamiya Rin felt like he was sitting inside an out-of-control robot, only able to watch helplessly as he'd wandered aimlessly through the gloomy forest with this pack of goblins. They attacked lone wild beasts, beating them indiscriminately with crude weapons, then swarmed up to share the raw meat. The smell of blood and the fishy stench of raw meat made Amamiya Rin want to vomit, but the body sent back an instinctive reaction of satisfaction. This sense of fragmentation between consciousness and body nearly drove him mad. For a long time, Amamiya Rin was forced to experience the miserable life of a bottom-tier goblin. In dark and damp caves, squeezed together with his stinking kind, eating carrion or raw food, constantly guarding against attacks from stronger monsters and subjugation by adventurers. To him, every minute was torture. For nearly half a month, he gained nothing but pain and nausea. As a monster at the bottom of the food chain, the goblin had no skills for Amamiya Rin to learn. On the evening of the 20th day, when Amamiya Rin and the other goblins left the cave to forage, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and human shouts coming from ahead. Right ahead! Goblins spotted! Prepare for battle! A clear young male voice came from the woods. Immediately after, several figures rushed out. It was human adventurers. They wore shiny leather armor or simple chainmail, holding long swords, battle axes, and wooden staves. They looked young too, like novices who had just left the thatched cottage. For justice! Die, monsters! The battle, or rather, the one-sided slaughter, erupted immediately. The goblins let out howls of terror or anger, waving their crude weapons to charge, only to be easily cut down by the adventurers. Green blood and unidentified organs splashed out, smelling foul and fishy. The death of their compatriot scared the wits out of the remaining goblins. Amamiya Rin's body started running, scattering in flight with the other goblins. Behind them were the adventurers' righteous roars and the sound of weapons breaking the wind. A cold sword edge slashed Amamiya Rin's shoulder, bringing indescribable intense pain. Suddenly, the light in the forest underwent a bizarre change. For tall, graceful figures appeared without warning in this gloomy scene. Hashimoto Ayaka, Mikami Yui, Hateno Yua, Momanaji Kana. The four women he had only met once actually appeared in Amamiya Rin's dream world. No way? Am I that sexually repressed? Dreaming of enemies I've only met once, this is too ridiculous. Amamiya Rin screamed inwardly. He saw the four of them, one holding a gorgeous long sword, wearing metal bikini breastplate and war skirt, one gripping a crystal staff, the neckline of her robe as low as it could go, one holding a glowing holy book, wearing pitifully little fabric, and one wearing boxing gloves and only a sports bikini, showing off a fit physique. Their equipment was extremely sparing with fabric, as if they had run out from the reverse world. However, even more bizarre than their attire were their mouths. Dozens of infusion tube-like tentacles extended from their mouths, connecting to each other, entangled and bundled, twisting like living things, linking the four people together. Furthermore, they had no pupils, their eyes were completely white, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Such strong déjà vu. Whenever a character in a Junji Ito manga has a problem, their eyes turn white. Wait! Those tentacles, those for people, the car accident. It's group sick room. Suddenly, Amamiya Rin remembered where exactly his déjà vu came from. The Junji Ito collection, Group Sick Room. The story opens with two female drivers hospitalized due to a car accident. In the same hospital ward, there were 4 other women. Those 4 walked, sat, and laid down in perfect sync. They were together no matter what they did, and they even dreamed the same dream. Later, one of the female drivers discovered that a nerve-like substance was parasitic in their brains. The 4 were connected by bundles of nerves, their spirits becoming one, equivalent to 4 bodies using a single consciousness. Let's tentatively name it the Kala. Because the sacred Kala connects us. The Kala has an instinct to develop itself. It will extend nerves into the target's oral cavity, turning the target into its new body. The end of the manga saw the female driver being chased after discovering the truth, and she successfully severed the nerve line of one body, causing that body to die. However, Junji Ito's manga basically never have complete endings, the plot ended there. Now it seems the female driver was eventually connected by the Kala. Currently, it must be because they don't have money to compensate him, so they want to connect him to the Kala, too. Several people connected by the Kala always hang around together. It seems that because they cannot be too far apart, they don't even eat meals, surviving on 4 drips, and don't go out to work every day. No wonder they don't have enough savings to pay his emotional distress damages. Before Amamiya Rin could think more, the 4 women connected by the Kala had already taken action, chasing down Amamiya Rin simultaneously. Holy slash! Fireball! Light of punishment! 100 crack kick! The sword edge grazed his back, bringing tearing pain. The fireball exploded nearby, the scorching heat wave lifting Amamiya Rin into the air. The holy light beam burned his skin. The wind from the fighter's legs scraped his cheeks painfully. Every hit brought fresh pain to Amamiya Rin. _____. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark jump 40 chapters ahead of the public release. White heavy checkmark. Get access to special perks and news. Help smash these goals. Bullseye 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P. Walnut-chan. Chapter 7, Goblin's Nest, Upper. 1205 words. Is it a nightmare? Amamiya Rin's nightmare. We can't control our bodies. It is a dream, after all. One shouldn't realize it's a dream within a dream. Amamiya Rin is special. Are we hunting Amamiya Rin? This is good. If we can erase his mind in the nightmare, we won't need to connect to his brain. Male brain structures and thought patterns are ultimately very different from females. Wipe him out! Wipe him out! Wipe him out! While their bodies hunted Amamiya Rin, the voices of the four women echoed in their connected minds. After confirming their situation, their spirits became excited, and their eyes filled with killing intent. Although unable to control their bodies, driven by this killing intent, their attacks became even more ferocious. It hurts, 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 hurts. Stop! Stop it now! But Amamiya Rin didn't even have the right to scream, he could only howl madly in his heart. Unable to speak, move, resist, or dodge. He could only let his consciousness follow this body, enduring attacks passively like a puppet, fleeing madly through this despairing forest. Wounds accumulated under the four's attacks, green blood soaking his whole body. It would be normal to drop dead from such heavy injuries, yet he just couldn't die. Is it because it's a dream? This characteristic of immortality in dreams became the cruelest torture at this moment. He suddenly realized that this kind of uncontrollable dreamscape couldn't be counted as a golden finger at all. After all, he couldn't control what type of dream he had. Amamiya Rin desperately wanted to regain control of the body, even if just to make this goblin body turn a corner or dodge one attack. But the only response was the uncontrollable spasms of muscles and even more intense pain. Just as Amamiya Rin's consciousness was almost drowned by endless pain and despair, he suddenly sensed a tiny, almost negligible anomaly. The goblin's body seemed to be responding to his strong will with a slight delay. Amamiya Rin tried his best to urge the body to dodge a fireball. Although he was still blown away by the explosion's shockwave, the fireball that should have hit his torso seemed to have only singed his arm. An illusion. No. It's not an illusion. Amamiya Rin felt a sense of stagnation, like a rusted gear being forcibly turned. This goblin body seemed to actually be producing a weak response to his intense will. Is it because of them? Amamiya Rin looked with difficulty at the four women moving in sync. Their attacks remained the same, expressions wooden, only their eyes filled with ruthlessness, unlike other NPCs who were natural from the inside out. Did their intrusion cause changes in the nightmare? Amamiya Rin wasn't sure of the principle, but he understood that the time to turn the tables had arrived. Gao! Amamiya Rin let out a roar of unclear meaning. Using his newly gained control, he stumbled and fled toward a direction in his memory, the nest of their group of low-level goblins. A dark, damp underground cave filled with branching paths. The four figures chased relentlessly, but unknowingly, the other adventurers had disappeared, leaving only Hashimoto Ayaka's group of still chasing Amamiya Rin. And their speed had slowed down. The four were much more sluggish than before. Fireballs and light beams grazed Amamiya Rin, only scratching his shoulders. Leg winds and sword blades chased closely but were always a few centimeters off. Something's wrong. I got stronger, they got weaker? Amamiya Rin realized this situation while escaping. Although the reason was unknown, this was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Good things came one after another. Seeing the cave entrance from afar, Amamiya Rin rejoiced in his heart, squeezing his spirit even harder to drive the goblin body to scramble into the nest entrance. The four behind him didn't hesitate either, filing straight into the gloomy cave. Inside was even dimmer, with rugged rocks and numerous forks, permeated by a strong stench of rotten blood. Amamiya Rin knew this place like the back of his hand. Thanks to this long nightmare, he was forced to familiarize himself with every inch of this land. He specifically chose narrow, low passages to squeeze through, forcing the pursuers behind to bend over, greatly reducing their speed, so the distance between them grew further and further. If they were normal people, they would retreat from the cave immediately in this situation. Hashimoto Ayaka, Mikami Yui, Hateno Yua, and Momanaji Kana thought the same. But their bodies didn't listen, blindly moving forward, unable to even turn their heads. This abnormal environment made the Kala commanding the four women feel an ominous premonition. In the dark and lightless cave, Amamiya Rin hid in a horizontal depression on the rock wall. he curled up his body, calmly watching the four figures pass through the narrow passage ahead. Hashimoto Ayaka, Mikami Yui, and Hateno Yua passed one by one. Falling at the rear was precisely Momanaji Kana, holding a crystal staff with her robe's neckline opening extremely low. A fierce light flashed in Amamiya Rin's eyes. He raised the rough wooden club and smashed it ruthlessly against the back of Momanaji Kana's head. Momanaji Kana didn't even have time to let out a muffled groan before suffering a heavy blow to the back of her head. Intense dizziness swallowed her consciousness. Her body went soft and fell forward, the crystal staff in her hand falling to the ground with a clatter. Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Almost at the same moment, the bodies of Hashimoto Ayaka, Mikami Yui, and Hateno Yua, who were struggling forward in the narrow passage ahead, stiffened violently. As if hit by an invisible heavy hammer on the back of the head, intense dizziness and pain struck fiercely through that shared neural connection, deforming their movements and nearly causing them to fall. We are injured. Our body was knocked out. Amamiya Rin is behind us. Turn back. No. Can't control the bodies. Enduring the dizziness, the consciousnesses of the four wailed, yet were helpless. They could feel the nightmare's power weakening their strength, as if they had also become one of the nightmare's protagonists. Distortion, despair, pain. The long nightmare now descended not only on Amamiya Rin but also on them. Amamiya Rin would not let this opportunity pass. A hideous smile appeared on the goblin's ugly face. He rudely grabbed the unconscious Momanaji Kana's ankle and forcefully dragged her behind a more hidden rock recess nearby. Behind the recess was a small dead end, filled with the moldy and fishy smell unique to a goblin's nest. Amamiya Rin looked at Momanaji Kana lying on the ground. That mage robe, which saved so much fabric, was now even more messy, exposing large patches of snow-white skin to the dim light, forming a glaring contrast with the filthy surroundings. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark unlock a 40-chapter backlog for all my series. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and regular updates. Help us reach these goals. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 universal bonus chapter. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 8, Goblin's Nest, Part 2. 1,258 words. The details of this nightmare are just too terrible. Amamiya Rin complained frantically in his heart, yet a wave of primitive and savage desire, originating from the goblin's body, surged up like a volcanic eruption. This intense impulse interfered with his own consciousness, mixing with the fear of flight, the anger of being threatened, and the desire to vent after this endless torture. Anyway, it's just a nightmare. It doesn't matter what I do in a dream, right? Amamiya Rin stepped onto Momanaji Kana's lower abdomen, a hideous expression surfacing on his face. In the real world, Morita Hospital, inside room 504. Hashimoto Ayaka, Mikami Yui, Hateno Yua, and Momanaji Kana, who were slumped by Amamiya Rin's bedside, suddenly experienced a physical anomaly. Their breathing rhythm fell into chaotic disarray. Hashimoto Ayaka's brows knitted tightly together, and a suppressed moan of pain spilled from her throat. Mikami Yui's body twitched slightly, a look of pain flashed across her sleeping face, and fine cold sweat seeped from her forehead. Hateno Yua's neck arched back slightly, her throat bulging, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. Momanaji Kana's legs tensed up, her toes curled, and her body arched unnaturally. Suddenly, the four bodies convulsed violently, as if struck by high-voltage electricity at the same time. Their backs arched sharply, their heads and necks stiffly threw back, and their limbs twitched uncontrollably. It was simply as if they were suffering inhumane torture. However, their bodies were unharmed. All 5 people in the room were sleeping, and no one had laid a finger on them. Suddenly, the 4 bodies lying by the hospital bed jerked violently at the same time. Like drowning people violently gasping for air, the 4 women instantly broke free from the deep nightmare. Ha! Ha! 4 pairs of eyes snapped open. Their pupils constricted instantly before dilating rapidly, filled with lingering terror, intense pain, and a blank emptiness. Cold sweat soaked the hair on their foreheads and the clothes on their backs, bringing waves of icy clamminess. A sense of weakness swept over them like a raging tide. 60 days. 5,184,000 seconds. They had fought a bitter battle against Amamiya Rin in the dream's goblin's nest for such a long time. The laws of the nightmare bound their selves, leaving them only able to passively endure Amamiya Rin's assault. That prolonged mental torture made it so that upon waking, their bodies felt as if they had been hollowed out and then roughly stuffed back together, leaving behind indescribable exhaustion and pain, as well as a consciousness scattered by countless impacts. After a good while, their dull gazes slowly focused, and their scattered consciousness gradually gathered. Their eyes turned toward Amamiya Rin on the hospital bed. In that moment, a light mixed with anger, humiliation, and killing intent exploded from those for originally hollow pairs of eyes. The mental breakdown and torture from the 60-day nightmare was deeply branded into their shared consciousness like a red-hot iron. At this moment, their emotions toward Amamiya Rin consisted only of killing intent and a deeply hidden fear. Even now that they were awake, they could still feel intense phantom pain in 12 organs throughout their bodies. This devil! He actually dared to kill him. I'm not clean anymore. Their shared thinking churned violently due to extreme emotions. That phantom pain, which was almost enough to drive one mad, made the four women's killing intent stronger than ever before. Hashimoto Ayaka's eyes became incredibly vicious. Almost relying entirely on a surge of hatred, she squeezed strength from her exhausted and limp body, raising a still trembling hand to grab at Amamiya Rin. She wanted to instantly destroy this man who had brought them endless nightmares and humiliation. However, just then, Amamiya Rin also opened his eyes. His bloodshot pupils stared at Hashimoto Ayaka, and he shouted angrily. Get lost! A massive and firm will, like an invisible giant hammer, smashed ruthlessly into the depths of their common consciousness through the kala that connected the five of them. Hashimoto Ayaka's movements froze instantly, her arms solidifying in mid-air, unable to advance another inch. Can't move. His consciousness? What is going on? Emotions of shock and anger were instantly replaced by even greater horror. They could clearly feel that Amamiya Rin's forceful will was like a solid rampart, savagely blocking their movements and killing intent. Truly foolish. You chose the worst way to kill someone. The corners of Amamiya Rin's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. We are both parts of the kala. There is no rule that only your consciousness can influence me, while my consciousness cannot influence you. In fact, when Hashimoto Ayaka and the other three woke up, Amamiya Rin had also awakened. He remained composed simply to look for a way to break the deadlock. The fact that the four-person group could enter his dream meant that the kala had also linked his brain. As long as he concentrated, he could faintly perceive for extremely similar consciousnesses, so alike that no difference could be picked out, interwoven together like for strands of silk braided into one. He could even sense the thoughts of Hashimoto Ayaka and the others. However, likely due to the connection being too brief, the differences in thinking patterns, and perhaps the long duration of the dream causing a delay in this linked thinking, he could not feel the physical sensations of Hashimoto Ayaka's group 100%. After all, men and women have differences in brain volume, frontal cortex, and hippocampus. For instance, while Hashimoto Ayaka and the others would have weak legs and collapsed bodies due to 60 days of torture, Amamiya Rin could sense their feelings but could not empathize physically due to his different brain. This also resulted in his mental state being better than that of the four women. Although there were four of them, their consciousnesses had been completely assimilated, losing their individuality. They looked like four people, but in reality, they were just one. The strength of willpower could not achieve a sum of 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 4. On the contrary, because of their shared empathy, they endured 4 times the devastation in the nightmare just now. Amamiya Rin was different. Although the two nightmares, totaling 90 days of torture, were painful, they had also tempered his mental resilience to a certain extent. His current willpower firmly surpassed Hashimoto Ayaka's group. Damn it! I must live. I must live. His desire to survive was like a raging fire in a steel furnace, burning incomparably hot. This fire incinerated the killing intent of the four women in one breath and, in turn, dominated their bodies. The fear of the nightmare and reality overlapped at this moment, and the bodies of Hashimoto Ayaka and the others began to tremble uncontrollably again. What exactly are you? Their gazes were filled with dread. But the deeper emotions were undoubtedly regret and panic. A crippled bedridden with illness, yet his dream world was so bizarre, this was something no one could have imagined. To save that little bit of compensation money, they had actually taken the initiative to reach out and grab a deadly poisonous snake. How could they not regret this? ________. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heaver checkmark gain early access to 40 chapters for all stories. White heaver checkmark enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Bullseye 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals plus 5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 9, The Truth of the Dream World. 1,268 words. Get lost. Facing Hashimoto Ayaka's shocked and angry interrogation, Amamiya Rin gave only a one-word response. His powerful will transformed into weapons of war, blasting toward the four women along the Kala connection. Almost simultaneously, the four women were struck as if by lightning. They sprang away from Amamiya Rin's bedside, staggering backward. Due to extreme weakness and panic, their footsteps were vain and chaotic, and they nearly tripped over each other. They didn't even dare to spare another glance at Amamiya Rin, as if he were not a person, but a terrifying abyss that would swallow them whole. The room door closed, cutting off the inside from the outside. Leaning against the cold corridor wall, the four women's faces were frighteningly pale. They gasped violently, their complexions as white as paper, looking as if they had just finished running a marathon of several dozen kilometers. In their shared consciousness, fragments of that 60-day nightmare continued to flash back, bringing waves of physiological nausea and fear. No good, for people, not enough. His will is above ours. Cannot assimilate. Must increase us. Chaotic thoughts echoed within their common brain, finally converging into an urgent directive. They needed a new body. It must be a female body. Male and female brain structures were different, they couldn't complete assimilation in a short time. Instead, due to the gap in willpower, they would be influenced in reverse. They needed more female bodies to make the collective consciousness stronger so they could assimilate Amamiya Rin's brain. Almost coincidentally, four pairs of slightly hollow eyes turned toward the neighboring hospital ward. There lived the young girl named Mitsu Yukiko. The hospital ward was silent, save for the rhythmic ticking of medical instruments and the girl's steady breathing. Mitsu Yukiko slept peacefully under the effect of medication, completely unaware of the approaching crisis. Hashimoto Ayaka and the others, having infiltrated the room, gathered around the bed, looking down at the sleeping girl. Just as they had done to Amamiya Rin before, they slightly opened their mouths. Dozens of wet, slender tentacles extended silently, writhing slightly in the air, glistening with moisture. Their target was the girl's unconsciously parted lips. The tentacles drilled in with precision. The needle-like tips easily found the soft tissue of the upper palate and deep throat, piercing gently to connect with Mitsu Yukiko's cranial nerves. In her sleep, Mitsu Yukiko's brows furrowed slightly. She let out a whimper like sleep-talking, her body tensing unconsciously for an instant before slowly relaxing again. The process was quiet enough to make one's hair stand on end. After a while, those tentacles connecting 5 small, cherry-like mouths gradually melted into the air. They didn't vanish, but rather disappeared from sight, or perhaps hid in a subspace parallel to reality. Otherwise, one could simply use a scalpel to sever all the tentacles. With the connection of the Kala complete, the four women's tense bodies also relaxed. The next moment, the fatigue accumulated over 60 days and Mitsu Yukiko's drowsiness swept over them. Like puppets with their strings cut, the four collapsed softly by Mitsu Yukiko's bed, falling into a deep sleep. Inside the ward, only the sound of 5 even breaths remained. In the neighboring ward, likely due to the delay caused by the increased distance, Amamiya Rin only felt the exhaustion and drowsiness, as well as a newborn consciousness distinct from Hashimoto Ayaka, 10 seconds later. F***CK. It hasn't even been a minute, how has someone else fallen victim already? Amamiya Rin's eyelids twitched, his expression becoming unusually ugly. He could withstand the assimilation of 4 people, maybe 5, but what about 40? 50? And that long dream. Amamiya Rin had only just discovered it. The lengthy dream world was not his golden finger at all. But a curse originating from the Junji Ito worldview. Junji Ito's manga Long Dream, a work that had once been adapted into anime and film. The protagonist suffers from a special curse. Whenever he falls asleep, he falls into a lucid nightmare. Every minute and every second of the nightmare can be clearly felt. Furthermore, the time in the nightmare keeps stretching longer, and the body after waking up undergoes changes because the brain cannot bear the volume of memories. By the final few days, one dream lasted 1,000 years, and the protagonist woke up aged into the appearance of Tengen from Jujutsu Kaisen. On the very last day, his physical body weathered into sand grains, and his spirit entered an eternal dream world. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. It was precisely because he remembered the origin of the dream that Amamiya Rin truly understood the nature of the dream. This wasn't some golden finger, but a malicious curse. A curse that targeted everyone equally. Originally, the dreamer was himself, and he was the only one who needed to bear the malice of the nightmare. But Hashimoto Ayaka also entered his nightmare through the Kala, becoming a target of the nightmare. The nightmare's center of gravity dispersed, which allowed him to gain a certain degree of freedom. However, Amamiya Rin couldn't be happy. Even if he could control his body in the nightmare, the long dream would still impact his brain. The manga protagonist only lasted about 3 months before his body turned to dust. What could he do? Moreover, the nightmare's environment was uncontrollable. If it was Goblin's Nest every time, using the dream time to study would be unstable. What a sin! Transmigrated to a parallel world, starting with 2 fatal, unsolvable curses, was there anyone unluckier than him? Enduring the ceaseless exhaustion and drowsiness, Amamiya Rin sighed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the early morning sunlight pierced through the gaps in the curtains, awakening Amamiya Rin's consciousness. Gazing at the pale white hospital ward on all sides, feeling the thoughts constantly flowing into his brain, the memories of last night surged into his heart. Amamiya Rin exhaled weakly. At this moment, his ward door was pushed open and a nurse walked in carrying breakfast. Seeing Amamiya Rin's complexion was off, the nurse asked with concern, "Mr. Amamiya, good morning. How did you rest last night? Your complexion seems even worse than yesterday." Amamiya Rin sighed. "I had another nightmare. Nurse, after I finish breakfast, could you please trouble yourself to ask Dr. Kuroda to come over? I have some situations I want to understand." Hearing this, the nurse nodded. After feeding breakfast to Amamiya Rin, she immediately went to bring Dr. Kuroda. Dr. Kuroda pushed the door open and entered, a gentle smile on his face. He asked Amamiya Rin with concern, "Amamiya-kun, you were looking for me? Is there some special discomfort in your body? Or do you have questions about the rehabilitation plan?" Amamiya Rin did not answer immediately. He weighed his words, his gaze looking straight at Dr. Kuroda. "Dr. Kuroda, I had another very long dream last night. It was terribly clear, and it felt like it lasted a long time, unnaturally long. After waking up, the exhaustion felt as if I had really spent that much time, and I can remember every single thing that happened in the dream. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark read 40 chapters ahead of everyone else. White heavy checkmark get cool exclusive stuff and updates. Let's hit these goals. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals 1 extra chapter for the public. Rocket 140 members equals 5 extra chapters on all stories for supporters. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 10, Deep Hypnosis. 1,291 words. After listening to Amamiya Rin's words, Dr. Kuroda's expression remained unchanged. Post-traumatic brain injury often results in sleep disorders and abnormal dreams. This is likely just a part of the recovery process. It is not just abnormal. Amamiya Rin interrupted Dr. Kuroda before he could finish. This dream was so long that it reminded me of a ghost story I heard before. I believe it supposedly happened right here at Morita Hospital. The story goes that there was a patient who always had exceptionally long dreams. The time spent inside the dreams grew longer and longer, until finally, it was said that because the subjective time in the dream was so vast, his body couldn't withstand the sheer volume of memories, causing him to wither away into dust. Dr. Kuroda, have you heard of this rumor? The hospital ward fell silent for a few seconds, save for the rhythmic beeping of the monitor. The smile on Dr. Kuroda's face gradually faded. He looked at Amamiya Rin in silence, the gaze behind his lenses becoming somewhat complex. It seems you are much sharper than I imagined, Amamiya-kun. That is correct, I know of that rumor. Furthermore, it is not a rumor. That patient was one I treated personally. It is a peculiar condition that we cannot fully comprehend, I call it that long dream. Dr. Kuroda sighed softly and pushed up his glasses. You were strictly injured at the time, your brain activity had nearly ceased, and the probability of waking up through conventional means was infinitesimal. I could not simply watch a young life vanish like that. So, I attempted an unconventional method. I took a certain substance left behind by that patient and injected it into your cerebrospinal fluid. I hope to utilize its property of inducing lengthy dreams to intensely stimulate your cerebral cortex, forcibly waking you from your deep coma. The result, as you can see, is a success, Amamiya-kun. You have awakened. Although, it has brought about some obvious side effects, such as the endless nightmare you are currently experiencing. Amamiya Rin let out a cold laugh and asked Dr. Kuroda, "It's not as simple as just a nightmare, is it? I only have a few months left to live?" According to the content of that ghost story, 3 months should be the limit, right? Dr. Kuroda's gaze drifted, appearing slightly guilty. He spoke in a grave, earnest tone. Being able to live for 3 extra months is surely better than never waking up at all, Amamiya-kun. Even if your physical body dies, you can continue to live on within the dream world, can't you? That assumes it isn't a nightmare. Suffering eternal torture in an endless nightmare, do you think this is for my own good? Amamiya Rin furrowed his brows, interrupting Dr. Kuroda once again. His gaze was cold and piercing as he stared straight into Dr. Kuroda's eyes. At least it is better than death. Dr. Kuroda avoided Amamiya Rin's sharp gaze. Do one thing for me. Amamiya Rin did not tangle further with Dr. Kuroda on this topic but bluntly stated his demand. The implication was clear, as long as Kuroda agreed to help, Rin would not pursue the matter further. There was no other choice, the deed was done, and continuing to blame Dr. Kuroda was meaningless. What needed to be done now was to try and reverse his death. Dr. Kuroda responded immediately, please, speak. Amamiya Rin spoke calmly, in my view, that long dream counts as a semi-lucid dream. The reason I say semi is that while in that long dream, one can recognize it is a dream world, yet one cannot control the body. It is precisely because of this that long dream becomes a nightmare. Dr. Kuroda was a smart man. Hearing Amamiya Rin say this, he immediately understood his intent. So, you want to learn lucid dreaming, to turn the nightmare into a sweet dream. It dawned on Dr. Kuroda, he hadn't considered this method. Because he never planned to reveal that long dream to the public, the ethical implications involving that long dream were too severe. Even if he hoped to use that long dream to benefit humanity, he dared not expose it lightly. Exactly, Dr. Kuroda. I want you to hire a hypnotist for me, someone to help me learn to master lucid dreaming. It must be done before tonight. Yesterday I had a 60-day nightmare, the day before I had a 30-day nightmare. I do not wish to have a 90-day meaningless nightmare today. I understand. Dr. Kuroda pushed up his glasses, a complex emotion flashing across his face. There was guilt, but also the joy of a researcher seeing a breakthrough. I will contact someone immediately and strive to find a suitable candidate within the day. With that, Dr. Kuroda walked quickly out of the hospital ward. Time passed slowly in waiting. Amamiya Rin forced himself to stay awake and performed rehabilitation exercises. But the mental wear and tear brought by the 90-day nightmare was far beyond imagination. Not only that, but Amamiya Rin could also continuously sense the consciousness of the other 5 people. The consciousness of the 5th person was currently assimilating with the other 4. Amamiya Rin felt this, yet could not stop it. He could barely protect himself. An endless stream of female thoughts was invading his brain through the Ikala. He had to exert all his effort just to prevent his own consciousness from being assimilated. By evening, there was a knock on the ward door again. Dr. Kuroda walked in with a middle-aged man who looked to be about 50 years old. The middle-aged man wore black-framed glasses, a white lab coat, and a tie. His sparse hair was plastered obediently to his scalp, tinged with grey. The muscle lines on his cheeks were stiff, his mouth pressed into a flat line, and his facial contours appeared somewhat rigid due to tension. His overall demeanor was serious, exuding a strange and mysterious aura. Amamiya-kun, this is Professor Matsura from the medical department of Cam 1 University. He has profound attainments in the field of hypnotherapy, Dr. Kuroda introduced him, his tone carrying a sense of respect. Professor Matsura nodded slightly. He opened his owl-like eyes wide, his emotions appearing somewhat hyperactive. Dr. Kuroda has briefly explained the situation. An abnormally long dream world. He, what a truly fascinating phenomenon. Relax, Amamiya-kun, I will help you. Amamiya Rin did not waste words and asked directly, Professor, I can maintain lucidity within the dream world. What I need now is to control this me in the dream, or even control the dream itself. Can this be done? It is my first time encountering a case like yours, so I dare not make any guarantees. However, using hypnosis to allow your dream self to move freely, that sort of thing is tentatively achievable. As for teaching you to master this technique, that depends on your aptitude for learning. As Professor Matsura spoke, he took an old-fashioned metal pocket watch from his pocket. He opened the cover, letting the shiny chain hang down to form a delicate pendulum. All right, Mr. Amamiya, let us not waste time. Let us begin. Professor Matsura's voice rose in pitch, a gleam flashing in his eyes, looking eager to try. Amamiya Rin cooperated by lying flat. He, like Professor Matsura, looked forward to the impending hypnosis. Underscore 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 underscore. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White Heavy checkmark new releases are dropping, plus get exclusive content and updates. White Heavy checkmark help us unlock community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals plus 5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 11, Dream Control. Psycho Busujima? 1,291 words. The pocket watch in Professor Matsura's hand began to swing rhythmically. Its metal casing reflected the fluorescent light, beaming into Amamiya Rin's pupils, which followed the watch's rotation in tandem. Watch this swinging motion, very good. Your eyelids are becoming heavy, and your breathing is slowing down, yes, just like that. But your heart remains lucid, more lucid than ever before. Professor Matsura's voice became lower and more distant, as if coming from the ends of the earth, yet also echoing directly in the depths of Amamiya Rin's heart. You will fall asleep, but your consciousness will remain awake. In the dream world, you are the center. What you see, what you hear, what you sense, all is shaped by your will. Everything in the dream is false, only your will is real. You are the master of the dream. In the dream world, you are absolutely safe. Nothing can harm you. Gradually, Amamiya Rin felt his eyelids grow heavier and heavier, and the scenery before him began to blur. He didn't know how much time had passed before ear-piercing alarms, explosions, and terrified screams startled him awake. Amamiya Rin fell into a trance, only to find himself standing in the middle of a chaotic street. As far as the eye could see, it was a mess. A dozen cars had crashed into each other at odd angles. The friction of metal had ignited leaking gasoline, and the raging fire formed a high wall, cutting off the street while billowing thick smoke rose into the sky. People scattered like headless flies, their screams and cries rising and falling in waves. Walking Dead with ashen skin wove through the chaotic crowd, emitting meaningless rasps from their mouths. After pouncing on the fleeing living, they opened their bloody maws to tear and bite into fresh human flesh. Resident Evil. Looking at the scenery around him, Amamiya Rin spoke, and in the next moment, he realized that he seemed to be able to control his body. He lifted his hand and clenched his fist, feeling his body was unusually heavy. But he could move. He could move according to his own will. Sure enough. Hypnosis is useful. Amamiya Rin waved his arm in excitement, smiling uncontrollably. He remembered a certain manga by Junji Ito where a genius hypnotist hypnotized a capitalist. The effect continued even after the capitalist died and became a ghost. Sure enough, in this bizarre world, even hypnosis was surreal. While Amamiya Rin was still immersed in the joy of his plan's perfect execution, a gust of wind carrying a rotten stench blew into his face. Several zombies with hideous features stumbled forward. Despite their gait, their speed was not slow at all as they pounced from the front. Amamiya Rin's expression shifted slightly. Subconsciously, he wanted to dodge to the side, but his body felt as heavy as lead. Between the thought arising and the action following, there was a delay of more than a beat. Even his attempt to construct the thought these zombies do not exist in his mind was like a stone sinking into the ocean. The dream world remained unchanged. As expected, Professor Matsura's hypnosis had only allowed him to awaken from the nightmare, but it hadn't truly allowed him to turn the nightmare into his home turf. After all, the long dream was not his personal dream. Amamiya Rin could faintly sense 5 other consciousnesses. The 5 people connected by the Kala were also in this dream world. This dream world was constructed by the spirits of the 6 of them. Amamiya Rin was not the sole master of the dream. However, even if Amamiya Rin were the only one dreaming, he didn't feel he could control the dream. Although Professor Matsura's hypnosis was impressive, it was still limited to human technology, and the long dream was obviously not something a human brain could construct. To completely control the nightmare, perhaps he would need that unnamed genius hypnotist to step in? Even so. I don't want to be bitten by zombies. Can someone save me? Amamiya Rin stood frozen in place. He already had thoughts of giving up, it was a dream anyway. But his resistance to becoming food for zombies made him pray from the bottom of his heart for someone to come and save the day. Almost at the same instant this thought flashed by. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The anticipated pain did not arrive, only a few drops of warm, viscous liquid splattered onto Amamiya Rin's face. He snapped back to reality, only to see the head of the zombie in front of him explode like a smashed watermelon. The headless body swayed before crashing heavily to the ground. Standing beside the corpse was a beautiful girl holding a wooden sword. Her long purple hair was strikingly conspicuous amidst the firelight and smoke, fluttering slightly with her movements. The hills on her chest heaved like pudding. The tall, slender girl had a cold, beautiful face and wore a white school uniform. Her wooden sword remained in a downward swinging posture, the blade stained with red and white filth. "Are you all right, Rinkuan?" The purple-haired girl slowly lowered her wooden sword and turned her head to look at Amamiya Rin. "Psycho Busujima." Amamiya Rin's pupils gradually dilated as he shouted the name of the girl before him in shock. "What is it?" "Rinkuan." The purple-haired girl tilted her head, confused by Amamiya Rin's exaggerated reaction. It was Amamiya Rin who should be confused. He absolutely could not be mistaken. The beautiful girl before him was none other than the heroine of High School of the Dead, Psycho Busujima. But why would Psycho Busujima appear here? And acting as if she were very familiar with him? Could it be the influence of my will on the dream? Amamiya Rin reacted quickly. Just as Professor Matsura had said, dreams come from the dreamer's will, or rather, the dreamer's cognition. The things in the dream world were all evolved from Amamiya Rin's subconscious. Since it was a zombie world, Amamiya Rin's subconscious would definitely think of Leon and Ada Wong. If it were a Japanese setting, he would inevitably think of Psycho Busujima. Under Professor Matsura's targeted hypnosis, although Amamiya Rin could not yet manipulate the dream, this dream definitely had safety mechanisms. When he desperately needed protection, the sudden appearance of Psycho Busujima was obviously his safety mechanism. This is truly fantastic. Amamiya Rin began to feel that living in the dream world might actually be quite nice. After all, the Junji Ito worldview had too many world-ending crises. The hanging balloons, an unsolvable apocalyptic urban legend. Hellstar Remina, based on the judgment star of Chulhu mythology, an unsolvable natural disaster. Gaio, cursed bacteria, an unsolvable apocalyptic urban legend. I Am a Hero, spin-off, a side story drawn by Junji Ito for I Am a Hero, featuring a biohazard-type apocalyptic disaster similar to High School of the Dead. The Village of Spirit Music, where a demon god from underground transforms women into demons. Uzumaki, an unsolvable curse that transcends the planet and can twist the galaxy. Army of One, where humans commit mass suicide. Rinkuan. Psycho Busujima reached out to touch Amamiya Rin's forehead, her gaze revealing a look of worry. Her slightly cool fingers touched Amamiya Rin's forehead, pulling him back to reality from his chaotic thoughts. _________. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 12, Nightmare Great Adventure. 1,337 words. I'm fine, just a bit confused. Amamiya Rin came back to his senses, gazed at the surrounding scenery, and couldn't help but sigh. He was still overthinking things. This zombie apocalypse dream world wasn't much better than the real world. To live eternally in the dream, one must at least control the dream first. At this moment, several more zombies dragged their broken bodies and gathered around. Psycho Busujima spun and swung her sword, the blade tracing a fierce arc that accurately crushed the throat of the foremost zombie. She took a step back, creating distance from the second zombie, and thrust the wooden sword fiercely. It hit the zombie right in the throat, causing its head to tilt back unnaturally. The third zombie pounced to close range. Psycho Busujima didn't retreat but advanced instead. While sideways dodging the creature's scratching claws, her wooden sword tore through the air with a heavy whistle, striking the zombie's neck and snapping it instantly. Psycho Busujima's movements were clean and efficient, not flashy, but completely practical in style. Witnessing Psycho Busujima's fighting method, Amamiya Rin's eyes glazed over for a moment as fragmented memories surfaced from the depths of his brain. The previous owner of his body seemed to have been in the kendo club during high school. Although his kendo level was average, he had mastered the basic forms. In other words, her kendo comes from the original body's memories. Amamiya Rin fell into thought. According to the pattern, this nightmare wouldn't last less than 90 days. If he learned kendo from Psycho Busujima during these 90 days, it would be enough to pick up the predecessor's kendo again. Although kendo couldn't deal with those monsters and ghosts, the Junji Ito world wasn't populated by just monsters and ghosts, but also those abstract humanoids. It's not safe here, we need to leave as soon as possible. Stay close to me, Rinkuan. Psycho Busujima flicked the filth off the wooden sword, her gaze quickly sweeping over the approaching zombies, and she actively charged forward to kill. The wooden sword broke through the air. Psycho Busujima's slashes were swift as lightning, precise and ruthless. Every swing was aimed at vital points like the zombies' throats or necks. There were no superfluous movements, nor was a single ounce of strength wasted. Her efficiency was terrifyingly high. Stepping over the fallen corpses, Amamiya Rin struggled to move his heavy legs, following that valiant and heroic figure. Soon, the two broke through a small wave of the horde and fled into a large building nearby. It was a large home center. The space inside was open, but equally messy. Merchandise shelves were toppled askew, with various tools, building materials, and home furnishings scattered all over the floor. Zombies wearing work uniforms swayed as they walked through the aisles between the shelves. Their muddled eyes immediately turned vicious upon hearing the footsteps of the pair. Pairs of eyes focused on Amamiya Rin and Psycho Busujima. Dozens of stumbling figures ran out from the depths of the sales floor, pouncing straight toward them. "Leave this to me. You go block the main entrance." Psycho Busujima spoke briefly, gripping the wooden sword and meeting them head-on. Amamiya Rin endured the heaviness of his body. He first closed the glass doors, then pulled items off the shelves, forcefully pushing the lighter shelves one after another against the main gate to form a simple barrier. When Amamiya Rin sat against the shelf to recover his exhausted stamina, Psycho Busujima had already killed all the zombies in the home center and was walking toward him. The tip of the wooden sword dragged on the ground, leaving a faint trail of blood. Psycho Busujima's breathing was slightly rapid, and her cheeks were flushed with an unnatural redness. Those calm, sharp eyes were now shockingly bright, and the corners of her mouth curled upward uncontrollably, revealing a slightly twisted smile. Her entire body radiated a dangerous aura. Amamiya Rin sat on the ground leaning against the shelf, looking up as she walked closer, and tentatively called out, "Psycho!" Hearing his voice, Psycho Busujima's footsteps paused. Her body stiffened slightly. While her eyes flickered, she took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Her somewhat hyperactive expression gradually returned to normal, though her gaze remained a bit drifting. "To let you see such an unsightly appearance, please forget it, Rinkoen." Psycho Busujima turned her head slightly away, using her left hand to tuck her purple hair, wet with sweat, behind her ear. Her voice carried a trace of imperceptible embarrassment. "Not at all." Amamiya Rin leaned against the shelf and reached out, gently holding Psycho Busujima's right hand, which still gripped the wooden sword. His gaze was frank, carrying a kind of pure affection. "That side of Psycho is also very charming. I like it very much." Psycho Busujima's cheeks were instantly dyed with another shade of crimson. She looked away somewhat uncomfortably, her fingers unconsciously caressing the handle of the wooden sword. Seeing the increasingly bright and beautiful girl, Amamiya Rin didn't hide the fondness in his eyes. The Psycho Busujima shaped by his subconscious had gathered almost every adjective related to beauty. The 3D version before his eyes was even more beautiful than the 2D version, matching his preferences completely. Moreover, her favorability rating toward him seemed to start at intimate, otherwise she wouldn't show such a shy expression. The Sandman's Lair, in this manga story by Junji Ito, the protagonist's body reverses inside and out. It can swap the dream self into reality, and also drag real people into the dream. If I had that kind of curse, I could bring Psycho from the dream into the real world. Just as Amamiya Rin was thinking this, violent impact sounds suddenly came from outside the door, interrupting his train of thought. Bang! 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 Heavy impacts, like a hammer striking a drum, caused the shelves to tremble. Looking back, a horrifying scene broke into his vision. Outside the glass main doors, grey, ferocious faces were pressed tightly against the surface. Dozens of zombies were squeezed together layer upon layer, pairs of palms frantically slapping the glass. Accompanied by the vibration of the glass doors, cracks began to spread across them like spiderwebs. Looking out through the gaps in the shelves, the street was packed with dense crowds of zombies surging like a rising tide. They pushed and shoved each other, constantly slamming against the home center's main entrance. Grey arms and hideous faces almost filled the entire field of view. The situation isn't good. There are more and more of them. Even I can't kill this many zombies. Psycho Busujima instantly entered combat mode, her eyes solemnly scanning the zombies outside, her previous shyness vanishing without a trace. Block the door first. Amamiya Rin realized that such an unreasonable scene was likely the nightmare's malice targeting him. Before the zombies could shatter the glass doors, the two pushed more shelves over. More than a dozen shelves were piled up at the entrance, forming layer upon layer of partitions. No matter how many zombies there were, it would take time for them to kill their way in. After temporarily stabilizing the defensive line at the entrance, Psycho Busujima asked Amamiya Rin, "There is no food in the home center. Shouldn't we retreat via the emergency exit?" Amamiya Rin sat wearily on the ground. Hearing Psycho Busujima's question, his gaze swept over the equipment scattered all around the floor, and the corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. "You're right, there is no food in the home center. But the materials to make weapons are abundant. _______. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 13, Art is an Explosion. 1,442 words. After resting for a moment to recover his stamina, Amamiya Rin obtained potassium nitrate fertilizer from the gardening section of the home center, sulfur powder from the hardware section, charcoal from the barbecue section, along with a scattered pile of other materials. Wearing protective gear and with the assistance of Psycho Busujima, Amamiya Rin utilized his recently reviewed high school knowledge. Using potassium nitrate, sulfur, charcoal, ball bearings, and medium-sized iron buckets, he spent half an hour manufacturing a 2,000-gram explosive charge. Although Amamiya Rin would have preferred to make thermite bombs, deflagration bombs, or even sodium azide bombs, he was still lacking the necessary equipment and materials. Let's test its power. Amamiya Rin handed the explosive bucket and a lighter to Psycho Busujima. Psycho Busujima took the explosive bucket, weighed it in her hand, and turned to walk toward the entrance of the home center. Outside the main doors, which were blocked by over a dozen shelves, the sturdy glass doors had already shattered under the crushing pressure of hundreds of zombies. The zombies roared as they rammed against the shelves, causing the barricade to tremble faintly. Psycho Busujima leaped lightly onto the top of the shelves, her long purple hair fluttering in the light. She looked down at the walking dead below, used the lighter to ignite the fuse of the explosive charge, and tossed it toward the area where the zombies were most dense. The explosive charge traced an arc through the air and fell into the roaring horde of corpses. After a brief silence. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air. Flames shot into the sky, while thick smoke and a foul stench spread outward. Over a dozen zombies were blown to pieces by the violent shockwave, and even more were flipped to the ground by the explosion's aftermath. Art is an explosion! Feeling the scorching heat rushing toward his face, Amamiya Rin spread his arms and shouted loudly, fitting the occasion perfectly. Psycho Busujima turned her head and looked at Amamiya Rin speechlessly. She was always unable to understand the strange neural circuits of her male companion. The situation has gotten worse. The sound of the explosion will attract zombies from the entire area, Psycho Busujima reminded Amamiya Rin as she jumped down from the shelf. Even if they used explosives to eliminate a few zombies, the situation would not improve. The massive noise would attract more zombies. Hundreds were already surging in from all directions, filling the empty space blasted by the explosive charge in the blink of an eye. It doesn't matter. Even without the sound of the explosion, what is destined to come will come sooner or later. Amamiya Rin chuckled, not caring in the slightest. The long dream was essentially a nightmare. No matter how he hid, it was impossible to shake off these zombies. Whether he used explosive charges or fled through the back door, he would eventually run into a massive tide of corpses. Since that was the case, then let's blow them up. Blow them until their faces bloom like peach blossoms. You continue to reinforce the defensive line. I'm going to make more explosive charges. Amamiya Rin had Psycho Busujima push more shells to reinforce the barricade at the main gate, while he ran off to continue manufacturing explosives. A place like a home center might not have much else, but it had plenty of materials. It wasn't until 2 hours later, when the defensive line at the home center's entrance was about to completely collapse, that Amamiya Rin finally managed to manufacture 10 2,000-gram explosive charges with Psycho Busujima's assistance. Stuffing the explosives into a hiking backpack he had found, Amamiya Rin handed the bag to Psycho Busujima. Let's leave through the back door and find a place with a sufficient supply of water and food. Psycho Busujima nodded, the wooden sword held in her hand, and moved first toward the employee channel. The situation in the back alley was slightly better than imagined. There were only a scattered dozen or so zombies wandering about. Psycho Busujima quickly dispatched them. Amamiya Rin tried hard to keep up with her pace from behind, but his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and he couldn't walk fast at all. This won't work. I can't get far just by walking. Amamiya Rin prayed intensely in his heart while adjusting his breathing. I need a car. I need someone who can drive. Although Amamiya Rin could drive, given his heavy body in the dream, it was too easy to get into a car accident. As if responding to his call, a vague cry of alarm suddenly came from not far ahead, followed immediately by the sound of glass being shattered by a heavy object. The two exchanged a glance and vigilantly approached the source of the sound. Turning the corner of the alley, the tragic state of a convenience store came into view. The glass windows facing the street had been smashed to pieces. Shelves were toppled askew, with merchandise scattered all over the floor. Dozens of zombies surrounded the main entrance, and a few were attempting to crawl in through the broken windows. Looking through the gaps between the zombies, a dazzling streak of gold was particularly conspicuous amidst the mess. A woman with extremely voluptuous curves and golden hair was clutching a medical kit, standing helplessly in front of a shelf. It's MS Marikawa! Saiko Busujima shouted, looking slightly surprised. Shizuka Marikawa. Medic plus driver, good lord, talk about getting what you want. A look of joy appeared on Amamiya Rin's face. Although this ability to have his wishes come true had major limitations and wasn't enough to counter true danger, it was incredibly convenient for small matters. Saiko, the explosive charge! Amamiya Rin shouted immediately. The surrounding zombies were gathering more and more, fighting hard was obviously unwise. Saiko Busujima immediately understood Amamiya Rin's intent. She quickly took an explosive charge from the backpack and lit the fuse. Ms. Marikawa. Find cover! At the same time, Amamiya Rin shouted toward the golden-haired figure inside the convenience store. Shizuka Marikawa seemed to freeze for a moment, but she immediately hugged the medical kit and shrank behind a shelf. Saiko Busujima calculated the timing and swung her arm violently, accurately throwing the explosive charge into the area where the zombie herd was most dense. Boom! The massive explosion was deafening. Flames and thick smoke instantly swallowed the zombies at the entrance of the convenience store. The shockwave directly shattered the remaining glass of the store, blasting a huge gap in the zombie horde blocking the outside. In the next moment, Saiko Busujima rushed into the smoke and dust like an arrow released from the string, her wooden sword swinging ruthlessly to quickly clear away the remaining zombies. Amamiya Rin also struggled to keep up, rushing into the messy convenience store. Ms. Marikawa, are you all right? Ah, I'm saved. The smoke and dust inside the convenience store gradually dispersed. Shizuka Marikawa blinked her large, hazy eyes, seeming to finally understand the current situation. Student Amamiya, Student Busujima. Shizuka Marikawa stumbled over, clutching the medical kit. Her voluptuous chest swayed gently with her movements. However, she seemed completely oblivious to the mess under her feet. She stumbled, and her entire body lunged forward. Wait. Before Amamiya Rin could finish speaking, he was hit full-on by a soft yet extremely heavy impact. It was like the impact of a flesh tank. His already heavy body couldn't withstand this sudden weight at all. His legs went soft, and he staggered, falling backward. Eek! Shizuka Marikawa cried out in surprise, her hand subconsciously gripping Amamiya Rin's clothes tightly. The result was that both of them fell to the ground together. Ooh! The heavy impact made Amamiya Rin groan as his back slammed solidly onto the floor, shaking him until he saw stars. Shizuka Marikawa's fullness, carrying astonishing elasticity and weight, crushed onto his face. His vision was completely obscured by a patch of soft white fabric, and his nasal cavity was filled with a sweet, cloying fragrance mixed with the scent of disinfectant. The gapless crushing brought a strong sense of suffocation to Amamiya Rin, causing him to subconsciously open his mouth. ________. New story, ZZZ, Mr. Ethereal does not want to see a tragedy. White heavy checkmark get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 14, Nightmare must also become a sweet dream. 1,314 words. NN. I'm sorry. Amamiya-kun. Are you alright? Feeling that the ground beneath her didn't feel right, Shizuka Marikawa flusteredly tried to prop herself up, but in her panic, she slipped again and pressed down heavily once more. Another heavy squeeze. Amamiya Rin felt like he was truly about to suffocate. Shizuka-sensei, please get up first. Saiko Busujima was standing beside them before they knew it. She leaned down slightly, helped the still dizzy school nurse stand steady, and then reached out to pull Amamiya Rin up from the floor. Cough, cough. I'm saved. Amamiya Rin gasped for air, his face still bearing red marks from being smothered. Sorry about that, Amamiya-kun. Shizuka Marikawa finally stood firm, though she still wore that dazed look of someone who hadn't grasped the situation. She pressed her palms together in apology towards Amamiya Rin. I should be the one saying thanks for the treat. Amamiya Rin rubbed his face, his gaze sweeping past Shizuka Marikawa's chest. Shizuka Marikawa tilted her head in confusion, tapping a finger against her pink, cherry-like lips. Now is not the time for this. We need to leave. Saiko Busujima interrupted them, her eye scanning the outside of the convenience store. The explosion had temporarily cleared the surrounding zombies, but more were gathering. Sensei, can you drive? Amamiya Rin hurriedly asked Shizuka Marikawa. I can. Shizuka Marikawa nodded, her expression finally turning a bit serious. My car is parked right across the street. I came out to buy some things, but those weird people stopped me and wouldn't let me leave. Everyone has become so strange. Shizuka Marikawa looked distressed, this airhead seemed to not have fully grasped the situation yet. It'll be much easier with a car. Amamiya Rin and Saiko Busujima exchanged a glance. They quickly collected a large amount of food and dragged the dawdling Shizuka Marikawa out of the convenience store. Shizuka Marikawa looked dazed, but her driving skills were unexpectedly reliable. The car nimbly wove through the chaotic streets, bypassing vehicles abandoned on the road. Within 10 minutes or so, they drove into an apartment complex. Carrying bags big and small, the group went up to the 5th floor. Shizuka Marikawa took out her key, opened the door, and shouted energetically. I'm back. There was no response from inside other than the echo. Shizuka Marikawa walked into the entryway first, then turned back to greet the two outside the door. Busujima-san, Amamiya-kun, welcome to my home. Shizuka Marikawa's tone still carried a carefree lightness, oblivious to the world state. Amamiya Rin and Saiko Busujima, having gotten used to her mannerisms, carried the various supplies inside. They discovered that Shizuka Marikawa's home was full of lived-in vibes. To put it bluntly, it was messy. Various items were strewn about, brightly colored underwear was draped over the sofa, and snack bags and empty beer cans were scattered on the coffee table and floor. Shizuka Marikawa set down the medical kit, kicked off her shoes, and stepped onto the floor with bare feet. She patted her stained doctor's coat and turned to ask Saiko Busujima, "You're so dirty. Busujima-san, want to wash up together? My bathroom is quite big." Saiko Busujima sniffed the scent of foul blood all over her body and nodded with a smile. Amamiya Rin, however, dove headfirst into the sofa. He was too tired. Damn this, long dream. Amamiya Rin complained internally, his eyes glazed over as he stared motionlessly at the ceiling. Moving freely in the dream world is just too draining. I should save energy where I can. Amamiya Rin sighed, his thoughts gradually becoming sluggish. He didn't know how much time had passed before the clanging of a spatula and faint conversation woke him. He blinked his dry eyes and slowly sat up. I actually fell asleep inside a dream. Amamiya Rin muttered to himself, rubbing the space between his eyebrows as he looked around. The kitchen lights were warm, silhouetting two busy figures. However, the scene caused his body to freeze instantly. Saiko Busujima stood before the stove, focused on flipping fish fillets in a pan. Her silky long purple hair was pinned up, revealing the elegant curve of her neck and her smooth back. She wore a light-colored apron, but the ties were loosely draped behind her waist, leaving her snow-white skin exposed to Amamiya Rin's view without obstruction. Beneath that apron, there was nothing. Beside her, Shizuka Marikawa was humming an off-key tune, busy stirring a soup pot. She was wrapped only in a bath towel. The white towel barely contained her impressive upper body, and the hem just managed to cover the curve of her hips. The vast expanse of white skin and her long legs were dazzling. The knot of the towel was tied at her side, looking like it was in danger of coming loose at any moment, yet she seemed to find nothing wrong with it. Oh my, Rin-kun, you're awake. Saiko Busujima was the first to notice Amamiya Rin waking up. She turned sideways and smiled gently at him. Amamiya-kun, are you hungry? Just wait a little longer, it's almost ready to eat. Shizuka Marikawa also turned her head, her smile bright and airheaded. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Amamiya Rin felt his brain's processing speed lagging. Is my subconscious too sexually repressed? Pooey pooey pooey. What do you mean repressed? I'm not a eunuch, this is a normal physiological need. Amamiya Rin mentally punched away the self-righteous thought and looked at Saiko Busujima and Shizuka Marikawa with righteous confidence. Saiko Busujima followed his gaze down to herself, a blush rising on her face. The laundromat hasn't been opened these past few days. The clothes Marikawa-sensei took off haven't been washed, so we have to make do with this for now. Hee. We're at home anyway, so it doesn't matter. Shizuka Marikawa lightly knocked her head with her fist and stuck out her tongue. She remained completely unaware that the towel was slipping down with her movements. Please, I beg you to continue this in the future. It improves my subjective initiative. Amamiya Rin pressed his hands together and spoke with sincerity. In the days of the dream that followed, Amamiya Rin relied on the rewards he received from Saiko Busujima and Shizuka Marikawa to withstand the exhaustion imposed by the dream, turning desire into motivation. Saiko Busujima instructed him in kendo daily, repeatedly refining every move from basic stances to fierce slashes. Although Amamiya Rin's body felt heavy, his mind became more focused, and his movements gradually became sharper. Just like a swordsman practicing under a waterfall, the difficulty was higher, but the results were significant. Treating the zombies' bodies as targets, Amamiya Rin trained this competitive kendo into a killing art, instinctively aiming every strike at the target's vitals. Shizuka Marikawa massaged Amamiya Rin every day. Her technique was unexpectedly skilled, far better than what Amamiya Rin remembered. Perhaps one of the other 5 girls connected by the Kala had learned massage. During his moments of sage time, Amamiya Rin continued to research the preparation of chemical weapons. Thermite, sucrose deflagration bombs, ANFO explosives. Utilizing the high school knowledge he had reviewed for 30 days in the past, Amamiya Rin transformed into the city's most dangerous terrorist. A full 100 days of the nightmare quietly passed amidst the sound of breaking wind from sword edges, the moans of his female companions, and the roar of explosions. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. Fire, we're handing out that's 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 15, Self. 1,365 words. Amamiya Rin snapped his eyes open. In his field of vision was an unfamiliar white ceiling. His body, however, felt even heavier. The exhaustion from 100 days of hard fighting still wrapped around his frame, but the sensation of being unable to get up was even more severe by comparison. Mr. Amamiya, you're awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? Having been instructed beforehand, the nurse who had come to the hospital ward early in the morning to observe Amamiya Rin's condition noticed his open eyes. She hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern. You are right, I'm still in the hospital. Amamiya Rin looked at the nurse, the confusion in his eyes gradually clearing. Having digested the memories of 100 days, he also realized what had happened. He had dreamed for 100 days. Now, the dream was over. The nurse hurried away. Before long, the door to the hospital ward was pushed open. Dr. Kuroda walked in, followed by the eccentric Professor Matsura. Amamiya-kun, how do you feel? The dream. Professor Matsura overtook Dr. Kuroda, walking quickly to the bedside. He carefully observed Amamiya Rin's complexion, his eyes burning with intensity, as if he were looking at a difficult problem on the verge of being solved. In fact, for Professor Matsura, the current Amamiya Rin was the subject he cared about most. It was partially successful. I could move inside the dream, but moving made me extremely exhausted. I had to use 10 times the effort. Furthermore, the safety mechanism you helped design for me was also present. She would appear by my side when I needed her most. However, the safety mechanism wasn't incredibly powerful, she was just somewhat stronger than I am in a healthy state. Amamiya Rin took a deep breath and carefully described his condition to Professor Matsura. Having stayed in a dream world for 100 days, Amamiya Rin had also figured out many hidden rules. For instance, everything he could influence was based on the reality side. For example, Saiko Busujima's combat ability, the composition of the explosive charges, and Shizuka Marikawa's massage techniques were all based on the theoretical knowledge possessed by the dreamer. This even extended to the taste of food. Amamiya Rin had eaten some things in the dream world that he had previously only seen but never eaten. They tasted just like plain water, flavorless. Professor Matsuura held a notebook, recording Amamiya Rin's experiences. His owl-like eyes flickered with a divine light, and his facial muscles twitched occasionally, revealing his heightened excitement. Wonderful! Amamiya-kun, if your condition is stable and controllable, that is equivalent to a form of consciousness immortality. The richer your experiences, the more realistic the dream world becomes. The massive time span of the dream can even be used to learn knowledge. As long as you memorize. No. You don't even need to memorize it, you just need to read it once, and your subconscious can manifest it in the dream. Human civilization will leap into the next era because of the long dream. Dr. Kuroda and Amamiya Rin were frightened by Professor Matsuura's agitated attitude. Dr. Kuroda studied the long dream only to free humanity from the fear of death, and Amamiya Rin did it only to survive. Neither of them had ever harbored such grand ambitions. Let's put that aside for now. Dr. Kuroda still has a lot of long dream substance. If you want to research it, you can take your time after we return. Right now, I need help more. Amamiya Rin felt nothing for Professor Matsuura's vision. Could researching science deal with the hanging balloons? Could it deal with Hellstar Remina? Could it deal with Uzumaki? Those unsolvable oddities and science were simply two parallel lines. Apologies, I lost my composure, my thinking was too shallow. Professor Matsuura pushed up his glasses and rubbed his large, square face with both hands, forcing himself to calm down. Long dream, the danger of this thing might far exceed my imagination. The ethical issues it touches upon are far more terrifying than cloning technology. Although the long dream had hooked his mind at first, Professor Matsuura was both a forensic doctor and a hypnotist. His understanding of human nature was deeper than that of ordinary people. Once he calmed down, he realized how terrifying it would be if the long dream were truly applied to the development of civilization. Amamiya Rin guessed, by that time, probably no one would be willing to stay in the real world, right? Long dream plus controllable hypnosis was equivalent to limited tsukuimi. When a person has a world where they can do whatever they want, who would still want to live in the real world? Professor Matsuura turned his head to look at Amamiya Rin and Dr. Kuroda. Keeping a straight face, he spoke seriously. You too, I hope you can keep the secret of the long dream. Especially you, Kuroda. You absolutely must not use the long dream substance on anyone else again. Dr. Kuroda looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. He was clearly unwilling to give up on the long dream, just like that. Amamiya Rin glanced at Dr. Kuroda, then said to Professor Matsuura, Professor Matsuura, can you provide me with some teaching materials on hypnosis? I can't trouble you to come over and hypnotize me every day, so I plan to settle this once and for all, learn hypnosis myself, and hypnotize myself. Being controlled by others is never a good thing. In Junji Ito's worldview, no one knows if humanity will still exist tomorrow. It is better to master professional skills oneself. Okay. Professor Matsuura acted resolutely and left Morita Hospital immediately. More than half an hour later, while Amamiya Rin was undergoing rehabilitation exercises with the help of the nurse, there was a knock on the hospital ward door from the outside. A stranger in a suit walked in, holding a paper bag in his hand. The man bowed slightly. May I ask if this is Mr. Amamiya Rin? I am a staff member from Kamwon University. I was entrusted by Professor Matsuura to deliver these teaching materials to you. Yes, that's me. Where is Professor Matsuura? Amamiya Rin motioned for the other party to place the paper bag on the bedside cabinet. The man placed the paper bag on the bedside cabinet and said to Amamiya Rin, the Metropolitan Police Department has discovered a new victim's body. There seems to be new progress in the recent serial murder case, and the professor is performing an emergency autopsy. The professor asked me to pass a message to you. He will come over after 8 o'clock tonight. I see. Thank you for your trouble. Amamiya Rin nodded slightly to the man and spoke politely. The man bowed slightly and politely took his leave. Amamiya Rin didn't rush to read the books. Instead, with the nurse's assistance, he continued his rehabilitation training until his body reached its limit. Only then did he let the nurse help him into bed. Leaning against the headboard, the nurse helped fix the adjustable overbed table in front of Amamiya Rin and took out 5 textbooks from the bag. Hypnosis, A Guide to Lucid Dreaming, Hypnosis, Theory and Practice, Hypnotic Therapy, An Ericksonian Perspective, Hypnosis, Principles and Applications, as well as a note containing the reading order listed by Professor Matsuura. Although Amamiya Rin's arms were weak, after 2 days of rehabilitation training, a small task like holding a book and turning pages was no problem. He rested his arms on the table, picked up hypnosis, and began to read. When night fell, Professor Matsura arrived at the hospital ward on time. He performed hypnosis on Amamiya Rin, guiding him into the dream. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. Fire, we're handing out that's 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 16, Serial Murder Case. 1,443 words. Amamiya Rin snapped his eyes open. In his field of vision was an unfamiliar white ceiling. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the curtains, cutting a long, slender strip of light across the wall. Is this the hospital? Amamiya Rin instinctively tried to sit up, but found his whole body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Just straightening his upper body took a considerable amount of effort. His head was also heavy, it was an indescribable sense of exhaustion, as if he had stayed up for 3 days and nights. Amamiya Rin barely managed to lift his arm to support his head, looking around in bewilderment. He remembered that just a moment ago he was in the university's specialized classroom. Professor Matsura was holding a pocket watch, explaining the techniques of hypnotic induction, and the sunlight outside the window was lovely. How did he end up in the hospital in a trance? Did I study too hard? Amamiya Rin muttered to himself. Staying up all night at internet cafes often led to sudden death, so studying hard all night until he fainted and was sent to the hospital seemed pretty normal too. However, Amamiya Rin felt something wasn't quite right. He furrowed his brows, thinking hard. Gradually, memories from a long time ago slowly surfaced from the depths of his brain. Right. I had a long dream. Amamiya Rin finally remembered. 1 year ago, his soul transmigrated into the body of a vegetative patient in Japan. He discovered he was under the curse of the long dream. To overcome this curse, he had asked Professor Matsura for instruction in hypnosis. The year that followed was entirely an experience within the dream world. Because the time spent in the dream world was so long, he had momentarily forgotten that he was dreaming. It's getting more and more dangerous. This is only the 4th dream, and the time has already stretched to a year. Amamiya Rin rubbed his forehead, feeling he might have been set up by the curse. Although he had long forgotten the content of the manga, the protagonist of Long Dream didn't seem to have a dream time span this long. Is it because of them? Amamiya Rin couldn't help but speculate. Through the connection of the Kala, he could still sense Hashimoto Ayaka and the other 3, no, it should be 5 people now. In Amamiya Rin's perception, the 5th person's will was no longer much different from the first 4, they had likely assimilated into one mind. Not only that, but as time passed, he felt the connection between himself and those 5 deepening. Their wills were constantly influencing him. It was only through kendo training and hypnosis strengthening his willpower that he could temporarily be immune to their influence. I still need to think of a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. A cold-killing intent flashed through Amamiya Rin's eyes. In the afternoon, Amamiya Rin met Professor Matsura again. Professor Matsura's brows were tightly locked, as if he were troubled by something. His face even showed some irritability. Professor Matsura sat down by the bedside and asked straight to the point, "How do you feel? How long did the dream last this time?" Amamiya Rin smiled bitterly and said, 1 year. In reality, I just slept for a bit, but in the dream, a whole year passed. And the longer the experience, the duller the brain becomes. Not the kind of dullness where thinking is slow, but a lack of clarity. He paused for a moment before continuing. My memory was assimilated by the dream world. I focused on my current identity and forgot I was dreaming. It was the kind of dullness where it's hard to distract oneself. My memories were confused badly. When I woke up, I didn't even react to what had happened. Professor Matsura pushed up his glasses and said thoughtfully, the time span has increased significantly again. As for the dullness you mentioned, it is a very common phenomenon. Ordinary people can occasionally realize they are dreaming, but if they don't wake up, they will soon fall back into an unconscious dream state. This is brain overload, the professor explained. You studied a guide to lucid dreaming, right? Using the techniques in a guide to lucid dreaming, you can prolong your lucidity in the dream. Hypnosis, A Guide to Lucid Dreaming, Hypnosis, Theory and Practice. I read through these 3 books yesterday. When I was dreaming, I dreamt I was in class and you were lecturing up there. Thinking about it now, I attended that class for a year. But thanks to that, I've gained some insight into hypnosis. Although he spoke modestly, Amamiya Rin's tone was very confident. Don't look down on the fact that he only read them once. Even if he just glanced at them, his subconscious would manifest what he saw in the dream. Those 3 textbooks weren't terribly difficult, and they contained Professor Matsura's notes. After a year of study, he had thoroughly mastered all 3 textbooks. Then try it on me. Let me see how much you've mastered. Professor Matsura became interested, taking out his pocket watch and handing it to Amamiya Rin. Amamiya Rin did not refuse the request. After all, hypnosis wasn't some witchcraft or magic, at least the hypnosis he learned wasn't, and it wouldn't cause harm to others. Taking the pocket watch, Amamiya Rin took a deep breath to stabilize his state of mind. Recalling the steps in the book, he started with breathing adjustments, gradually making the professor relax his body, then slowly guiding his consciousness into a more open state. The process was smoother than imagined. Professor Matsura indeed did not deliberately resist, it could even be said he actively cooperated with Amamiya Rin's guidance. About 10 minutes later, Professor Matsura's breathing became long and slow, and his facial muscles completely relaxed. Amamiya Rin asked in a soft, gentle voice, "Professor, have you encountered any troubles recently?" "It's the case." Professor Matsura's brows furrowed unconsciously. He fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. "The case? A serial murder case, specifically targeting young women. There's already been a 4th one. The scene was very clean, no clues could be found. Investigation Division 1 is completely clueless. No clues at all." Amamiya Rin also frowned. If this were the real world, he would think the police in Japan were all useless, and this situation would be normal. But this was a world where strange supernatural anomalies existed, there might be some supernatural phenomenon involved. None. There were no traces at the scene. Aside from being young women, there is no connection between the victims. The media chases us with questions every day, and the higher-ups are applying pressure, but the autopsy reports, other than knowing the cause of death was excessive blood loss, provide almost no further help. Professor Matsura muttered. These were things that shouldn't be told to ordinary citizens, but Amamiya Rin's hypnotic technique enhanced Professor Matsura's desire to vent and his trust, making him unable to resist complaining. Speaking of this, Professor Matsura suddenly paused. "Very good, Amamiya-kun." He rubbed his face, his tone returning to its usual pitch. The guidance was very steady, and the suggestions were given just right. It seems that year in the dream wasn't wasted. It was because you taught well. Amamiya Rin breathed a sigh of relief and spoke respectfully. Although it wasn't in the real world, he had indeed studied under Professor Matsura for a year. However, it seems I really am tired to ramble on about so many work matters. These troublesome things shouldn't have been said to you. Professor Matsura smiled, his expression bitter. It doesn't matter, Amamiya Rin shook his head. If there is anything I can help with. You should learn hypnosis well first. Professor Matsura stood up and patted Amamiya Rin's shoulder, instructing him with a somewhat heavy tone. Master self-hypnosis as soon as possible. The long dream is not as simple as you or I imagined. It has already stretched to a year. Hypnosis before sleep has limited efficacy for such a long dream. Amamiya, the human brain has limits. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. Fire we're handing out that's 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 17, Direct Confrontation. 1,337 words. 3 days later, in the afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window of the hospital ward, falling upon Amamiya Rin's face. Leaning on a crutch, Amamiya Rin shuffled forward step by step in the open space of the room. You're recovering faster than expected, Mr. Amamiya, the key nurse observed from the side, a smile of encouragement on her face. At this rate, I should be able to be discharged soon, right? Amamiya Rin responded. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, yet his eyes grew increasingly bright. You'll be able to move independently in a week at most. But if you're talking about being discharged, that will take another 2 weeks, the nurse said. 2 weeks? That's still too slow. Amamiya Rin furrowed his brows, clearly dissatisfied. That is already very fast, Mr. Amamiya. After all, you were in a coma for so long, your muscles and nerves need time to readapt. Please be patient, your health comes first, the nurse hurriedly comforted him. Before her voice had even faded, a burst of slightly noisy chatter and laughter drifted faintly from the corridor outside. The sound wasn't loud, but in the relatively quiet environment of the hospital, it was quite distinct, seemingly coming from a nearby ward. The nurse cocked her head to listen, then smiled and sighed with emotion. It sounds like Ms. Mitsu's friends. That child has become quite popular recently, more and more people are coming to visit her. Ms. Mitsu? Amamiya Rin asked casually, his expression unchanged. The emergency patient from a few nights ago, do you remember her? That child had been very pessimistic due to her physical condition, but after her condition improved these past few days, her mood has become optimistic as well. She's even become good friends with the female patients around her, the nurse answered offhandedly. It's actually quite strange. Many patients have requested to change wards in the last few days, saying they want to live closer to Ms. Mitsu. I hadn't realized Ms. Mitsu had such an affinity. Although it added a bit of trouble to the schedule adjustments, it's nice for the ward area to be a bit livelier. Nice, is it? Amamiya Rin's expression gradually turned peculiar as he looked toward the door. Dozens of tentacles, invisible to the naked eye, extended from his oral cavity, stretching out into the corridor outside the hospital ward. In the spacious corridor, there were even more of these tentacles. Like roundworms, they twisted their bodies in the air, weaving, entangling, and linking with one another. Thousands of tentacles knitted together in mid-air to form a massive, eerie, transparent web. They pulsed slightly, transmitting thoughts and senses that did not belong to this dimension. Those were the connections of the Kala, human nerves that had been alienized. In just 6 short days, within Amamiya Rin's perception, the Kala had already assimilated over 20 people. If not for his will being tempered by practicing kendo, and his mental defenses strengthened by self-hypnosis, he would have already been assimilated or killed by them today. If things continued to be unniced like this, in a week at most, every woman in this hospital would become a part of the Kala. As for 2 weeks? Amamiya Rin didn't dare to imagine what this hospital would look like after 2 weeks. Amamiya Rin had considered informing Dr. Kuroda of this news to stop the expansion of the Kala. However, just as Hashimoto Ayaka and the others were restricted by his will to live and could not kill him, the survival instincts of the others similarly restricted him from doing things that would threaten their lives. Situated within the Kala network, he could only allow the sacred Kala to expand. For him, this was a slow suicide, but he truly had no other strategy. He could only watch and wait for things to change. Another 2 days passed. At dusk, Amamiya Rin lay on his bed, resting with his eyes closed. Using small techniques of hypnosis, he concentrated his mind and cleared away distracting thoughts to weaken the influence of the Kala network on himself. Suddenly, Amamiya Rin caught a distinct thought. The female patients have all become us. It is time to make a move on the nurses and doctors. Start with Ms. Shirai Yuko. She is the nurse responsible for Amamiya Rin. As a human, she is too much of a hindrance. Amamiya Rin's eyes snapped open, and he laughed out of sheer anger. Fuck. You're plotting right in my ear to screw me over, do you really take me for deaf? Amamiya Rin rolled out of bed, propped his body up with the crutch, and walked briskly toward the corridor. He had trained in the use of a crutch for 5 years within the nightmare. Walking with a crutch, his speed was in no way inferior to a normal person's. He moved his body out of the hospital ward. The corridor was dead silent. The pale lights flickered. The doors of the wards on both sides opened almost simultaneously. Over 20 figures silently appeared in the corridor amidst the flickering light. They were all women, of various ages, dressed in hospital gowns or casual clothes. None of them had pupils, eerie, seeping whites occupied their entire eye sockets. Like marionettes, the 20-plus people slowly turned their necks, pairs of pale eyeballs looking toward Amamiya Rin in unison. More than 20 faces wore the exact same expression, as if carved from a single mask. Under the flickering lights, they did not speak. They simply watched Amamiya Rin quietly, forming a semicircle that trapped him in the center. A wave of freezing low pressure spread out, gnawing at Amamiya Rin's body temperature. Amamiya Rin halted his steps, tightening his grip on the crutch in his hand. His gaze swept over face after face, finally landing on Imitsu Yukiko. This woman seemed even more beautiful than when they had met before. The moment this thought arose, Amamiya Rin found it laughable and cast it to the back of his mind. What time was this? To still have the mind to care about a woman's looks? Mr. Amamiya, Mitsu Yukiko's lips parted slightly. Please return to your room, Mikami Yue spoke up. Do not get in the way, Hashimoto Ayaka took over the sentence. We will not interfere with each other, Momanaji Kana said coldly. The four segments of speech had no gaps between them, merging into a single, flat stream of sound that echoed in the desolate hallway, making one's scalp tingle. Amamiya Rin felt an invisible pressure surging from all directions, attempting to crush his will. In an instant, countless fragmented voices whispered in his mind, urging him to obey. But he merely sneered, the bottom of his crutch striking the cold floor with a sharp clack. Discussing how to move against the nurse taking care of me right inside my brain. Amamiya Rin lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp as it swept over this group, a monster of many bodies acting as one. And you expect me to pretend I didn't hear it? Just how spineless do you think I am? He took a step forward. The 20-plus bodies also leaned forward slightly in unison, as if a massive singular entity were making a threatening posture. The invisible nerve bundles in the air tightened and trembled along with them. More than 20 faces simultaneously displayed the exact same look of apprehension. Amamiya Rin was the only person within the Ikala network who retained his self. Among the others in the Ikala network, none dared to take him lightly. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 18, Consciousness / 1346 words. We are a collective. We will eventually be one. Eliminating individual barriers, disputes, and differences. Returning to a unified life form. For the sake of everyone. Do not interfere. Invisible threads seemed to tremble slightly in the air. Pairs of pale, ghastly white eyeballs focused intently on Amamiya Rin's face. The eerily overlapping chorus of voices carried a bizarre sense of oppression, stating what they believed to be an unquestionable truth. Amamiya Rin listened to this speech, the mockery on his face deepening. He struck the floor hard with his crutch, producing a crisp clack that shattered the suffocating field of uniformity. For the sake of everyone, he repeated, then tugged at the corner of his mouth, his tone dripping with undisguised sarcasm. Spare me that crap. In the end, are we going to have an ocean of orange juice where everyone holds hands and returns to the sea of LCL? You talk a big game, sounding so high and mighty, but did you ever ask the orange juice if it wanted to participate? You cannot stop us. We cannot harm each other, but neither can you prevent us from increasing our brethren. Seeing Amamiya Rin's resolute attitude, Mitsu Yukiko gave up on trying to persuade him with words. You are only one person. We are 25. Your will might explode forth due to your desire to survive, but can you generate 25 times that willpower for the sake of others? More than 20 faces curled their lips upward, outlining a smear of counter-mockery. 25 times? Don't overestimate yourselves. You lot who have lost your individuality are nothing but a pile of trash, even if you bundle yourselves together. Amamiya Rin slowly straightened his back. Although he was still leaning on a crutch, his entire being suddenly radiated a sharp, piercing aura, like a blade about to be unsheathed. A biting chill permeated the air. Those 25 pairs of pupil-less white eyes contracted simultaneously. Their skin broke out in goosebumps, a chill ran down their spines, and their bodies involuntarily leaned back. It felt as though a sharp razor had been pressed against their throats, ready to slice open their windpipes at any moment. That was the fruit of 21 years of tempering. It had been 10 days. In reality, only 10 days had passed since Amamiya Rin's transmigration. But in the nightmare world, the time he had experienced already exceeded 21 years. For 21 years of a monotonous existence, he had dedicated everything to teaching himself hypnosis and kendo. His kendo was not flashy. It consisted only of the basic 9 forms and 13 blades and the 10 forms of Aido, fundamental skills learned from the Kendo Club. But no matter how basic, he had studied them in the nightmare for 20 years. The number of zombies, bandits, and enemy soldiers he had cut down exceeded 100,000. Even the so-called manslayers of Japan would have to bow in defeat before him. His kendo might not be able to deal with non-human monsters, but when it came to dealing with the human body, no one was more adept than him. His killing intent also reigned supreme over any kendo master of this era. Feeling Amamiya Rin's killing intent, the sneers on those 20-plus faces froze instantly. The women retreated half a step in unison, their white eyeballs staring blankly at Amamiya Rin. After a brief, dead silence, Mitsu Yukiko's lips moved. Then let's test it. If you can stop us, if you can kill us, then go ahead and do it. Over 20 pairs of eyes revealed naked malice, and Mitsu Yukiko's voice carried a blunt provocation. They desperately hoped Amamiya Rin would attack them. If Rin could break free from their mental constraints, then they would likewise have the opportunity to launch a corresponding counterattack. With 25 of them, wouldn't beating a cripple who walked with a crutch be more than easy? Having said that, Mitsu Yukiko, Hashimoto Ayaka, and the others began walking toward the nurse's station, while the other women continued to surround Amamiya Rin, forming a human wall with their bodies. No matter how strong his willpower was, Amamiya Rin's physical body was still that of a patient in rehabilitation. If a fight truly broke out, they felt that sending just one person would be enough. Right, you aren't wrong. I can't make a move, and I can't kill you. After all, the current me is just a cripple. Even if I could knock down a few of you, I'd collapse from exhaustion and be unable to continue fighting. Watching Mitsu Yukiko's retreating figure, Amamiya Rin stood still, leaning on his crutch. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. However, I do have a sword that can be used to cut. Beside his ears, the whispers attempting to interfere with his mind became blurry. His breathing slowed, approaching stagnation. The frequency of his heartbeat also gradually settled down within his perception. Amamiya Rin's consciousness sank into pure darkness, like a stone thrown into the deep sea, sinking continuously until all was silent. In this absolute silence, only one thing became incomparably clear, the sword he had tempered for 21 years. Swinging the blade time and time again, slicing through flesh, cleaving through bone, grinding the act of killing into instinct. Those profound memory fragments surfaced from the bottom of his heart, transforming into tens of thousands of slashing arcs. The arcs of the slashes intertwined, forging an indestructible long sword within the depths of Amamiya Rin's consciousness. Amamiya Rin looked ahead. Not with his eyes, but with this intent. He saw those 25 blurry figures. They were connected by countless slender nerve bundles, like ugly monsters crawling on a spiderweb. He imagined the sword. Not any sword that existed in reality, but the purest, sharpest concept of Uslasha precipitated from 21 years of slaughter. The virtual weight, the cold tactile sensation, under self-hypnosis, it became incomparably real. He did not assume any stance. He simply held his crutch and stood quietly. But within that invisible network, something was pulled taut to its limit. Then, he swung this sword. Slash! Formless, shadowless, soundless, lightless. A trace of a cold sword blade flowed in reverse along those countless, invisible, eerie nerve bundles. At the same instant, all movements of the 20-plus women froze completely. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Immediately after, ugh! A twisted wail leaked from 25 mouths simultaneously. The crowd violently hunched their bodies, their hands firmly clutching their own necks. Their eyeballs almost bulged out of their pale sockets, and their faces wore the same look of horror and agony. There were no wounds, no blood, yet their nerve endings were transmitting the same signal to their brains: I've been cut. My throat has been sliced open. A strange sense of suffocation gripped every single one of them with incomparable realism. The phantom pain of a severed trachea made it difficult for them to breathe. The sensation was exactly as if their throats had truly been severed by a blade. What did you do? The sound of sharp intakes of breath filled the corridor. 25 pairs of pale gazes shot toward Amamiya Rin in unison. Mitsu Yukiko could no longer take another half-step forward. She turned back to look at Amamiya Rin, her face filled with terror. Amamiya Rin's features twisted slightly, and a look of painful ferocity flashed through his eyes. His brain was connected to the brains of those 25 people. When this sword was swung, the pain was not only felt by those 25, he, the 26th person, would also feel the agony of being slashed. New story, Junji Ito, I Shall Smash Hellstar Remina. Fire, we're handing out that's 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye, 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket, 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 19, Uninvited Guest. 1,401 words. The blade cuts the flesh, the mind severs the soul. Amamiya Rin gritted his teeth, once again focusing his mental energy to grip that long sword within the depths of his consciousness. All the skills honed over 21 years, the basic forms repeated millions of times within that long and monotonous dream, were now unleashed along the Kala network, slashing toward the 25 people ahead. Shoman Uchi. A vertical downward chop, carrying the weight of 1,000 jun, as if to split the body from the crown of the skull all the way down to the pelvis in a single breath. Ugh! 25 bodies simultaneously stiffened and jerked violently upward, convulsing as if an invisible giant axe had cleaved their foreheads, splitting their skulls open. Keisagiri. Gyaku Keisa. The sword of the mind swung diagonally downward to the right, tracing a path from the right shoulder to the left hip, before immediately slashing back up in a reverse motion, following close behind from left to right. Ah! The blades cut through their chest cavities with unstoppable force. The clavicles on their right shoulders seemed to snap in response, the sensation of tearing spreading all the way past the chest to the left abdomen. The second cut that followed crossed the first, forming a massive X. The agony of lungs and hearts being torn apart forced Hashimoto Ayaka and the others to clutch their chests involuntarily. Arching their bodies and opening their mouths wide, they dry-heaved, spraying saliva. Hidari Kiryuge. Maijai Kiryuge. Horizontal slashes swung out, one left and one right, precisely targeting the neck. The sensation of a cold blade slicing across their throat struck them again, clearer and more lethal than the first time. They instinctively shrank their necks, covering their throats with their hands, as if that could stop the long sword Amamiya Rin was swinging. However, they only felt their heads becoming lighter and lighter. The moment the blade swept past, 25 heads seemed to fly into the air simultaneously. Left Kiryuge. Right Kiryuge. 2 continuous upward cuts slashed from the roots of their thighs, passing through the abdomen and chest, all the way to the jaw. The chill and tearing sensation of their abdomens being sliced open and internal organs exposed to the air caused them to curl up on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Their bodies shrunk into balls, trembling uncontrollably. Nuki Uchi. A cold arc swept parallel across them. 25 people simultaneously fell to chill at their waists. The terrifying illusion of their upper bodies separating from their lower bodies was incomparably clear, the sensation of losing balance draining all strength to support themselves. Tsuki. Intent condensed into the sharpest single point, transforming into a cold arrowhead. Along those countless entangled nerve bundles, it pierced through 25 hearts at the same time. Pu-ha. The women's bodies shuddered all over. The intense pain of their hearts being punctured surged to their brains. Their bulging eyes lost focus and went blank, their mouths opened unconsciously, unable to produce any decent sound. The resistance of muscles and bones being forcibly broken open, and the ensuing sense of collapse, every detail was so real it was maddening, as if life was truly about to end with this one thrust. In the final moment before their consciousness sank, they collectively saw the same scene, broken bodies lying in pools of blood, necks neatly sliced open, heads separated from torsos, chest cavities turned outward, ribs broken, organs shattered, waists bisected, intestines and visceral fragments spilled on the ground, and a clear hole in the heart area, gurgling blood. 9 fatal slash marks covered their bodies, destroying their physical forms until they were fragmented, like dolls that had been played with until they broke. The shadow of death descended with incomparable realism. The light in everyone's eyes dimmed rapidly, their bodies losing all supporting strength as they limply collapsed. Almost at the same time, Amamiya Rin's body also began to tremble violently. His face turned as pale as a corpse, large beads of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. His body swayed, and he fell against the wall, using it to prop himself up. The intense pain of being pierced by a sharp blade exploded within him as well. For a moment, his vision went black in waves. Hallucinations of death surged like a tide, attempting to drag his consciousness into the darkness with them. Hypnotic suggestion and the slaughter of kendo, 20 years of cultivation had not only crushed the consciousness of the others but had also fed back through the Kala network. It was a technique that damaged the enemy by 1,000 while costing the user 800, Amamiya Rin himself could not avoid it. I'm not dead. Amamiya Rin squeezed the voice through his teeth, suggesting to his own brain. Breathing, heartbeat, they are all there. I am still alive. I am not injured. My body is intact. Amamiya Rin bit down hard on his teeth, his gums nearly bleeding, using all his willpower to fight against this sensation of death. A strong desire to survive burned like a raging fire, countering the intent of the blade slicing through the body. He had to use autosuggestion to make his brain recognize that his heart was still beating and his blood was still flowing. If he didn't, he himself would suffer brain death. However, this obsession with survival was also imprinted into the minds of the women through the neural network of the 26 people. On the floor, the women who had fainted twitched almost simultaneously. Amamiya Rin's tenacious, almost unreasonable sense of reality regarding a living brutally tore apart the abyss of darkness swallowing their consciousness. 25 people recovered their normal breathing rhythm at the same time. Their chests began to heave again. Like drowning people finally surfacing, they snapped their eyes open. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Wasn't I slashed? Accompanied by rapid gasping, the group struggled to sit up. Their faces were filled with the blankness of surviving a disaster, and their eyes were full of fear that penetrated deep into the bone. Pairs of white eyes looked toward Amamiya Rin, leaving only barely concealed shrinking fear. Their physical bodies had not died, but the sensation of being slashed open, pierced, and dismembered had been deeply branded into their neural memories. Get the hell back! Or die again! Amamiya Rin's gaze was cold as he swept over the faces of the group before him. They supported each other, their eyes dodging, daring not to meet Amamiya Rin's gaze. You? The women stared fixedly at Amamiya Rin. The pale white in their eyes gradually faded, and black pupils reappeared. Our consciousnesses live and die together. If we die, you die too. Having tasted the flavor of death, they didn't even dare to speak their ruthless words aloud, only daring to think them in their hearts. You won't die, it's just experiencing death once. Amamiya Rin seriously corrected their thoughts. Speaking of dying, he had already died once just now. It was uncomfortable, yes, but he could withstand it. Compared to the experience of death, what he found more unbearable was being threatened by these women. He suffered hardships and studied hard precisely so he would no longer be controlled by others. Everyone's cranial nerves were connected by the Kala. What Amamiya Rin was thinking was crystal clear to the people opposite him, even if he didn't open his mouth. You will regret this sooner or later. We will eventually become one. Gazing at the resolute Amamiya Rin, Hashimoto Ayaka, Mitsu Yukiko, and the others slowly retreated, declaring this with an extremely affirmative tone. Before Amamiya Rin could respond, the crisp sound of footsteps suddenly came from the end of the corridor. Pat, pat, pat. The person approaching seemed to be unshod, the sound of bare feet stepping on the tiles drew near at a leisurely pace. Everyone, including Amamiya Rin, subconsciously looked toward the source of the sound. ________. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. Fire, we're handing out that 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 20, Tomi came, Tomi died. 1,354 words. A figure walked out from the corner. It was a young girl wrapped only in a single layer of bath towel. Her skin was fair, and her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with a jewel-like luster under the lights. Beneath her straight bangs was a face so exquisite it felt excessive, and a small tear mole beneath the corner of her eye added a touch of uncanny beauty. She halted her steps, sweeping a glance over the bizarre scene in the corridor, more than 20 ugly women in disarray, their faces pale, yet eerily wearing the exact same expression. On the other side, a handsome young man leaned against the wall, propped up by a crutch. His skin was pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun in a long time, and his entire being exuded a fragile, sickly sensation. Yet, his gaze was exceptionally sharp, dangerous as the tip of a knife. What are you doing here? Having a party, the girl, having appeared so suddenly, asked with curiosity. Everyone's gaze focused on the girl. This girl's appearance was simply too bizarre. The first oddity was that she was beautiful, beautiful beyond compare. The second oddity was her attire. This was a hospital, so why was she draped only in a bath towel? You are. I know you. You are Mizutani Leiko. Mitsu Yukiko scrutinized the girl for a moment, revealing an expression of bewildered uncertainty. That's not right. My name is Kawakami Tomi. The girl interrupted her, walking closer step by step with bare feet, the hem of her bath towel swaying gently with her movements. Kawakami Tomi. Amamiya Rin's pupils constricted. His body instinctively retreated a step, only to bump directly against the wall. Even though more than 20 years had passed, he still had a profound impression of that name. The most famous character from the Junji Ito manga series, the Undying Witch, Kawakami Tomi. She possessed unmatched beauty and a bizarre charm. This charm would trigger an intense possessiveness in men. Any man who saw Tomi would inevitably fall in love with her. Furthermore, this love would turn into madness, causing them to lose their reason and eventually kill and dismember her. However, Tomi herself possessed regenerative abilities like a planarian. Even a single drop of blood could grow into a new Tomi. Even if she were sealed in concrete, she could decompose her body into cells to escape and reform. Moreover, Tomi possessed powerful assimilation abilities. If her blood was injected into a baby girl, that girl would grow up to become a new Tomi. If a man ate a piece of Tomi's flesh, that flesh would control the man's body and absorb his nutrients. It could even manipulate that man to bite another, injecting cells through his teeth to turn another person's life into her own nourishment. Under the pen of Junji Ito, Tomi's abilities were constantly upgrading, making her one of the most unsolvable anomalies. Amamiya Rin immediately averted his gaze, looking straight at the corridor wall without deviating, as if the scroll-offs along the river during the Qingming festivals were displayed upon it, strictly avoiding direct eye contact with Kawakami Tomi. Kawakami Tomi looked at Amamiya Rin with great interest. Seeing that Rin wouldn't look at her, she raised an eyebrow, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. Mizutani Leiko, Kawakami Tomi. Was that the fake name you used back then? What are you doing here? Mitsu Yukiko glared indignantly at Kawakami Tomi, her words filled with disgust and rejection. 25 gazes landed on Kawakami Tomi's face simultaneously. Their pitch-black pupils gradually vanished, and the whites of their eyes covered their irises, forming a silent, oppressive force. He, you're still so fierce. I came specifically to see you, Tomi said airily, turning her head back with a look of deliberate teasing. I have nothing to say to you. If this is about Kitayama, I've already broken up with him. Mitsu Yukiko's emotions were extremely agitated. The others within the Kala network instantly understood the grudge between Mitsu Yukiko and Kawakami Tomi. Mitsu Yukiko's ex-boyfriend had cheated on her, and the affair partner was Kawakami Tomi. Tomi had even used a fake name to come to her door and provoke her. Amamiya Rin's brain couldn't empathize with Mitsu Yukiko's emotions, but the other 24 women, after feeling Mitsu Yukiko's rage, immediately burned with anger. The looks they cast at Tomi revealed naked malice and resentment. Yes, it's about Kitayama. It was you, right? He wanted to kill me, you were the one who instructed him to do it, right? Tomi seemed unable to feel the women's anger, or perhaps she simply didn't care. She tilted her head, crossed her arms over her chest, and her smile turned cold, containing a rich malice. I originally thought you were just an unwanted ugly freak, a pathetic wretch. But looking at you now, you've turned into a tacky instigator of murder. You're truly ugly, from your face to your soul. Tomi's voice was acerbic and mean, every word felt like it had been dipped in poison. Listening to her mockery, the faces of Mitsu Yukiko and the others became increasingly grim. Before her voice had even faded, Mitsu Yukiko and the others could endure it no longer. 25 mouths opened simultaneously. Countless transparent nerve tentacles sprayed out from their oral cavities, their tips flashing with a needle-like cold light. Like a dense rain of arrows, they stabbed thickly toward Tomi. The mockery on Tomi's face instantly turned into astonishment. She seemed to want to retreat, but she was simply too late. Splurt! The sound of dense piercing rang out. Those sharp nerve bundles accurately stabbed into Tomi's exposed skin. Arms, neck, cheeks, and even her chest and lower abdomen wrapped in the bath towel, over 1,000 nerve bundles penetrated Tomi's skin, piercing into her flesh and ravaging her human nerves. Within just a few seconds, the light in Tomi's eyes completely dissipated. Her body, which had been so vibrant just moments ago, went limp and collapsed to the ground. The bath towel unraveled, revealing pale skin covered in tiny red dots underneath. The corridor fell into a dead silence. Those nerve threads slowly withdrew from Tomi's corpse, retracting into the mouths of the 25 people. The ghastly white in their eyes gradually faded, returning to normal pupils. Mitsu Yukiko looked down from above at Tomi's corpse. She lifted her right foot and stomped forcefully on Tomi's head several times, leaving grey footprints on that beautiful face. Ha 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 ha. Bitch! Didn't you think you were beautiful? Didn't you think all men would revolve around you? So what if you're pretty? Didn't you still die here like a dead dog? Looking at this naked corpse that she could trample at will, the corners of Mitsu Yukiko's mouth turned up frantically, revealing a smile of pure gratification. Having vented all the anger and hatred in her heart, stepping on a corpse that could not react, Mitsu Yukiko suddenly found it dull. She retracted her foot and turned to walk toward her own hospital ward. The other 24 people also turned and returned to their rooms. The corridor became empty, leaving only Amamiya Rin supporting himself against the wall. Witnessing the scene that had just occurred, a chill shot up his spine. So strong. The ability of the Kala was stronger than Amamiya Rin had imagined. He only knew that the Kala's assimilation ability was comparable to Tomi's, but he had long forgotten the Kala's attack power. If he hadn't also been within the Kala network, given his physical condition, trying to stop them from killing someone would have been incredibly difficult. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. Fire we're handing out that's 30% bonus that makes your wallet smile. Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes. White heavy checkmark get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 21, Tomi's terrifying allure. 1,318 words. Ah. Suddenly, a soul-stirring moan rang out in the corridor. It was Tomi, who should have been dead. The pale, white corpse twitched. The tiny wounds where the nerve bundles had pierced her skin healed rapidly, one by one, the small red dots vanished in the blink of an eye, and her skin returned to a flawless, porcelain white. It hurts like hell. What is wrong with those ugly freaks? In the next moment, Tomi's dilated pupils refocused. She slowly sat up, furrowing her brows as she muttered a complaint. Amamiya Rin silently turned around, moving his crutch as he headed toward his own hospital ward. He had remained still before, but the moment he moved, he attracted Tomi's attention. Tomi flashed a beautiful, radiant smile and called out to Amamiya Rin, "Hey, handsome guy over there. What's your name?" "I?" Amamiya Rin's footsteps faltered. It wasn't that he wanted to stop, but his body reacted instinctively to that voice. An inexplicable magic hooked onto his soul, compelling him to answer subconsciously. "There is no need to tell you my name." However, years of tempering allowed him to withstand Tomi's charm. Even though he had died once just moments ago, Amamiya Rin's willpower was not something Tomi could capture so easily. Tomi's eyes widened slightly, as if she couldn't imagine being rejected. Her face sank, revealing an unhappy expression. However, faced with a handsome man, Tomi still possessed a bit of patience. "Don't you think it's rude to speak with your back to someone? Turn around and look at me properly." Tomi spoke softly, her voice so tender and enchanting that it could soften even a heart of iron and stone. Amamiya Rin gripped his crutch tightly, took a deep breath, and straightened his back until it was rigid. "It's so cold. Those ugly monsters ruined my bath towel. Can you come and hug me?" Tomi's voice became increasingly seductive. Her words induced infinite reveries, her graceful, curvaceous figure surfaced in Amamiya Rin's mind. The image of Tomi, completely stark naked from just a moment ago, had unknowingly branded itself deep within his brain. With Tomi's temptation, that pale body seemed to pose and preen within Amamiya Rin's memory, radiating boundless charm. Amamiya Rin realized that if this continued, the images of Saiko Busujima and Shizuka Marikawa in his memories would also be replaced by Tomi. A similar situation had appeared in the manga. Tomi's magic could even alter a person's memory. "Kill her!" Mitsu Yukiko's lingering killing intent mixed with Amamiya Rin's own desire for slaughter. In this moment, it was like pouring oil on a fire, it burned ferociously. "So noisy! You damn woman!" He whirled around, glaring at Tomi. His eyes were covered in bloodshot veins as he swung his crutch, thrusting it toward Tomi's throat like the fangs of a venomous snake. Although it was a crutch, this thrust contained 20 years of kendo cultivation. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Before Tomi could even react, the tip of the crutch was already in front of her face, the movement so swift it generated the sound of wind. However, just as the tip was about to touch Tomi's skin, the muscles in Amamiya Rin's arm tensed violently, forcibly stopping the motion. The end of the crutch trembled slightly, stopping only millimeters from that fair neck. Tomi blinked. She froze for 2 seconds, but instead of being afraid, her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered some novel toy. Completely ignoring the weapon still pointed at her, she let out a giggle. What's wrong? Can't bear to do it? Or is it that, man, you want to use this method to get my attention? Tomi cast a flirtatious glance at Amamiya Rin, the corner of her mouth hooking into a haughty smile. Sure enough, it was impossible for anyone in this world to refuse her charm. Amamiya Rin's hand gripped the crutch deathly tight, his knuckles turning white. He could feel his heart beating wildly. Half of it was the impulse to kill, no, all of it was the impulse to kill. On one hand, Tomi's charm triggered his lust, but on the other, that eerie allure caused his lust and killing intent to blend together, evolving into an urge to dismember Tomi's body. Amamiya Rin's reason was screaming, warning him to stay away from this monster, but his body's instincts were defying his will, urging him to kill the woman before him. I hate shameless women. Stay away from me, or else. Amamiya Rin used every ounce of his strength to pull back the crutch and suppress the killing intent in his heart. What the hell are you lot doing? Weren't you aggressive enough to kill someone just now? Now that she's alive again, what do you mean by hiding inside your rooms? Amamiya Rin roared in his consciousness, but what came back from the other end of the Kala network was only shock and uncertainty. We already destroyed her central nervous system and peripheral nervous system, she was thoroughly dead. Not only had she come back from the dead, but Tomi could also induce killing intent in Amamiya Rin. She was perhaps even more bizarre than they were. Having already killed Tomi once and vented the anger in their hearts, Mitsu Yukiko and the others were unwilling to easily put themselves in danger again. Damn it! A bunch of cowards! Amamiya Rin was so angry he almost cursed aloud, but he could only grit his teeth firmly. Tomi, completely unaware of this silent exchange, pressed her hands against her chest. Her sleek, snow-white skin dazzled under the lights. How can you say that about me? I'm not a shameless woman. I'm not wearing clothes because those ugly monsters ruined my bath towel. Amamiya Rin's gaze fell uncontrollably upon Tomi's exposed skin. She shivered slightly on purpose, and Amamiya Rin's pupils wavered in sync with her movements. That eerie charm, mixed with teasing, surged forth again like a tide. Amamiya Rin felt sweat seeping from his palms as he gripped the crutch. His heart accelerated uncontrollably, primal human desires intertwined, nearly collapsing his reason. Amamiya Rin bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The taste of metallic, sweet blood spread through his mouth, and the sharp, stinging pain cleared his mind. He abruptly took a step back, widening the distance. He slammed the crutch heavily onto the ground, creating a dull thud that drowned out Tomi's voice. The bath towel just has a few small holes, it's not ruined. Pick it up and put it on. Amamiya Rin squeezed the voice through the gaps in his teeth, struggling to look away. But it's dirty, and it's torn. In such a cold night, it can't be used to keep warm anymore. Tomi pouted, kicking the unraveled bath towel on the floor with her toes in a coquettish manner. As she spoke, she walked closer to Amamiya Rin. Her bare feet stepped on the cold floor tiles, making soft sounds, and the air seemed to fill with a sweet, cloying, and dangerous scent. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out abruptly from the end of the corridor, approaching from a distance. Amamiya Rin's attention was distracted for a split second, and he subconsciously glanced toward the source of the sound. In that flash of a second, Tomi threw herself forward, hugging Amamiya Rin's body. Ice-cold, smooth skin instantly pressed against Amamiya Rin's arm and chest, carrying a sweet body fragrance. Amamiya Rin's entire body went stiff, his muscles tensing involuntarily. ______. Fire new story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina fire. White heavy checkmark get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 22, Tomi died again. 1,330 words. Someone is coming, you know. You wouldn't want other men to see me like this, would you? Tomi practically kneaded her entire body into Amamiya Rin's, her lips pressing close to his ear as she exhaled a moist, hot breath. Her voice carried a seductive, bewitching allure. That final hum rose in pitch at the end, like a small hook snagging his soul. Amamiya Rin's brain buzzed violently. Images of Tomi's fair, tender flesh and the possibility of her being seen by others flashed alternately through his mind. A strong possessiveness surged abruptly, transforming into a raging fire that burned away his reason. By the time Amamiya Rin came back to his senses, he had already returned to his hospital ward. His body was lying on the bed, and before his eyes was the stark white ceiling. The door was gently pushed open, and a night shift nurse poked her head in. Her gaze swept around the room, and seeing that Amamiya Rin was still open-eyed, she asked with concern, "Mr. Amamiya, haven't you rested yet?" Amamiya Rin tried his best to speak with a natural expression. "Yeah, I've been having nightmares these past few days, so I can't sleep very well." The nurse on duty seemed to sense something unusual and gave Amamiya Rin a second look. However, the light in the hospital ward was dim. She could only see a lump bulging in the middle of the quilt, moving ever so slightly. The nurse blinked, not paying it much mind. It was quite normal for patients to have strange sleeping postures. "Do you need some sleeping pills?" the nurse asked kindly. "No, no need. Thank you, I'll fall asleep soon," Amamiya Rin replied hurriedly. "All right then, rest early. Ring the bell if you need anything." The nurse nodded and closed the door, her footsteps gradually fading away. The hospital ward fell into silence once more, leaving only the sound of Amamiya Rin's somewhat heavy breathing. In the next moment, Amamiya Rin threw back the quilt, revealing Tomi underneath. Or rather, Tomi's corpse. The glamorously beautiful female corpse lay on her side next to Amamiya Rin. Her neck was twisted to one side at an unnatural angle, and there was a distinct depression in her throat, the fatal wound left by Amamiya Rin's thrust with the crutch. Those eyes, which had once hooked souls and stolen spirits, were now staring blankly. They retained a look of astonishment, yet the corners of her mouth seemed to hang with a faint, ghostly smile. "Shit! I actually fucking did it!" Looking at Tomi's corpse, cold sweat broke out on Amamiya Rin's back, soaking his patient gown in moments. Everything that had just happened replayed in his brain like a flash of lightning. Tomi throwing herself onto him, that bewitching voice, it had detonated his overflowing desire for slaughter. "Kill her! She is mine! Don't let others see her! Hide her! Dismember her, chop her up, carry her with me!" Intense possessiveness and killing intent had crushed Amamiya Rin's willpower. It was almost a physical instinct. Before Amamiya Rin could even react, he had forcefully pushed Tomi away. The crutch in his hand struck like a venomous dragon, leaving its cave, accurately piercing Tomi's throat. This time, Amamiya Rin didn't have time to stop his hand, not until the excited thoughts of Mitsu Yukiko and the others barged into his brain along the Kala network. They were like an audience watching a spectacular play, cheering for his heroic deed, which also shocked Amamiya Rin into sudden sobriety. But he had sobered up too late. Tomi had already died in front of him, that gorgeous corpse falling toward him. Amamiya Rin had subconsciously caught Tomi. Hearing the approaching footsteps, in his desperation, he exploded with all his strength to drag Tomi into his hospital ward and hide her inside his bedding. "Well done! You did great! Amamiya Rin, to be able to kill such a beauty, I approve of you. He he he. Amamiya Rin, you're finished. We'll visit you in prison." The voices of the Mitsu Yukiko and the others echoed in the Kala network. Their words of praise didn't last 2 sentences before exposing their true feelings, unconcealed schadenfreude and anticipation. "Shut up! You stinking bitches!" Amamiya Rin's face was iron blue. He wasn't worried about going to prison because he knew very well that Tomi could not die. After being buffed time and again by Junji Ito, Tomi was harder to kill than Majin Buu. He was just annoyed that these cowardly, classless women wouldn't stop noisy clamoring, and even more annoyed that his own willpower hadn't withstood Tomi's magic. "You like watching me kill, is that it? I'll satisfy you. Kill!" Bloodshot veins spread across Amamiya Rin's eyeballs. The killing consciousness of 21 years was fully unsealed, constructing a sharp blade within his mind. He imagined the weight, size, and feel of the sword, imagined the posture of holding it, and then slash. Kara take. Keisagiri. Gyaku Keisa. The blade of intent traced a path from the right shoulder to the left waist, then from the left abdomen to the right shoulder, carving a massive X. Ugh, ah. Scattered across different hospital ward 25 women simultaneously arched their bodies, their bulging eyes staring to the extreme. The pain of tearing lung lobes, shattering hearts, severing intestines, and being disemboweled was horrifyingly real. Even though it was clearly an illusion, this phantom pain was realistic enough to make the subconscious believe that a human being disemboweled must surely feel exactly like this. The women began to dry heave violently. They curled up on the ground, twitching, as tears, snot, and saliva surged out uncontrollably. Amamiya Rin himself also let out a muffled groan. His face turned pale, and veins popped out on his forehead, but he clamped his teeth together tightly, forcefully enduring this shared agony. "Stop! Are you crazy? You lunatic! Don't drag us down with you if you want to die. Don't do it again. Stop it! I beg you." Wailing, scolding, and pleading filled the Kala network, alongside Amamiya Rin's manic slashes, the network flooding with struggling thoughts. Yet Amamiya Rin did not hesitate in the slightest. He converted the pain into a denser hostility, a savage, wild laugh emerging on his distorted face. "Karatake, Kasagiri, Gyaku Kasa." Amamiya Rin unreservedly poured out the killing techniques honed over 21 years through his intent. The phantom pain of death washed over the senses of the 26 people again and again. It hurt so much that Mitsu Yukiko and Hashimoto Ayaka convulsed all over, rolling from their beds to the floor. Their eyes went askew and their mouths twisted, their gazes beginning to lose focus. The shadow of death obscured their consciousness, trapping their souls in a lightless abyss. "Does it hurt? Does it feel good?" Amamiya Rin's voice roared within the consciousness, shattering the dark world. "Again? Or another 10 times? I'll play with you to the end. Let's see if you suffer a mental breakdown first, or if I collapse first." On the other end of the Kala network, anchored by Amamiya Rin's consciousness, the women who were waking up one by one could no longer speak. They didn't even dare to generate a thought of opposition. No one had expected Amamiya Rin to suddenly go this crazy. Everyone's brains had been connected for nearly 2 weeks. They all knew what kind of person Amamiya Rin was. He should have been a rational person. Even if he could be ruthless at critical moments, he wouldn't let his emotions spiral out of control like this. ______. Fire new story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina fire. White heavy checkmark get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 23, The Unwilling Witch. 1273 words. Is it Tomi? It must be Tomi. Tomi's curse. Damn it. We made a bad move. The unified consciousness quickly determined who the culprit was, pointing the spearhead directly at the already dead Tomi. Through Amamiya Rin's reaction, they also analyzed the nature of the threat. If their ability was assimilation, then Tomi's ability was corruption. What a disgusting ability. HMPH, how much better are you than her? You are all about altering other people's self-consciousness, Amamiya Rin sneered, speaking with contempt. At that moment, a sudden mutation occurred. Beside Amamiya Rin, the depression in Tomi's throat, poked out by the crutch, began to return to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Twisted cartilage and torn muscles squirmed as if alive, and the bruising under the skin dissipated rapidly, the pale complexion becoming rosy and vibrant once more. Ah! With an extremely slight moan, pupils recondensed within Tomi's empty eyes. Her twisted neck made a subtle click, resetting itself automatically. Amamiya Rin turned his head, watching helplessly as Tomi came back to life. He made no movement to stop her. Having committed suicide 3 times in the dreamscape, his willpower had been tempered and toughened, but his current mental state was fragile. He simply didn't have the strength to lift his hand. The beautiful corpse twitched gently. Then, she took a deep breath, as if waking from a nightmare. Tomi moved her neck a few times, her gaze turning toward Amamiya Rin. Ah, it hurts so much. Tomi stroked her neck, which was as smooth as before, complaining coquettishly. You really have a heavy hand. If you know it hurts, then get lost. Amamiya Rin cursed coldly. You're chasing me away. Tomi's smile frozen. She stared at Amamiya Rin's eyes in disbelief, hoping to find traces of insincerity. However, Amamiya Rin had already closed his eyes, silently meditating to clear all thoughts from his brain and prevent Tomi's figure from breaking into his mind. Although it wasn't very effective, he had no other moves left. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew or a flash of lightning, thus should they be observed, what comes after that? Should I buy a Buddhist scripture to read tomorrow? Amamiya Rin inexplicably wanted to laugh. Not a happy laugh, but a laugh born of extreme anger. Long dream, group sick room, Tomi, how long had it been since he transmigrated? Less than half a month in reality. He hadn't even left the novice village of the hospital, yet he was already being forced to become a monk. How could you not like me? How can you not like me? Tomi's voice became shrill, her pride would not allow her to accept this fact. You must be pretending, right? Tomi's voice became gentle again. Her jade-like body climbed onto Amamiya Rin like a snake, her fingertips reaching inside his patient gown and gently sliding across his chest. The moment those ice-cold fingertips touched his skin, Amamiya Rin trembled violently, as if struck by electricity. He subconsciously wanted to push Tomi away, but his arms were too heavy to obey. A sweet, cloying scent drilled into his nose, mixed with the smell of blood, forming a weird and tempting aura. Amamiya Rin could only hold his breath, concentrating on chanting the scripture silently. Mitsu Yukiko and the others watched coldly from the side via the network, allowing Amamiya Rin to be tortured by Tomi's charm. Seeing Amamiya Rin still not responding, Tomi's smile finally couldn't be maintained. Hey, are you really a man? You aren't a eunuch, are you? Tomi flew into a rage out of humiliation, her ice-cold palm sliding all the way down Amamiya Rin's chest. Amamiya Rin went stiff all over, bouncing directly out of his meditative state. The Buddhist scriptures he had been reciting messily in his brain instantly shattered into dregs. Isn't this very strong? Tomi giggled, her eyes silky with charm. She exhaled a breath like orchids, a flush appearing on her cheeks. Amamiya Rin clenched his teeth, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead. He refused to open his eyes, repeatedly chanting whatever scriptures he could remember to divert his attention. Time passed minute by minute in suffering. Tomi used every means available, from gentle stroking to explicit teasing. Amamiya Rin was like a smelly, hard stone. Apart from unavoidable physiological reactions, he gave none of the responses she expected. Finally, Tomi's movement stopped. She stared at Amamiya Rin's tightly closed eyes. His handsome face appeared somewhat twisted due to his extreme endurance. The charm on Tomi's face gradually disappeared, replaced by an expression of anxiety and anger. Amamiya Rin's resistance made her feel an unprecedented sense of defeat. Boring. It seems you are not only a cripple but also a gutless waste. Tomi rose from the hospital bed. She picked up the bath towel to drape over herself, tidied her messy hair, and looked down at Amamiya Rin condescendingly. It won't end like this. We'll meet again tomorrow. Leaving this sentence behind, Tomi walked out of the room barefoot without looking back. The corridor was empty, with only pale lights quietly driving away the darkness. Tomi didn't leave immediately. She walked silently to the door of Mitsu Yukiko's hospital ward. The door was closed. Tomi looked in through the small window on the door. Mitsu Yukiko lay on the hospital bed with her eyes closed tight, seemingly asleep. Tomi's gaze lingered on her abdomen for a moment, her brows furrowing as a look of disgust appeared on her face. She hummed extremely lightly, as if saying something, the voice so low it was almost inaudible. Tomi withdrew her gaze, her face returning to that arrogant expression. She pulled the bath towel closer and slowly left along the corridor. Inside the ward, after confirming Tomi had really left, Amamiya Rin's tight body instantly relaxed. He collapsed on the bed as if exhausted, gasping for air. Finally gone. Amamiya Rin raised his hand to cover his eyes, feeling that confronting Tomi was more tiring than practicing with the sword for 3 years continuously in a nightmare. Not just physical fatigue, but mostly mental consumption. Although he had worn Tomi out this time, Amamiya Rin didn't feel he had won at all. This was just the beginning. Tomi had set her sights on him. Not only that, every Tomi's memory is shared. If this Tomi targeted him, other Tomi's would also know of his existence and could come to verify their charm at any time. Must get discharged as soon as possible. Amamiya Rin muttered to himself. Tomorrow? The day after? He had to run away as soon as his body recovered a bit more. He couldn't handle it anymore. The next morning, sunlight shone on Amamiya Rin's face through the gap in the curtains. Amamiya Rin hadn't slept all night. Heavy dark circles hung under his eyes, and his eyeballs were covered in bloodshot veins. As soon as he closed his eyes, Tomi's bewitching face and naked body would emerge in the darkness, disturbing his mind so much that he didn't dare sleep at all. When the nurse pushed the care cart in and saw Amamiya Rin's appearance, she couldn't help but jump in fright. ___________. Fire new story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina fire. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 power stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 24, The Mutated Women, bonus chapter. 1,306 words. Mr. Amamiya? You didn't sleep, the nurse asked with concern. Amamiya Rin rubbed his dry, gritty eyes. Yeah, I didn't sleep. I have the nightmare the moment I close my eyes. I can't take it. Tomi's magic was potent enough to affect the dream world. If he were to spend years with Tomi inside a nightmare, Amamiya Rin was certain he would go insane by the time he woke up. The nurse looked at Amamiya Rin with sympathy. Although she didn't know what a long dream was, she had heard rumors that Amamiya Rin suffered from a strange condition. His sleep quality was terribly poor, and upon waking, he would even forget who he was. Forcing himself to stay awake might actually be better for his body. Amamiya Rin let out a long yawn, reached out to open the drawer of the bedside table, and took out an old wallet from inside. This was one of the personal items the hospital had returned to him after he regained consciousness. Amamiya Rin opened the wallet. Inside lay 10,000 yen bills and some loose change, living expenses brought to Tokyo from his hometown by the previous owner of this body. Amamiya Rin pulled out 2 10,000 yen bills and handed them to the nurse. Miss Yuko, could I trouble you to buy me a Buddhist scripture on white skeleton meditation and 5 cans of black coffee when you get off work? The nurse took the bills but looked troubled. The Buddhist scripture is fine, but black coffee? I need to ask the doctor if your body can handle black coffee. Amamiya Rin simply nodded silently and didn't say anything more. After his temperature and blood pressure were measured and the nurse had left, Amamiya Rin forced himself to stand up. Leaning on his crutch, he walked slowly around the room, conducting his own rehabilitation training. Meanwhile, in another room on the same floor, Mitsu Yukiko stretched her body as she walked into the independent restroom within her hospital ward. Standing before the sink, she looked up at herself in the mirror. Mitsu Yukiko couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The girl in the mirror still had the contours she was familiar with, but something seemed different. Her skin had become abnormally fair and smooth, with pores almost invisible. Her complexion, previously dull due to illness, now radiated a healthy, rosy glow. Her hair seemed blacker and glossier, the texture smooth and soft. The most obvious changes were in her facial features. Her brows and eyes appeared more exquisite, and even the subtle curvature of the corners of her eyes revealed an indescribable charm. Below her right eye, a faint yet quite striking beauty mark, a tear mole, had appeared. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch her cheek, the sensation from her fingertips was incredibly delicate. Strange. Mitsu Yukiko muttered to herself. She couldn't resist leaning her face closer to the mirror to scrutinize it carefully. It wasn't an illusion. She really did look different from yesterday. Even her height seemed to have increased slightly. My skin seems to have become smoother. Yeah, I think so too. When I looked in the mirror just now, I felt my complexion was especially good. It's not just the complexion. The skin is better, the dark circles are gone, and even the hair is much smoother. I've even grown taller. It's like I had top-tier cosmetic care. No. This isn't something cosmetic care can achieve. Is it the power of the Kala? Our bodies are influencing each other, complementing one another's strengths and weaknesses. Everyone's body is optimizing. We are becoming better, more perfect. This is the correct direction of evolution. Voices of smug communication rang out in the Kala network. Listening to the thoughts flooding into his brain, Amamiya Rin stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowing tightly. What was the situation? Skin got better? Appearance became beautiful. Even grew taller? The sacred color has this kind of effect? Bullshit. Where in the Junji Ito worldview is there such a wonderful thing? Right. There was a story about beauty and short life, where a curse makes people prettier and prettier, but they die very quickly. It's contagious, too, an apocalypse-level urban legend. Amamiya Rin had long forgotten the specific plot, remembering only the general setting. However, a group of hospitalized women becoming beautiful simultaneously shouldn't belong to the situation of that manga. So, is it really the sacred color? Coevolution? Oh ho 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 ho. Sisters, I have so much confidence now. Before, I was ugly and short, with curly hair, and everyone always bullied me. I hated my fate eroded by disease, but from now on, it's completely different. I will become more and more beautiful, more and more happy. Bless you, sister. Bless us too. We will evolve into new humans. Amamiya Rin, did you hear that? Stop resisting. Come with us and join the glorious evolution. Amamiya Rin heard them issuing an invitation to him, but his only response was a cold sneer. I don't believe in pies falling from the sky, and I certainly don't think there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world. He vaguely remembered that the essential nature of Junji Ito's universe was dark. Although light had existed, it was merely starlight at present, while darkness shrouded the entire universe. Even if the narration once said light would eventually defeat darkness, that was a future so distant it was unimaginable. Before that day arrived, every seemingly beautiful facade in this world likely hid an ugly truth underneath. What are you thinking? Confusion was transmitted to Amamiya Rin's brain. Mitsu Yukiko and the others could sense Amamiya Rin's thoughts, but they couldn't understand what he was thinking. Dualism of good and evil. God and Satan? Zoroastrian mythology. Muttering like a mystic. Are you religious? A cult? Is the cult leader Junji Ito? Faced with this incomprehensible mode of thinking, Mitsu Yukiko and the others quickly lost interest in delving deeper. They were more intoxicated by their own brand new beauty. Moreover, this transformation needed to be seen, appreciated, and fawned over. The women walked out of their hospital ward, one after another. Rarely did they gather together, instead, they intentionally or unintentionally scattered, pacing around the corridors and the public rest areas. They deliberately slowed their pace, straightening their backs to display their now curvaceous figures. Whether it was the medical staff passing by in a hurry, other patients, or visitors, everyone's gaze was involuntarily attracted to this group of beauties. They keenly captured the amazement and infatuation in those eyes. A faint smile, mixing superiority and satisfaction, surfaced on their faces. They enjoyed this feeling of being the focal point. Damn it! Those ugly women! In the shadows, a pair of eyes glared viciously at those women showing off their charm. The owner of these eyes was none other than Kawakomi Tomi. Behind a window on the third floor of the hospital, Tomi stared deathly hard at Mitsu Yukiko and the others walking in the garden downstairs. Her slender fingers pressed forcefully against the window frame, her fingernails turning slightly white from the excessive force. That bunch of fakes! Tomi practically squeezed the words through the gaps in her teeth, her beautiful face appearing somewhat twisted due to anger. She had gone out last night precisely to kill Mitsu Yukiko and prevent this scene from happening. Who knew that she would be killed by Mitsu Yukiko and the others instead? The scene she had anticipated had appeared after all. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark new releases are dropping, plus get exclusive content and updates. White heavy checkmark help us unlock community rewards. Bullseye 100 power stones equals plus 1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals plus 5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 25, Chaos Emerges. 1,346 words. What exactly did I overlook? In the hospital ward, Amamiya Rin leaned on his crutch, pacing around the empty space beside his bed while lost in thought. He must have overlooked something. Having spent 21 years in a nightmare, he had forgotten too many details. The current abnormal phenomena must be the content of a certain manga, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. The stream of thoughts constantly flowing into his brain was also affecting his train of thought. Were those women really so easily carried away? Just becoming a little prettier, and they go around showing off, seeking a sense of superiority everywhere? An inexplicable, anxious sense of urgency urged Amamiya Rin to act quickly. Although he didn't know what he should do, that nameless anxiety made it impossible for Amamiya Rin to stay in the hospital ward any longer. He leaned on his crutch and pushed open the door. Just as he stepped out, he bumped into a familiar figure. It was one of the women he had seen yesterday, a part of the Kala. Amamiya Rin's gaze swept across the woman's face, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This woman was indeed much prettier than yesterday. Wait! That is... Amamiya Rin's gaze abruptly froze on her face. On that smooth, fair cheek, right below the corner of her left eye, a small beauty mark barged into Amamiya Rin's line of sight, and even more violently into Amamiya Rin's brain. Tomi! A chill instantly shot from the soles of his feet to the top of Amamiya Rin's head, making his scalp tingle. Amamiya Rin froze in place, the fragmented information missing from his mind frantically piecing itself together. The day he first woke up, seeing the big-bellied Mitsu Yukiko in the corridor, the kidney transplant surgery mentioned by the nurse, the bizarre rumors heard after the surgery. Add to that, Tomi appearing in the hospital, Mitsu Yukiko, and the others becoming increasingly beautiful now, and that iconic beauty mark of Tomi appearing on their faces. This wasn't some co-evolution at all. It was the plot of the hospital arc from the Tomi series combined with Group Sikram. Amamiya Rin vaguely remembered that in the hospital arc, a woman had transplanted Tomi's organ and was subsequently assimilated by Tomi's cells. Although he didn't remember that person's name, it was now glaringly obvious, it was Mitsu Yukiko. And the Tomi cells within Mitsu Yukiko's body were infecting others through the connection of the Kala network. Fuck. Fuck. Amamiya Rin's hair stood on end. He couldn't help but growl in a low voice, his fist slamming hard against the wall beside him. This was fatal. This was absolutely fucking fatal. 1. Tomi was already too much to handle, and now 25 Tomi's were popping up, 25 Tomi's connected to his brain. The good news, Tomi's would kill each other. Even if the individuals increased tenfold, they couldn't overpower him through collective willpower. The bad news, 25 sources of mental pollution would cause uninterrupted influence 24 hours a day. He didn't need to worry about being assimilated now, he had to worry about being turned into a lunatic by the mental pollution of 25 Tomi's. The worst news, Tomi cannot be killed. He might have had a chance to kill those original women if he tried hard, or maybe he wouldn't even need to try. Once the hanging balloons arrived, everyone would die anyway. Tomi? Who are you calling Tomi? Don't compare us to that slut. What cell assimilation? Baffling. There's something wrong with your eyes and your brain. The thoughts of 25 people were rapidly transmitted through the Kala network, carrying obvious dissatisfaction and confusion. Farewell, everyone. Amamiya Rin shook his head, turned around on his crutch, and left. No matter how Mitsu Yukiko and the others shouted in the Kala network, he didn't give a single response. Amamiya Rin's abrupt farewell was like a cold steel needle, piercing the vanity that Mitsu Yukiko and the others had just inflated. An indescribable sense of unease spread through the shared consciousness network. They were no longer in the mood to display themselves in the corridor and return to their respective hospital wards almost as if fleeing. Mitsu Yukiko slammed the door shut with a bang, leaning back against the door panel to take a deep breath. She walked quickly to the restroom, stood before that bright mirror again, and carefully observed her appearance in the reflection. This face. Mitsu Yukiko stroked her own cheek, her expression gradually becoming very ugly. She discovered that her face shape had undergone subtle changes compared to 2 hours ago. The line of her jaw had become sharper, and her originally slightly round cheeks now appeared more slender. She turned sideways, sizing up her figure, her waist seemed slimmer, and the curves of her chest and hips were more distinct. This appearance, this figure, it was becoming more and more like Tomi. Tomi. This is Tomi's face. Panic filled the Kala network. No matter how unwilling they were to admit it, what was presented before their eyes was reality. They were turning into Tomi. Bang! A loud noise rang out as the hospital ward door was violently bashed open. A middle-aged man wearing a patient gown rushed in. He was tightly clutching a fruit knife in his hand, his eyes frantic. Sporting a pair of eerie dark circles, he stared dead at Mitsu Yukiko. It's you, isn't it? You used witchcraft to steal Miss Tomi's beauty. I'm going to kill you. The man roared deliriously, his voice twisted by fanaticism. His eyeballs were covered in bloodshot veins as he stared straight at Mitsu Yukiko, waving the fruit knife as he lunged at her. Mitsu Yukiko screamed and backed away, her spine hitting the cold tiled wall. Seeing the knife tip about to stab her face, she instinctively opened her mouth. Dozens of transparent tentacles erupted forth, shooting toward the man's forehead like arrows, the needle tips at their ends accurately piercing into his skin. The man's movements froze instantly. His arm, raised with the fruit knife, stalled in mid-air, and his eyes rapidly lost focus. When Mitsu Yukiko sucked the tentacles back, the male fell forward like a wooden stake, hitting the ground with a thud, no longer breathing. Mitsu Yukiko was not the only one under attack. Men broke into the hospital ward of the Tomi, 5 women one after another. In Hateno Yua's hospital ward, a young male caregiver walked in quickly. He took 2 bottles of medical alcohol from his chest pocket and smashed them on the floor. The glass bottles shattered, alcohol splashing everywhere. The flying shards of glass cut the caregiver's face, yet he didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Instead, with a face full of ferocious, infatuated madness, he took out a lighter, lit his own hat, and threw it on the ground. In an instant, flames rose, rapidly igniting the surrounding medical partition curtains and bedsheets. The fire blazed fiercely, aided by the alcohol, greedily devouring everything in the hospital ward. Hee ha 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 ha. The caregiver laughed maniacally, turned his head, and ran out of the hospital ward, closing the door and jamming the door handle. Hearing the commotion, the women who had run out of the bathroom were choked by the thick smoke, coughing repeatedly. They rushed to the door, wanting to open it, but the door wouldn't budge. Behind them, the fire grew. The scorching air and pungent smoke pounced on them like man-eating beasts, the thick smoke making their tears flow uncontrollably. Through the Kala network, the others also felt the same pain. In a moment, panic spread among them like a virus. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 26, Hospital Shura Field, bonus chapter. 1,282 words. Chaos. Like a stone cast into a placid lake, the ripples spread with terrifying speed. Almost every single woman transforming into Tomi found herself under attack by men. The attackers wore expressions of utter madness, employing a variety of methods. Some wielded knives, others committed arson. The thick smoke from the fires triggered the alarms, sending shrill bells echoing through the hospital. Terrified patients and their families fled in droves, while nurses and doctors frantically tried to maintain order, and orderlies and security guards rushed toward the source of the fire. Several of the Tomi 5 women also rushed toward the burning hospital ward. They shared the suffocating sensation and terror of being trapped in the fire. Saving their trapped companions was their most urgent goal. Spewing tentacles, they killed the nursing staff blocking the doors. The women in the hospital ward pulled the doors open, stumbling out accompanied by billowing smoke and the stench of burning flesh. However, before they could even assess the situation, a cold glint of steel stabbed straight toward their faces. A pair of sharp surgical scissors plunged ruthlessly into a woman's throat. Blood sprayed out. The woman who had been stabbed went stiff, looking at the attacker with disbelief. The two locked eyes. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. What they saw were no longer individuals with slight differences, but 2 identical faces, both bearing the perfect yet bone-chilling visage of Kawakomi Tomi. The same pale skin, the same jet black long hair, the same straight bangs, the same facial structure, and that iconic tear mole beneath the corner of the eye. The only difference, perhaps, was the twisted expressions on their faces at this moment. The perpetrator's face was filled with ruthless madness, while the victim's eyes held intense shock. Die, you fake! Intense disgust and killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Tomi, holding the surgical scissors as she stabbed viciously once again. The woman stabbed in the throat convulsed violently. She couldn't make a sound, and the shock in her eyes quickly turned to venomous spite. This hateful gaze stared dead at the Tomi, holding the scissors, the sharp point frozen right in front of her throat. Get lost! You are the fake! An intense will transmitted through the Kala network. No, it was no longer the Kala network. Unknowingly, the sacred Kala had been polluted by Tomi, S cells, twisted into Tomy S shape. The neural network now connecting everyone was the Tomy network. You really dare to speak? You fakes. I am the real Tomy. You are all fakes who stole my appearance. In an instant, the Tomy network exploded into chaos. Every single one of them believed she was the true Tomy and that the others were counterfeits. They argued endlessly, yet they did not continue to physically attack one another. Tomy never kills with her own hands. Although part of the reason is her weak and incompetent physique, the more important reason is that once they are injured, the flowing blood will grow into new Tomy S. If the wound is too large, another Tomy might even grow directly out of the wound. Their method of fighting is to control men through their charm to fight on their behalf. Tomy's mental pollution ability began to spread indiscriminately. Male medical staff, security guards, and patients fell victim one after another. Bewitched by the Tomy S, they no longer maintained order but instead became accomplices to the Tomy S. Kill her. Kill that fake. Tomy screamed at the end of the corridor, pointing at a woman not far away who looked exactly like her. She was surrounded by 3 bewitched orderlies, their eyes wild, wielding sharp scalpels and heavy fire extinguishers as weapons. Fake. Don't get carried away. I am the real Tomy. The accused woman showed no sign of weakness. Behind her stood 2 men in patient gowns. Although they walked unsteadily, the fanaticism in their eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Gouge out that fake's eyes. One, Tomy, commanded her followers, her voice sweet yet blood-curdling. Tear her mouth apart. See if she can still spout nonsense then. Another, Tomy, retorted shrilly. The hospital gradually turned into a maddened coliseum. The Tomys used their charm to bewitch the males in the hospital. With just a look or a plea, medical staff who wanted to maintain order would turn their coats, becoming tools for their fratricide. Ear-piercing screams, miserable howls, the sound of flesh impacting flesh, and the shattering of objects mixed together, drowning out the fire alarm. Thick smoke and chaos billowed out from the burning hospital ward, causing the entire hospital to spiral out of control at breakneck speed. Damn it! Damn it! Motherfucker! Amamiya Rin leaned on his crutch, hiding inside the nurse station huddled together with a group of nurses. Looking at the chaos outside, he cursed repeatedly, his face ashen and his forehead covered in cold sweat. Through the Tomy network, the pain of being pierced, having throat slit, being burned, and suffering heavy blows assaulted his cranial nerves like layer upon layer of raging waves. That wasn't the worst of it, it was just enduring pain. The suffering he endured in the nightmare world was far greater than this. Comparatively, what was more terrifying was that Tomy's will was also interfering with his cognition. The screams, arguments, and vicious curses of 25 Tomy's were like countless needles stabbing into his consciousness. A surge of inexplicable irritability and violence welled up from within. Amamiya Rin looked at a pair of scissors left on the counter, a vague thought flashing through his mind, pick it up, rush out, make those noisy women shut up, chop them to pieces. As this thought rose, Amamiya Rin shook his head violently and bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The sharp pain sobered him instantly, the taste of rust spreading in his mouth. No, absolutely cannot follow those thoughts, absolutely not. Otherwise, I'll go crazy too. Has everyone gone mad? What is going on? Miss Yuko grabbed Amamiya Rin's arm, her voice trembling as she watched the crowd brawling in the corridor. The nurse station was in disarray. Several young nurses shrank into the corner, hugging each other, weeping in fright. Another older nurse crouched under the counter, having already taken out her mobile phone, her fingers trembling as she pressed the screen. Hello? Hello. This is Morita Hospital. Crazy, they've all gone crazy. Police, we need many people. Help! She shouted incoherently into the phone. The scene in the corridor outside was simply like a Shura field, a slaughterhouse. The smoke grew denser, the pungent smell of burning mixed with the scent of blood wafting in. Those patients, orderlies, and doctors acted as if possessed, their eyes wild as they beat and hacked at each other for the sake of those women who looked exactly alike. This inexplicable riot exceeded the nurses' understanding. They couldn't comprehend what was happening. Everything was fine just a few minutes ago, without any warning, the men had picked up weapons and started attacking each other. Could it be a virus targeting men? An older nurse guessed, her eyes involuntarily drifting toward Amamiya Rin, her gaze revealing fear and wariness. Although this man wasn't slaughtering others like the rest, his intermittently twisted expression made him look far from safe. Underscore 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 underscore. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 27, Only Worse, No Worst Situation. 1,397 words. Forget about that. When I came over just now, I saw several hospital ward S on fire. The way things are now, I'm afraid no one can put out the fire. Let's escape first. Amamiya Rin endured the noise of the Tomi S cursing each other in his brain and the phantom pains transmitting from all over his body as he spoke to the surrounding nurses. The nurses were mostly panic-stricken and out of their wits. Hearing someone propose a plan, they immediately looked over. After a brief hesitation, the senior nurse, Miyu, was the first to agree. This gentleman is right. Although we don't know what happened, we must leave here first. Once the fire spreads to every corridor, we'll be burned alive in here. Another nurse, Yoshino, looked at the smoke filling the air outside the window, gritted her teeth, and nodded. Okay. Let's go via the side emergency channel. There should be fewer people there. With the plan set, the remaining 5 or 6 nurses in the nurse station immediately sprang into action. Yuko, and another sturdy nurse, Miko, flanked Amamiya Rin, left and right, supporting him as he had difficulty moving. Miyu pushed open the door, and the group swarmed out. The air in the corridor was filled with the stench of burning flesh. The lights flickered on and off due to short circuits. In the distance, a hospital ward spewed thick black smoke and blazing firelight. 2 security guards were raising knives to chop off a Tomi's head, throwing the corpse into the burning room. The scene was like a living hell, scaring the nurses so much that their legs went soft. Amamiya Rin felt it difficult to breathe for a moment, the scorching sensation searing his skin. Amamiya Rin clenched his jaw, concentrating his mind to filter out the insane thoughts and various phantom pains coming from the Tomi network, placing all his attention on observing the surrounding environment. The group stuck to the base of the wall, trying their best to avoid the crowd brawling in the center of the corridor, moving toward the emergency exit. Just as they were about to turn into the side path leading to the emergency channel, a man wearing a blood-stained patient gown rushed out from a hospital ward with an open door. His face was maniacal, and he held an stand stained with blood at the top, stumbling as he ran toward them. He. Kill the fake, Tomi. Miss, Tomi, look at me more. The nurses screamed in terror at this sudden attack. Miko, who was supporting Amamiya Rin's right side, subconsciously let go and retreated in panic. Losing support on one side, Amamiya Rin's body lurched violently, losing balance and tipping to the right. But his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately adjusted his center of gravity, his left leg acting as a pivot and exerting sudden force, forcibly stabilizing his swaying body. A wave of sore, weak protest came from his leg muscles, but the perseverance he had honed over 21 years in the dream world transcended the limitations of the flesh. Watching the man who held the stand and had already rushed close, showing no intention of going around, Amamiya Rin narrowed his pupils, locking onto the opponent's throat. In that instant, Amamiya Rin poured all the remaining strength in his body, along with his body weight, into his right arm gripping the crutch. His waist and abdomen engaged simultaneously, thrusting the crutch forward violently, accurately stabbing the man in the throat. Ugh! The man's movements froze instantly. The maniacal expression solidified on his face, turning into intense pain and a sense of suffocation. He let go of the stand, clutching his chest with both hands. His eyes bulged, his mouth opening but unable to produce a complete sound. His body went limp as if his bones had been removed, and he collapsed, curling up on the ground motionless. Amamiya Rin panted heavily, retrieving the crutch to support his body. This burst of exertion made his arm tremble slightly, and his breathing became rapid. Did you kill him? Miko's eyes widened as she looked at Amamiya Rin with fear and trembling. Not dead. Just triggered the vagus nerve reflex, causing cardiac arrest. Amamiya Rin didn't want to be saddled with a murder charge. His control over force was extremely high, even attacking a vital point like the throat, he was confident he would only knock the target out rather than kill him. Stop dawdling, let's go. Miyu was the first to react, her face pale as she urged everyone, quick. Go. Keep up. Miko, still in shock, moved closer again. With guilt and lingering fear on her face, she supported Amamiya Rin's arm once more. The group accelerated their pace, turning into the corridor leading to the emergency exit. The chaos was escalating linearly. Along the way, they encountered several more bewitched males, but all were rendered immobile by Amamiya Rin, using the kendo techniques executed with his crutch. They stumbled down the stairs, encountering many patients and nurses who hadn't been bewitched along the way, everyone fleeing in panic. Finally, they rushed to the first floor, pushed open the last fire door, and burst out of the hospital's main building. Fresh air flooded into their lungs. The survivors of the disaster slumped to the ground, faces blank, gasping for large mouthfuls of air. Amamiya Rin was also nearly exhausted. Sitting beside a flower bed, he looked up at the main building of Morita Hospital. Rolling thick smoke poured out from multiple windows, transforming into pillars of black smoke rising upward. Firelight flickered behind the windows, casting twisted human shadows. Even across the distance of the open ground, Amamiya Rin could hear the screams coming from inside the building. Just then, he caught a glimpse of an impressive figure out of the corner of his eye. Kawakami Tomi walked over from not far away, wearing an expression of leisurely indifference, as if the surrounding chaos and tragedy were merely a joke. She walked straight toward Amamiya Rin, the corner of her mouth curling into a faint smile. "Yo, we meet again, handsome. You're not hurt, are you?" Tomi asked with concern. "Don't come near me." The crutch acted as a sword, pressing against Tomi's chest. Amamiya Rin's eyes were filled with killing intent, his chest heaving violently. "You did this, didn't you? Oh my, why so fierce? Did I do something?" Hearing this, Tomi covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widening slightly. She tilted her head, looking the picture of innocence, but a glint of cunning flashed in the depths of her eyes. "Don't put on an act with me. You should know that I won't be bewitched by you." Amamiya Rin closed his eyes and spoke coldly. "Hehe, I still don't know your name." "My name is Kawakami Tomi, and yours?" Kawakami Tomi pushed down the crutch pressing against her chest, leaned in close to Amamiya Rin, and asked with a beaming smile. "Amamiya Rin." Amamiya Rin did not hide his name anymore, as it was meaningless. "Rin-kun, it's all your fault, you know. I went over yesterday specifically to kill Imitsu Yukiko. The doctors here transplanted my internal organs into that ugly woman. Although I don't know why so many fakes popped up, if you had helped me yesterday, today's chaos wouldn't have happened. This bitch, Tomi, was truly thick-skinned and shameless, directly pushing her crimes onto Amamiya Rin." Amamiya Rin's eyelid twitched as he listened, wishing he could stab her to death with one strike. Through the Tomi network, he kept a constant watch on the movements of the other Tomi's. So far, only 3 Tomi's were dying, while as many as 10 Tomi's were being born. The mutated cranial nerves and flesh on the faces of several slashed Tomi's were gradually growing, turning into newcomers who were naturally part of the Tomi network. This despairing world brought Amamiya Rin not a single shred of good news. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, get immediate access to 40 early chapters for all stories. White heavy checkmark, enjoy exclusive material and special announcements. Help us unlock these community rewards. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters across all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 28, Assistant Inspector Fukai. 1,297 words. At the same time, police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks arrived at the scene one after another, their ear-piercing sirens tearing through the chaotic atmosphere surrounding the hospital. It's completely over, there's no saving this. Feeling the thoughts gradually increasing within the Tomi network and listening to the melodious sirens, Amamiya Rin couldn't help but smile miserably. Given Tomi's constitution, as long as she wasn't completely burned to charcoal, she could regenerate. Now that the fire trucks had arrived, the idea of letting all those Tomi's die inside the hospital was undoubtedly unrealistic. He was thoroughly unable to shake off Tomi. Although I don't understand what you're thinking, Tomi's hands cupped Amamiya Rin's face. Her bewitching beauty radiated charm without restraint, entrancing even the patients in the distance. "Come help me. Help me kill those fakes. As long as you can help me kill them, I can become your girlfriend." Her sweet voice drilled into Amamiya Rin's ears. But before Amamiya Rin could push Kawakami Tomi away, a hand grabbed Kawakami Tomi by the back of her collar and yanked her away from Amamiya Rin's side. "What are you doing?" Kawakami Tomi stumbled backward. Regaining her footing, she turned around to scold angrily, only to see a face identical to her own. "Oh my, trying to sneak away all by yourself? That won't do." The owner of that hand was another Tomi. And it wasn't just one, over a dozen Tomi's had appeared nearby unbeknownst to them, wearing cold smiles and eyes filled with malice. "You fakes!" Looking at her own face, Kawakami Tomi gritted her teeth, her expression filled with hatred. The fake really knows how to make false countercharges. "I am the true Kawakami Tomi." Tomi, whose original identity was long indistinguishable, placed her hand over her chest and spoke with brimming confidence. "Don't say such stupid things. I am the real Kawakami Tomi. Anyone can see that at a glance, right?" Another Tomi brushed her glossy black hair behind her shoulder, speaking arrogantly. "You fakes! You're just thieves who stole my beauty." The Kawakami Tomi, who had been yanked away, stood firm. Her cheeks flushed slightly with anger as she pointed at the group of identical faces opposite her, her voice carrying undisguised disgust. "Oh my, the one calling others fakes is actually the biggest fake herself, isn't she?" Some Tomi crossed her arms and sneered. Although they wore different clothes, the mixture of arrogance and mockery on their faces was exactly the same. The argument escalated continuously. More than a dozen identical mouths spat out vicious words simultaneously, the content almost identical. Every single one of them insisted she was the true Kawakami Tomi and accused the others of being clumsy imitators. They glared at each other, their eyes filled with pure hatred. The quarreling of the Tomi's made Amamiya Rin feel as if 100 ducks were quacking in his ears. The noise gave him a splitting headache, his temples throbbing violently. Meanwhile, the massive bodies of the fire trucks drove into the hospital compound. Firefighters leaped off with agile movements and began laying out water hoses. Thick pillars of water rushed toward the smoking floors. As water met fire, massive amounts of white steam were generated. Police and firefighters entered the building together, subduing the rioters who were still fighting and dragging them out of the main building. As for the wounded, medical personnel rushing over from other hospitals loaded them onto ambulances. Police tape was quickly set up, isolating the growing crowd of onlookers. Reporters also arrived upon hearing the news, aiming their camera lenses at the billowing smoke of the hospital building and the busy rescue workers. The actions of the official organizations also had an impact on the Tomi's dispute. TSK. There are always some stubborn fools getting in the way. The police are here. It's better to keep a low profile. Although they are all trash, occasionally they can be troublesome. The Tomi's stopped their bickering and turned their attention to the police not far away. Their attitude toward the police was generally one of contempt, yet they could not ignore them, a contradictory sentiment. "Bye-bye, Rin-kun. Let's meet again tomorrow." The Tomi's reached a consensus. They scattered individually and soon vanished without a trace. Amamiya Rin immediately realized that these lawless monsters still had some scruples regarding the official organizations that represented order and violence. Did the official organizations of Japan have a department specifically for supernatural anomalies? Amamiya Rin wasn't sure. He only knew that the authorities must have had contact with supernatural anomalies. Junji Ito had drawn a manga called Something Something Sword. Forgive him, it had been too long, and he had forgotten the name. He only remembered the rough plot: someone possessed a demonic sword capable of depriving and granting life, specifically used to extend the lifespans of politicians. The supernatural forces in Junji Ito's worldview were usually the type to parade through the streets openly. Even if the authorities couldn't do much about them, they would inevitably come into contact with them. At this moment, the police began to approach the people taking refuge outside, questioning eyewitnesses about the specific situation. 2 police officers wearing uniforms walked toward Amamiya Rin. They were a pair of one large and one small. The large one was a burly man 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary person, with a very mature appearance, looking at least over 30. The small one was very young, probably in his 20s. However, the officer who looked at least 30 fell a step behind, following the young officer, appearing to be led by him. "Are you all right? Do you need medical assistance?" The young officer looked at the crutch Amamiya Rin was leaning on and his pale complexion, asking with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Amamiya Rin slowly raised his hand to indicate cooperation while trying to steady his breathing. "That's good. I am Assistant Inspector Kazumi, and this is my colleague, Kogor. We'd like to ask you about the situation that occurred inside the hospital. The young officer nodded and showed his ID. The burly officer named Kogor stood silently behind Assistant Inspector Kazumi, like a high wall, bringing an invisible sense of oppression. Yet his expression wasn't fierce, instead, it was somewhat simple and honest. Kazumi? Kogor? Why do I feel like I've heard these names somewhere? Is it not from my predecessor, but memories from my past life? Characters from some Japanese work I've seen. Amamiya Rin had a vague feeling that this duo was familiar, but the time gap was too large, and he really couldn't recall based on just 2 surnames. He didn't delve deeper, but instead carefully considered his words. The specific reason, you might not believe it if I say it, but I saw many identical people inside the hospital. Identical people? Twins? Triplets? Kazumi and Kogor looked at each other, then asked speculatively. Not that few. At least more than 20 people. Amamiya Rin shook his head. The 2 police officers couldn't help but reveal expressions of astonishment. More than 20 people? Could you have been mistaken? Or was it makeup and dressing alike? Deliberately disguising themselves as the same image? Kazumi asked hurriedly. He didn't think there were really more than 20 identical people, but such a bizarre phenomenon appearing in the hospital might be related to the riot inside. ________. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark read up to 40 chapters in advance, all stories. White heavy checkmark access exclusive posts and updates first. Let's achieve our community goals. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 extra chapter for everybody. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters on all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 29, Powerless Special Department. 1,228 words. No, I saw those women a few days ago as well. They originally looked different. But today, I don't know what happened, they suddenly became beautiful, swaggering through the hospital. Slowly, they turned into different people entirely, just like yokai, possessing a bewitching magic. They accused each other of being fakes and bewitched the men in the hospital into slaughtering one another. Amamiya Rin cooperated with the police investigation, describing what he saw as clearly as possible, while deliberately omitting the information he shouldn't know. Assistant Inspector Kazumi listened, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Beside him, the burly officer, Kogor, recorded everything rapidly in his notebook, his rugged face filled with an expression of uncertainty and suspicion. Became exactly the same, and even bewitched men. Kazumi repeated the information Amamiya Rin had revealed, his tone filled with skepticism. Are you sure this isn't an illusion caused by shock? Or perhaps some kind of mass hypnosis phenomenon? I wasn't the only one who saw it. Those women might not have left the hospital yet, if you look, you'll know. Amamiya Rin shook his head, his tone extremely certain. Is it a special incident again? Kazumi's face darkened slightly as he muttered to himself. Senpai, don't say such scary things. Before he had even finished speaking, Kogor, beside him, shuddered. His fierce face instantly collapsed, revealing a shrinking, fearful expression completely disproportionate to his massive physique. Are you a special department responsible for handling special incidents? Amamiya Rin caught their reaction and immediately pressed for answers, a trace of urgent light revealing itself in his clouded eyes. Special department, barely counts, I suppose. According to the chief, there are always things in this world that common sense cannot explain. The Police History Compilation Office is the department specifically dedicated to handling these events. However, we don't have those cool superpowers like in the manga. Kazumi laughed dumbfoundedly, scratching the back of his head with a rather helpless look. He paused for a moment, then his expression turned serious. Do you know any other key information? Any detail could be important. The name of those women is Tomi. Kawakomi Tomi. If you are a department responsible for special cases, you should have heard of this name, right? There was once a high school student dismemberment case. The victim's name was Kawakomi Tomi, but after her identity was confirmed, Kawakomi Tomi appeared at school alive and well. Amamiya Rin's mind was still filled with the ceaseless arguing of the Tomi-s. He tilted his head back, staring straight at Assistant Inspector Kazumi, desperate for an affirmative answer. Kawakomi Tomi, that name. Hearing the name, Amamiya Rin divulged. Kazumi frowned, seemingly having heard of the case Amamiya Rin mentioned. It's the dismemberment case from 2 years ago. Senpai, that case happened before you joined the force. It was a huge uproar back then. Kogoro suddenly widened his eyes, being the first to recall the case regarding Kawakami Tomi, and reminded Kazumi. I've read the file on Kawakami Tomi. Kazumi nodded, his expression growing even more grave. Magic that drives men mad, an immortal body. The earliest appearance of this name in the archives dates back to the Edo period. The Edo period? Wouldn't that make her a 300-year-old monster? Senpai, could you have misread it? Kogoro was greatly shocked and asked in disbelief. I also hope I misread it, but those bizarre reports contain everything. An undying witch appearing in the Edo period isn't even the most outlandish category. Previously, weren't there fox spirits and oni as well? Kazumi smiled bitterly, his gaze sweeping over the busy rescue workers and the shock-stricken survivors around them, attempting to find a trace of Kawakami Tomi. Pause. You two, let's stop right there. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Kazumi, Kogoro, and Amamiya Rin all looked toward the source of the voice simultaneously. Chief Indu? Why are you here? Weren't you still watching the horse racing live stream? Kazumi and Kogoro straightened their bodies together. As they looked at the woman who spoke, their voices carried a hint of sarcasm. She was a fit, middle-aged woman, wearing no makeup and dressed in casual clothes. Her features could be considered beautiful, and her arms sported very nice muscle definition. She stood behind the flower bed with her arms crossed over her chest, eyes narrowed into thin slits. It was unclear when exactly she had appeared. Naturally, it's because the live stream ended. I originally planned to go play pachinko, but I just happened to pass by and heard some incredible things. The woman surnamed Indu looked nonchalant as she spoke lazily, yet her tone carried an unquestionable will. Kazumi, Kogoro, you two don't need to continue investigating this matter. When it comes to cases involving Tomi, the deeper you understand and the more detailed the investigation, the bigger the problems become, and the more troublesome it gets. You can wrap it up. Chief, you mean you're taking over the Tomi case? Kazumi asked in surprise, while Kogoro wore an expression that asked if the sun had risen from the west. For the two of them, Chief Indu voluntarily taking on work was simply too incredible. Take over? Why would I take over? Indu narrowed her eyes, tilting her head to look at Kazumi with a "are you stupid" expression. A thing that can't be killed and splits infinitely, provoking her is just for people with too much time on their hands. For a creature like Tomi, the best way to handle her is to ignore her and let them consume each other internally. Anyway, they can torment themselves enough on their own. But, Chief, this is a large-scale riot event. It seems more than a dozen people have died. Kogoro frowned, his rugged face looking even fiercer due to his disapproving expression. Kogoro, guess how many Tomi-s are in this world? Indu turned toward Kogoro, her eyes still not opening, and asked a question unhurriedly. Kogoro looked blank. The answer is unknown. Currently, there are 3,864 Tomi-s observed nationwide. The number of Tomi-s dumped in wilderness mountains, rivers, lakes, and rural towns is countless. The most critical issue is that Tomi can sense the location of her own kind, and they share the same memories. Do you know what this means? Indu's words caused the air to freeze instantly. Kazumi and Kogoro looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Over 3,000 known Tomi-s? This number had already exceeded the concept of a conventional case. It means that once Tomi realizes the official forces are systematically hunting them, they will definitely take the initiative to find and charm those in power, turning them into their protective umbrellas. At that time, what you'll be facing isn't just unkillable monsters, but the risk of the entire government being corrupted. I imagine it is precisely out of this concern that Officer Indu holds such an attitude, right? Amamiya Rin, who had been listening in silence, took the opportunity to interject. ______. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark, read 40 chapters ahead on every series. White heavy checkmark, unlock supporter-only perks and news. Let's reach these milestones together. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 free chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 bonus chapters for all series. Ghost Walnut-chan on P. Chapter 30, Zen Secret Essential Dharma Sutra. 1,418 words. As Amamiya Rin's voice fell, Kazumi and Ikago's expressions changed completely. They obviously hadn't considered this layer. It was only after Amamiya Rin pointed it out that they realized the severity of the problem far exceeded their imagination. This was not just a supernatural event, but a political crisis that could shake the social order. Indu's squinted eyes glanced at Amamiya Rin, who was sitting to the side, and she nodded slightly. It seems your brain turns a bit faster than these two subordinates of mine. That's right, this is the most disgusting part. Tomi has no strength to truss a chicken, killing her is no harder than killing a pig. But her regeneration ability is too strong, and she has the ability to charm men. So, the default way the higher-ups handle it is to not handle it, at least, not to handle it openly. Record, observe, control the scope of knowledge, and occasionally clean up the mess from their internal slaughter, keeping the impact to a minimum. Indu's face held a touch of mockery. She spoke very bluntly, too lazy to even avoid Amamiya Rin, an ordinary citizen. Kazumi and Ikago's expressions became very complicated. With the education they had received, it was difficult to accept this practice of remaining indifferent to criminal phenomena. Look on the bright side. It's not like this is the only unsolved case in the archives, there are hundreds. Some cases can be managed, some cannot. It's for the good of everyone. Indu shrugged, turned around, and swayed as she walked toward the hospital exit. Please wait a moment, Officer Indu. I have something I want to ask. Amamiya Rin hurriedly propped himself up with his crutch and shouted at Indu. Indu turned sideways, her long, narrow eyes looking at Amamiya Rin, and asked casually, "What's up?" "Kid?" Amamiya Rin asked directly, "I want to ask how to deal with Tomi." One of the laws of the two-dimensional world, characters who always keep their eyes closed are invariably monsters. This female police officer named Indu hadn't opened her eyes from start to finish, she was 100% an expert. Killing her is simple. After killing her, throw her in a fire and burn her to ash. If you get caught, contact the police history compilation office, and we'll fish you out. Indu spoke in a strange Osaka dialect, talking about murder and arson, things a police officer definitely shouldn't say, as if she were telling a joke. Amamiya Rin looked speechless and hurriedly said, "That's not what I'm asking. I've already been targeted by Tomi. My brain is thinking about her every single moment. What should I do about this?" "Is that so?" Indu turned around completely, looking at Amamiya Rin with surprise. "Do you have a girl you like very much? Or are you a believer in some religion? Do you have grand ambitions and aspirations?" Facing Indu's questions, Amamiya Rin shook his head continuously. In his past life, he was a single dog. The elders in his family believed in Buddhism and worshipped Guanyin, so he would chant Amitabha a few times, but he had no ambitions. In this life, because he had lived once before, he believed in the existence of gods and Buddhas more than in his previous life. However, this world was too outrageous, making it hard for him to believe that his transmigration was due to the blessing of the great merciful and great compassionate Bodhisattva Guanyin. As for a lover or ambitions, he had neither. His biggest goal right now was to survive for 3 months. That's strange. People who can resist Tomi's charm and maintain rationality during the first few days of contact are usually the types I just mentioned. However, even those people will unknowingly become obsessed in the end. Indu rubbed her chin, sizing up Amamiya Rin with those narrowed eyes. Probably because I practice kendo, hypnosis, and chant Buddhist scriptures to screen out distracting thoughts. I studied hypnosis with Professor Matsura. Amamiya Rin tried mentioning Professor Matsura's name. Professor Matsura was a forensic doctor, so these police officers should know him. So you are Professor Matsura's student. Kazumi, Kogor, and Indu all adopted an attitude of recognizing Professor Matsura. Let's get back to business. I have no way to help you deal with Tomi's magic power. Since you can use kendo, hypnosis, and Buddhist Dharma to resist Tomi's magic, just keep persisting. If you really hope to get help, I recommend you study the sutra on the secret essential methods of Chan. Indu scratched her cheek with her index finger, her expression becoming a bit more serious as she offered Amamiya Rin a useful suggestion. The Sutra on the Secret Essential Methods of Chan. The Sutra on the Secret Essential Methods of Chan is a method of Buddhist meditation cultivation. It specifically teaches how to break through the attachment to self and others through the white skeleton visualization. You can buy it at the Toyodo bookstore. There is a Akikoku temple on Mount Kikoku in the southern suburbs. there's an old monk inside. After buying the Buddhist Sutra, you can go ask him for advice. Anyway, his small temple doesn't have many pilgrims on normal days, so it would be good for you to add some human presence. Mount Kikoku? Kikoku Temple. Amamiya Rin's heart stirred. The names didn't sound simple. A religious site acknowledged by the boss of a special department was definitely not an ordinary small place. Although the Junji Ito series was a type of horror with no solution, it didn't lack existences like espers and magicians. If the abbot of Kikoku Temple really had magical power, with his long dream curse, he could quickly master any method. Even if there was no magical power, the man was at least a high monk who could give him pointers on learning the white skeleton visualization. Come to think of it, whether it was supernatural power or powerful physical strength, there were quick success methods in the Junji Ito world. What were they again? Amamiya frowned in deep thought. I'm going to play pachinko. I'm leaving first. After speaking, Indu waved her hand dashingly and walked away, swaying as she went. Kazumi and Kogoro looked at each other. After nodding to Amamiya they left him a business card and also withdrew, leaving the hospital case to Investigation Division 1. As for Amamiya himself, he did not stay long at Morita Hospital. Because of the chaos and fire caused by the Tomi-S, the patients of the Morita Hospital had to be transferred to other hospitals, and Amamiya was one of them. However, Amamiya did not immediately go to another hospital. Given his physical condition, if he entered a hospital, he wouldn't be able to get out without a week of recuperation. Taking advantage of the confusion during the transfer, Amamiya propped himself up on his crutch and quietly left the scene. The urgent task was not to continue being hospitalized for recovery, but to solve Tomi's mental pollution. He first took a train to the Toyodo bookstore in the city center, which specialized in Buddhist books, and bought the sutra on the secret essential methods of Chan that Indu had mentioned. The sutra consisted of 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower. The text was in Chinese, but it looked obscure and difficult to understand. Amamiya read through it carefully, only half understanding it. Sure enough, I still need guidance from a high monk. Putting away the 3 volumes of the sutra on the secret essential methods of Chan, Amamiya checked the route and headed for a Mount Kikoku in the suburbs. The mountain road was harder to walk than he had imagined. It was torture for his sick body, which had been bedridden for nearly half a month and had only been awake for less than 2 weeks. The crutch tapped on the rugged stone steps. He had to be careful with every step. Sweat soon soaked his back, and his breathing became heavy. However, compared to the physical torture, what Amamiya found even more unacceptable was the mental torture. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White Heather checkmark gain early access to 40 chapters for all stories. White Heather checkmark enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Chapter 31, Audience with the Abbot. 1,477 words. The voices of the Tomi-S never ceased, sounding like a flock of chattering crows. At times they mocked his futility, at times they tempted him to give up, and at times they hypocritically promised peaceful coexistence. Kuan, it's so hard. Don't go to that broken temple, come keep me company instead. What's the use of chanting sutras with a monk? Don't be stupid. With such excellent assets, wouldn't becoming a monk be too much self-torture? Kuan, why are you so guarded against us? We bear you no malice. Let's have a good talk. Our hearts are connected, there's no need for things to be so stiff. Let's all get along peacefully. Amamiya clenched his teeth, striving to ignore this static noise. He focused his attention on the road beneath his feet and the crutch in his hand, trying his best not to think, so that the Tomi-S could not capture his thoughts. Tomi was not to be trusted. The thought flashed by in an instant. He didn't deny that Tomi might not hold malice toward him. If she simply wanted him to submit to Tomi-S charm, that indeed wouldn't count as malice. However, once he truly yielded to Tomi-S charm, he would naturally fall into an abyss of despair. This had nothing to do with Tomi-S will. Finally, just as the sky began to turn yellow, Amamiya stepped onto the stone stairs in front of Kikoku Temple. He was so tired he was nearly prostrate, sweat dripped down his chin, and his lungs burned with pain. The temple before him was smaller and more dilapidated than he had imagined. The courtyard walls were mottled, and the wooden temple gate stood open, the paint peeling off to reveal the wood grain beneath. The courtyard was very quiet, only the rustling of wind through leaves and the chirping of unknown insects could be heard. Through the open gates, the courtyard appeared silent. There was only an old monk, dry and thin in stature with kind eyebrows and benevolent eyes, wearing an old monastic robe. He was holding a broom, leisurely sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. Amamiya Rin panted for a moment, adjusting his breathing, before walking into the temple and bowing respectfully to the old monk. "Excuse me, are you the abbot here?" The old monk stopped sweeping. He raised his head, narrowing his eyes to size up Amamiya Rin. His gaze lingered for a moment on Amamiya Rin's pale complexion and the crutch before he slowly nodded. "This poor monk is he. Does the benefactor have some urgent business? To drag a sick body all the way to Kikoku Temple?" Amamiya Rin said, "It was Officer Indu from the Police History Compilation Office who introduced me." "Ranko? Come in and have a cup of tea first." A look of surprise appeared on the abbot's face. He set the broom aside, led Amamiya Rin to a simple tea room next to the side hall, and poured him a cup of hot tea. Amamiya Rin lifted the teacup. As the hot tea went down his stomach, he finally felt a bit of warmth return to his freezing hands and feet. "That child, Ranko, is far more capable than this poor monk. She can handle ordinary demons and abnormalities on her own. For her to send you to the temple, you must have encountered a difficult problem regarding the mind, correct?" The abbot also held a cup of tea and sat opposite Amamiya Rin, a peaceful smile on his wrinkled face. Amamiya Rin put down his teacup and got straight to the point. "Abbot, have you heard of Tomi?" Hearing this, the abbot's expression slightly congealed. "I have heard a little. It is a demonic barrier of extremely deep obsession, one could call her a demoness of the desire realm. Since the master knows of Tomi, you must understand my purpose in coming." Amamiya Rin took the copy of the sutra on the secret essential methods of Chan from his bag and placed it on the low table between them. "Officer Indu instructed me to come ask the master for guidance in studying this sutra." The sutra on the secret essential methods of Chan. Seeing the name of the Buddhist sutra, the abbot shook his head slightly, his tone carrying disapproval. "Ranko is being reckless as usual." He looked up at Amamiya Rin and asked, "Does the benefactor know what the white skeleton visualization is?" "I know a little. Roughly speaking, it involves visualizing the vibrant, living flesh gradually turning into a skeleton to eliminate lust. I have previously encountered concepts related to the kusozu and the clavicle of Avalokitesvara." Amamiya Rin nodded. If he didn't know about the white skeleton visualization, he wouldn't have asked Yuko-san to help buy a book explaining it this morning. Though it had been a futile effort. Without a famous teacher to guide him, he couldn't understand it at all. Phrases like bind the mind thus, observe the 5 knots closely, do not let it scatter. If the mind scatters, gather it back. Or like the previous thought of half a knot, when the thought is formed, the body feels warm and the heart hot. When this thought is attained, it is called the abiding of the bound mind. And things like in the receptacle of life, there are 80 million small worms. Each worm is born from the veins, 49 heads. It was all mystical babble. He recognized every single character, but once they formed sentences, he couldn't comprehend them. Correct, yet incorrect. Too superficial. The fundamental purpose of the white skeleton visualization lies in breaking the greedy attachment to this physical body of desire, and observing the principles that all phenomena are impermanent and impure, the abbot said slowly, nodding and then shaking his head. The Buddha Shakyamuni entrusted his disciple Ananda, "You teach the people of the world to cultivate samadhi, they must first cut off the mind of lust." This is called the first clear and decisive instruction of the Tathagatas and world-honored ones of the past. Therefore, Ananda, if one does not cut off lust while practicing Zen meditation, it is like steaming sand and stones hoping they become rice. Even after hundreds of thousands of kalpa, it will only be named hot sand. The abbot continued, to practice Zen observation and attain liberation, one must first cut off greedy lust. However, among the various methods of practice, the white skeleton visualization is one of the most radical. One slip, and you will enter fire deviation, developing a loathing for all sentient beings. This method originated from the ascetic Shramanas of India. They chose to live in the Siddhavana, observing the process of corpses decaying into dust to realize the impermanence of worldly things and the shortness of life. This is not the method of cultivation advocated by the Buddha. Amamiya Rin spoke decisively, "I do not have the time to proceed step by step with gentle methods. Even if the white skeleton visualization is radical, it is my only choice right now. The abbot said, the white skeleton visualization is not something that can be achieved overnight. Even using the most extreme method, finding a corpse to visualize, would require a year. Amamiya Rin immediately responded, the length of time doesn't matter. What I value is that its method of practice is relatively simple and doesn't require an extremely profound foundation in Buddhist studies. Precisely because the entry is simple, it is all the more dangerous. The wrinkles on the abbot's forehead gathered as he held a negative attitude toward Amamiya Rin's words. During the visualization process, the practitioner must directly face the most essential and cruel aspects of life. Without the Zen foundation of a mind of renunciation and bodhicitta, the practitioner is prone to falling into the error of excessive loathing for life, deviating from the original intent of breaking attachment, and transforming into another kind of demonic barrier. Amamiya Rin listened quietly. When the abbot finished, he spoke calmly, Abbot, I understand everything you've said. However, you seem to have misunderstood my purpose. I am not trying to understand the original intent of the Buddha's teachings, nor do I seek any enlightenment or liberation. All I want is to borrow the practice of the white skeleton visualization to fight against Tomi's magic power. Radical? Paranoid? That is exactly what I want. Ordinary Buddhism cannot contend with Tomi, otherwise, Tomi wouldn't have been at large for so many years, would she? New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heaver checkmark gain early access to 40 chapters for all stories. White heaver checkmark enjoy exclusive content and special announcements. We have set new community milestones. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for all readers. Rocket 140 members equals +5 additional chapters for all series. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 32, Practicing Zen Meditation. 1,554 words. The abbot was left speechless. Tomi's magic was a rule that transcended human intellect. In the end, it was not a curse that could be dispelled, but the materialization of human desire. To resist Tomi's charm, one had to truly be free of lust for women, otherwise, falling under her spell was only a matter of time. Unless one was born gay, who could truly achieve such a feat that violated the laws of nature? Monks. The monks here weren't forbidden from marriage, and the monks over there played wilder than anyone. I beg of you, Abbot. Please explain the mysteries of the white skeleton visualization to me. My body is inconvenient to move, and I do not plan to make another trip to any other temple. Amamiya Rin lowered his head and pleaded sincerely. He had to learn the white skeleton visualization. If the abbot of Kikoku Temple wouldn't teach him, he would have no choice but to visit other monks. After all, the white skeleton visualization wasn't some secret magic spell, the abbot of any legitimate temple should understand it. The abbot looked at Amamiya Rin's lowered head and fell silent for a while. Only the rustling sound of wind blowing through the courtyard leaves remained in the tea room. After a moment, he finally sighed, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen. Very well. The abbot finally spoke, his voice peaceful but carrying a trace of helplessness. After all, this was leading a fine young man down a divergent path. Since your mind is made up, and Ranko guided you here, this poor monk will do his best to help you. However, towering buildings rise from the ground, no matter how urgent it is, you must start from the foundation. The abbot picked up the now lukewarm tea and took a sip, then set down the teacup, his gaze landing on Amamiya Rin's uplifted face. In your current state, your mind is flighty and impetuous, overgrown with distracting thoughts. To practice the white skeleton visualization directly would be no different from lighting a lamp in a gale, not only will it fail to light, but it will burn you instead. Learn the breath-counting meditation first to settle your mind. Breath-counting meditation. Amamiya Rin asked in confusion. The abbot's fingertips gently rubbed the rim of his teacup, his gaze resting on the swaying ginkgo leaves outside the window as if recalling the distant past. This breath-counting meditation is called anapanasati in Sanskrit. Ana is inhalation, pana is exhalation. Simply put, it is the mindfulness of breathing. It is said that when the Buddha first turned the wheel of Dharma at Deer Park, he taught this method to his disciple Ananda. It is the most fundamental method of Zen practice passed down to this day. Whether it is the 16 stages of insight in the Southern Transmission, or the white skeleton visualization and Buddha recitation Zen in the Northern Transmission, all use breath-counting meditation as the preliminary means to regulate the mind. The abbot turned his head to look at Amamiya Rin, his benevolent features becoming solemn. Have you read Journey to the West? Of course. Amamiya Rin nodded. He was Chinese in his past life, how could he not have read Journey to the West? The abbot said, cultivation is the cultivation of the mind. Sun Wukong symbolizes uncontrollable delusion, and the white dragon horse represents scattered desire. The core of breath-counting meditation is to regulate the mind, helping you tether the mind ape that is Sun Wukong and lock up the wool horse that is the white dragon horse. Only when you have successfully reined in your heart can you begin to practice. Amamiya Rin suddenly realized the truth. He had heard long ago that Journey to the West was about Daoist methods of cultivating the mind, but it turned out the Buddhist methods of cultivating the mind were in there as well. By the way, Abbot. Amamiya Rin's eyes dodged about, but he couldn't resist asking, regarding cultivation, can one cultivate magic power? Having listened to the abbot explain so many methods of cultivation, Amamiya Rin couldn't hold back. With all these elaborate theories, surely it wasn't just about cultivating one's state of mind? Magic power. The abbot shook his head and spoke in an admonishing tone. The point of cultivation is to cut off afflictions and realize the ultimate reality, not to pursue supernatural powers. If one sees that all forms are not forms, one sees the Tathagata. Amamiya Rin asked, I understand that. I just want to know, what should a cultivator do when they encounter demons and monsters? For example, Officer Indu is responsible for special cases. How does she usually handle it when she encounters danger? Supernatural power is no match for karma. If one cultivates the sixth consciousness, one can anticipate danger. When breath-counting meditation is cultivated to a profound level, one can regulate the body and mind, improving one's physique. As for Ranko, I was the master who taught her mind cultivation. She learned Onmyodo elsewhere. In order to cultivate Onmyodo, Ranko's internal organs were torn asunder, and her body is riddled with scars. She is already obsessed with supernatural powers and has deviated from the right path of liberation. The abbot sighed with compassion, revealing a somewhat helpless expression. It was unclear if he was sighing for Officer Indu stepping onto a crooked path, or sighing because young people always thought about supernatural magic power and had no interest in the true path of Zen meditation. In other words, when we who cultivate Buddhism encounter demons and monsters, we can only run away. Amamiya Rin blinked. The abbot's words gave him a certain sense of déjà vu breathing. Running away? Ripple overdrive. The abbot was not annoyed by the slight offense in Amamiya Rin's words, he simply nodded decisively. Do not try to be brave. Ranko is a top-tier onmyoji in this country, yet she is often covered in cuts and bruises. Even to the extent that, when encountering demons and monsters, running is just what you do. Amamiya Rin could vaguely sense that even to the extent that which the abbot hesitated to speak of was likely something terrible. However, since the abbot did not intend to reveal Officer Indu's privacy, Amamiya Rin naturally wouldn't press for answers. Abbot, how should I learn this breath-counting meditation? Amamiya Rin returned to the main topic and asked seriously. Breath-counting meditation has 6 wondrous gates: counting, following, stopping, contemplating, returning, and purifying. The first stage, the gate of counting, uses counting breaths to gather the scattered mind. The abbot stood up and walked to Amamiya Rin's side, extending a withered hand to press on his shoulder. First, adjust your sitting posture. Straighten your back, but do not be stiff. Under the abbot's direction, Amamiya Rin placed his crutch aside. He rested his hands naturally on his knees, palms facing up, thumbs lightly touching. This is the Dhyana Mudra. It can help you gather your scattered chi. The key is to let your body relax. Amamiya Rin did as told. Once he had adjusted his posture, the abbot returned to sit opposite him, his fingertip gently tapping his own nose tip. The secret to breath-counting meditation is to know when the breath enters and know when the breath exits. You do not need to think about where the breath comes from or where it goes, simply focus your attention on the tip of your nose. When inhaling, know that the air is coming in, when exhaling, know that the air is going out. With each completed inhalation and exhalation, silently count a number in your heart, from 1 to 10. If you forget what number you were on halfway through, or if your thoughts run off elsewhere, do not rush, simply start again from 1. Sounds like counting sheep. Amamiya Rin quipped, closing his eyes and following the abbot's instructions. When inhaling, he could feel the cool air brushing past the tip of his nose, carrying the scent of grass and trees from the courtyard. When exhaling, the warm breath rushed out, causing his nostrils to tremble slightly. 1, 2, 3. Amamiya Rin counted silently in his heart, but just as he reached the 3rd cycle, the clamor of the Tomies interrupted his counting. Faces, some happy and some angry, flashed through his mind, causing Amamiya Rin's heart to contract violently and his breathing rhythm to fall into disarray. Too loud. It was simply too loud. The voices of the Tomies never ceased. Or rather, their thoughts had never been interrupted. Under normal circumstances, thoughts flow through a person's consciousness level almost every minute and second. Although the Tomies were not deliberately striking up a conversation with him, when he gathered his mind inward to practice Zen meditation, even the smallest thoughts on the spiritual level became exceptionally noisy. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White heavy checkmark access up to 40 advanced chapters of all stories. White heavy checkmark receive exclusive content and updates. Help us hit our community goals. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters of all stories. Ghost P, Walnut-chan. Chapter 33, Cultivation, Subduing Demons, Part 1, Bonus Chapter. 2,702 words. Amamiya Rin opened his eyes, his brows tightly knit. Through self-suggestion and small hypnotic tricks, his daily walking, sitting, and sleeping were not greatly affected. However, when he attempted to enter dhyana, meditative absorption, the thoughts of Tomi became excessively noisy. It was like a needle dropping on the floor of an empty, sealed room, even that would turn into a cacophony. The abbot saw Amamiya Rin's distress but simply shook his head gently. The body is a body tree, the mind a standing mirror bright. At all times polish it diligently, and let no dust alight. Cultivation is not achieved overnight, do not rush, take it slowly. Amamiya Rin took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety in his heart. Abbot, I would like to ask you to explain the other 5 wondrous gates of the breath-counting meditation and the white skeleton visualization. Hearing this, the abbot's white eyebrows furrowed slightly, and the look of disapproval on his face became more apparent. He felt that Amamiya Rin had not taken his words to heart at all. Cultivation most avoids aiming too high when one's reach is short. You have not yet entered the gate of breath-counting meditation, yet you are thinking about the subsequent steps, or even directly practicing the white skeleton visualization. It is like trying to build a high-rise without a stable foundation. Abbot, I am under another curse named the Golden Millet Dream. Amamiya Rin interrupted the abbot's admonition and revealed his little secret. This curse causes my time in the dream world to be infinitely stretched. A single sleep in reality might equate to 10 years, or even decades, in the dream. I may not have that much time to slowly polish my foundation in reality, but I can do it in the dream. Such a fierce curse. The abbot was stunned for a moment, but then he realized just how dangerous this long dream, which appeared to be a stroke of fortune, truly was. Compressing decades of experience into a single night, how could the human brain withstand it? So be it. Since Ranko guided you here, and you possess such an anomaly, this poor monk will explain the 6 wondrous gates and the white skeleton visualization to you. The abbot no longer spoke of proceeding step by step. Instead, he skipped the gate of counting and explained the subsequent practices to Amamiya Rin. After the gate of counting comes the gate of following. One abandons counting breaths and the mind follows the breath. From intentional control to natural awareness, the mind and breath merge into one, like salt dissolving in water, leaving no trace. After the gate of following is the gate of stopping. Both mind and breath cease their activity, entering into dhyana. One breaks the attachment to the object of breath, entering the state of one-pointedness of mind. At this time, body and mind vanish, like the great void containing clouds. Only at this realm has one truly entered dhyana. These 3 are the study of concentration, teaching one to achieve a meditative state where the mind abides in one place and delusions do not arise. The latter 3, the gate of contemplating, the gate of returning, and the gate of purifying, are the study of wisdom. Using wisdom to observe and break the attachment to the self, observing wisdom, exhausting delusion and returning to the source, one aligns with nirvana and attains the fruit of the arhat. The more he spoke, the more mystical it sounded. Amamiya Rin was slightly speechless. So, if he successfully practiced the 6 wondrous gates, would he ascend to the Western Pure Land and become a Buddha? The abbot's gaze fell upon the sutra on the secret essential methods of Chan on the table, and his tone became solemn. The gist of the white skeleton visualization is not to visualize white bones, but to break the greedy attachment to the physical body by visualizing the impurity of the corporeal form. When practicing, one must proceed gradually, starting the visualization from the toes. From skin to muscle, then to tendons and veins, and finally to bones, slowly peeling away the illusion of beauty, leaving only the stark white bones. If one can focus on practicing the white skeleton visualization for 90 days, one can sequentially attain the fruits of the Sotapanna, Sakadagami, anagami, and arhat. The abbot's voice was peaceful and slow as he recounted the essentials of the breath-counting meditation and the dangers of the white skeleton visualization, one by one. Amamiya Rin listened with rapt attention while flipping through the sutra on the secret essential methods of Chan, striving to carve every character into his mind. The explanation lasted for a long time, as the abbot not only explained the breath-counting meditation and the sutra on the secret essential methods of Chan, but also expounded on the Diamond Sutra and the Heart Sutra for Amamiya Rin. The teaching continued until the sky outside the window had completely darkened. Dim yellow lights were lit inside the temple. The abbot prepared a vegetarian meal for Amamiya Rin and arranged a simple guest room for him to stay in. After finishing the vegetarian meal, Amamiya Rin took out his wallet and looked. He had given Miss Yuko 20,000 yen. Between buying the sutra on the secret essential methods of Chan, eating lunch, and taking the transport, the remaining money was pitifully scant. However, Amamiya Rin did not begrudge these expenses. Although Hashimoto Ayaka and the others had turned into Tomi before paying the full compensation, a large portion of the compensation already paid had not been used up. There should still be around 1 million yen in the trust account designated by the court. Amamiya Rin counted out 5 10,000 yen notes from his wallet and handed them to the abbot. Abbot, this is a small token of my appreciation. Thank you for your guidance. Amamiya Rin spoke sincerely. The abbot glanced at it and shook his head. The benefactor has physical inconveniences and many places where money is needed. There is no need for incense money. Please, you must accept it. Explaining the Buddhist Dharma practice might seem like a simple effort to you, but for me, it is a life-saving grace. Amamiya Rin's attitude was resolute, and he showed no intention of retracting his hand. Since that is the case, this poor monk will accept it. Many thanks for the benefactor's almsgiving. Seeing the stubborn look in Amamiya Rin's eyes, the abbot sighed and finally accepted it. Amamiya Rin pressed his palms together and bowed to the abbot. The next morning, Amamiya Rin woke up early. Leaning on his crutch, he walked to the tea room from yesterday. The abbot was already there dining. Seeing Amamiya Rin arrive, he prepared a portion of breakfast for him as well. After the meal, under the abbot's guidance, Amamiya Rin continued to practice the breath-counting meditation. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. He sat on the futon, following the posture taught by the abbot, his back straight and his hands forming the dhyana mudra. His consciousness focused on the tip of his nose, feeling the inflow and outflow of breath, taming his restless heart bit by bit. Days passed one by one. Aside from necessary meals, rest, and a small amount of activity to stretch his bones, Amamiya Rin spent almost all his time on that square futon. He didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly, a burst of noisy feminine laughter and chatter came from outside the tea room. As the sounds approached from afar, Amamiya Rin frowned and opened his eyes. He saw more than 20 Kawakomi Tomi-s, dressed in various styles, swarming into the courtyard giggling. Some wore fashionable short skirts, some wore traditional kimonos, and others wore nurse uniforms, but without exception, they all bore that perfectly demon-like face. Oh my, so this is Kikoku Temple. It's so broken down. One Tomi looked around with disdain. Rin, Ku and Tilda, are you really practicing here? It's so boring, come out and play with us. Another Tomi shouted toward Amamiya Rin in the tea room. Exactly, what's good about being a monk? It's all clear soup and water. Look at what we brought. A third Tomi raised a high-end pastry box in her hand and shook it. The Tomi-s smiled beautifully, their lovely eyes glancing about. Their voices interwoven, sweet, seductive, delicate, resentful, burrowing into Amamiya Rin's ears like countless small insects, attempting to disturb his mind. The abbot said nothing. From somewhere, he produced a Vajra pestle and walked to the door of the tea room. He sat cross-legged, resembling a Dharma-protecting Vajra. His aged yet benevolent face radiated a dignified and imposing aura at this moment. The Tomi-s did not forcibly break into the temple. They simply stayed outside the tea room, using their beautiful voices to tempt Amamiya Rin. Ignore them. Continue counting your breaths. The abbot's voice came steadily, like the needle that calms the sea. Amamiya Rin acknowledged with a sound. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and tried hard to ignore the warbling voices outside. This process was extremely mentally exhausting. The voices of the Tomi-s circled in his mind like flies. Amamiya Rin's back gradually became soaked with sweat, his hands holding the mudra trembled slightly, his brows furrowing and his expression occasionally turning grim. His counting was constantly interrupted, his mind repeatedly pulled away. It took immense energy to drag his attention back to his breathing. Time flew by. Unknowingly, half a year passed. The Tomi-s tirelessly attempted various methods of seduction, and Amamiya Rin practiced day after day accompanied by them. At first, he could barely count a dozen breaths amidst the Tomi-s clamor. Later, he gradually became able to ignore those voices and images, focusing on the breath itself. He no longer needed to count silently, he simply naturally perceived the entry and exit, the length, and the temperature of the breath, naturally entering the practice of the gait of following. He seems, actually a bit different now. Ikowakomi Tomi, leaning on the tea room windowsill, frowned slightly, a look of doubt appearing in her eyes for the first time. She looked at Amamiya Rin sitting quietly on the futon. His breathing was steady and long, and his whole body radiated a calm aura he had never possessed before. It was as if their voices could no longer enter Amamiya Rin's heart. Yeah. Before, if we made this much noise, he would have been sitting on pins and needles long ago. Another, Tomi, leaned over, her tone lacking its previous ease. Is the Buddhist Dharma really effective? TSK. There's no shortage of high monks who have knelt before us like dogs. Yet another, Tomi, twitched her lips and spoke with contempt. But, no matter what they said, Amamiya Rin just sat there, ignoring their voices. They looked at each other, all seeing the same emotion in each other's eyes. This feeling of being unable to grasp control made them feel very uncomfortable, accustomed as they were to being pursued by men. However, this kind of thing would not make them retreat, instead, it aroused an even more vigorous competitive spirit. To conquer a male, even Tomi-s who were incompatible as fire and water would unite and cooperate. There was once an ugly man who, because he knew he would never receive true love, saw through Tomi-s true nature and never succumbed to her charm. As a result, the Tomi-s cooperated to put on a play, collectively bullying a severely burned Tomi. This caused the ugly man to feel empathy for the bullied Tomi, and he gradually fell in love with her. The result held no suspense. After confirming she had successfully seduced the ugly man, Tomi decisively healed her burns, ruthlessly mocked the ugly man, and left swaggering. Boring. This is too boring. Do you think you're some handsome, dashing, and suave man? Fine, even if you are, you'll never find girlfriends more beautiful than us. Goodbye. Never to see you again. We're through. Narcissistic guy, do you really think we have to hang on to you forever? The Tomi-s caused a ruckus for several days in a row. Discovering that Amamiya Rin just sat there, unresponsive as a stone, their faces gradually changed. Complaining, mocking, and scolding, they left Kikoku Temple, one after another. Listening to those fading sounds of coquettish anger and footsteps, Amamiya Rin's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly, and he let out a long breath. Only he knew how difficult the cultivation just now had been. Tomi's temptation was not completely ineffective, it was just forcibly suppressed by his stronger willpower. On the morning of the second day, when the morning light shone into Kikoku Temple, once again, brisk footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Rin! We've came to see you. Little Rin, did you miss us? Accompanying two crisp and melodious female voices, two unexpected visitors appeared at Kikoku Temple. Amamiya Rin subconsciously opened his eyes and looked toward the sound. He saw two women, different in style but equally eye-catching, walking into the courtyard and heading straight for the tea room. Walking in front was a purple-haired young girl. She was tall and voluptuous, wearing a fitted kendo uniform. Her appearance was dignified and beautiful, her temperament steady. Following behind her was a blonde woman. Underneath a white lab coat, she wore a simple t-shirt and short skirt that outlined an extremely proud figure. She wore an innocent and slightly dazed smile on her face. Psycho? Shizuka. Amamiya Rin stood up, somewhat surprised. We heard you were practicing here, so we came to visit. Psycho Busujima walked up to Amamiya Rin, took out her handkerchief, and meticulously wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, her eyes gentle and full of love. Yes, yes. Little Rin, it's been a long time. I missed you so much. Shizuka Marikawa ran happily into the tea room and threw herself onto Amamiya Rin, the soft and ample sensation pressing against his chest. Seeing this, the abbot silently stood up and left the tea room, leaving the space to them. I'm fine, it's just that cultivation is indeed a bit mentally draining. Amamiya Rin laughed, a smile appearing on his face. Psycho Busujima, Shizuka Marikawa, two beauties of different styles surrounded Amamiya Rin, their eyes full of passion and concern. As safety mechanisms created in his previous, long dream, their arrival made Amamiya Rin subconsciously relax his body, basking in this rare warmth. That's good. Seeing that you're all right, we can rest assured. Hearing this, the smile on Psycho Busujima's face became even softer. She leaned over and gently hugged Amamiya Rin, her full bosom pressing against his left arm, transmitting a reassuring temperature and touch. Shizuka Marikawa was not to be outdone. She hugged Amamiya Rin's waist tightly, rubbing her cheek against the side of his face. Little Rin seems to have gotten thinner. You definitely haven't been eating well here. We brought handmade bento and snacks, you know. The two of them surrounded Amamiya Rin in the center. The intimate physical contact and words full of love were like a warm tide. Amamiya Rin was almost about to succumb to this land of tenderness. However, having practiced the breath-counting meditation for so long, Amamiya Rin would not sink into lust so easily. He gently broke free from Psycho Busujima and Shizuka Marikawa's embrace, pulling the two of them to sit down in the tea room. Psycho Busujima took out exquisite bento and snacks from the food box and brewed a pot of tea. Shizuka Marikawa, meanwhile, skillfully massaged Amamiya Rin's shoulders, making him narrow his eyes in comfort. The service from the two of them made Amamiya Rin involuntarily enjoy this rare moment of tranquility, his heart feeling a wave of stability. ______. New story, Junji Ito, I shall smash Hellstar Remina. White Heavy Checkmark jump 40 chapters ahead of the public release. White Heavy Checkmark get access to special perks and news. Help smash these goals. Bullseye 100 Power Stones equals +1 bonus chapter, for everyone. Rocket 140 members equals +5 extra chapters, for all stories. Ghost P, Walnut Chan. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novel Wonderland.